Welcome everyone to the Magic Era Regional Championships. I am super excited to run this for everyone today. This is going to be an absolutely massive event with a lot of the recruits you know from before, a few other faces you may know, and a lot of brand new decks. And when I say a lot, I mean a lot. As you can see, this is only going to be the first 2 rounds because I'm going to break this down. This is to qualify for the World Championship, the first post-release World Championship of Duel Monsters, so it is a fierce competition. There's going to be 6 Swiss rounds with a top cut, and those top cuts are going to proceed into a knockout round, and the top 4 are all proceeding to Worlds. But that top 4 does set you up for placement, so there's a lot happening. A lot of people are going to really be pushing to be the best. I'm excited to show this off for you. We have a massive varied roster, and I hope you're all excited. Let's check them out. Cora's on a rampage. She failed again. Magnus wasn't even trying, and she worked her ass off, and it was nothing. Cora only buried herself into practice alone more and more. These dragons are going to make her a champion. She swears it. She couldn't even make it out of the first full round in the last event. Only to have, she only had some guy barely taking her seriously absolutely wipe the floor with her. Not wipe the floor with her, but it was that way in her mind. So this time she's really pushing. She's acquired even more cards. But there's only so much you can do practicing alone, right? We'll have to see if it's going to work out for her in this massive event. 6 rounds. Let's see if she can do it. Alex has really worked more on the machine focus of their deck. Their deck hasn't changed as much as some of the others, but not for lack of trying. They found more vehicles and more Earth machines to help the Super Robos do more work. They don't expect to top the event, but they hope just not to be a free win. Alex has set themselves up with realistic expectations. Super Robo Lady, Super Robo Yaru, they're not that strong. But Alex has put in time along with most of the other recruits. So they're really going to be a good competitor, at least in their own mind, and that's what they hope to be. Wallace, son of a gang leader, Wallace seeks to forge his own path through life. He has been given some good cards by his father, and while not turning them down, he focuses more on goblins than anything, as their power and flexibility are fun and interesting. That's right, we have a goblin user today, and that means all the old school goblins you would expect. And when you've got a searcher like Scrounging Goblin with 2k defense, it actually sets you up for a lot of possibilities. And while his father, he doesn't agree with him, he's going to put forth an honest effort to be a real champion, and hopefully somebody that can really step out of the shadow of his father. Good luck, Wallace. I hope you don't get caught up in everything. Belladonna, a schemer here to look around. She heard rumors something big may happen soon, and she's curious. That doesn't mean she's going to roll over in the event. In fact, she will be trying hard. After all, Worlds is a chance to mingle with the best of the best, and maybe her plans could solidify. Don't really know what Belladonna's doing here at Terran Regionals, especially because it doesn't seem to be her main focus is playing, but she's not turning down the opportunity. We're going to see what her slimes can really do, and, maybe she's really improved from the first time we've seen her. I would wager that, but so is everybody else. V has returned for the big event at the behest of those in the forest. A big win for the Dryads would only help strengthen the appearance of the circle. V doesn't have a huge issue with that, and the card draw deck can really do work again. V got top 8 last time, their deck is only improved, and their card draw will continue to do so. Muka is no pushover, so they hope by having enough cards in hand, that should be able to give them the win that they need. Things are going to be tougher at this event than ever before, so hopefully their beatdown works. Mary. When Mary learned about the regionals, she quickly decided to join. Being buried with a deck, it's a huge clue in the mystery of her death in her eyes. Maybe if she qualifies, she can meet someone who knows anything about her life before. That's right, Mary is back with her Spirit of the Pharaoh, and she's hoping that if she can make it to Worlds, maybe there's someone there who will recognize her deck, give her some sort of clue as to who she was, anything, as she has no memory of her life before death. While this isn't the most powerful deck, hopefully she can figure something out and get there in the end. I'm rooting for you. Lola has once again joined her sister in a tournament she is not prepared for. deck has improved, but she just learned how long this event's going to be and is already sleepy. She hopes to do well, but not so well she has to show up for the knockout round. Lola's going to play the full event. It's fine, but she's sleepy. She's not her sister. Her sister has enough energy for both twins. But her deck has seen massive improvements, and so we'll have to see if that means she's actually getting into the next knockout round or not. Dart. A student from Ria's last class, Dart was asked to join in with the current class in her absence. He's constantly taking care of his terrarium when he's not at work, so a deck of frogs is perfect for him to pick up when he was asked to hop in. That's right, Ria is not here today. Something came up and she actually had to leave them. So they're primarily being left in the care of Dart. Um, but he's still going to enjoy himself. He doesn't outrank the rest of the recruits by that much, so while he's taking care of them, he is going to see what his frogs can do. He's a very excitable young man, and hopefully that means good things for everyone around him. Coop. Coop was asked to join in the regional event and stream it for his fans for promotion. All games against him will be put on his channel and will run simultaneously with the live coverage. He agreed, and his clowns have returned with a vengeance. That's right, previous silver medalist Coop is back and is running his own stream that's running simultaneously with the official stream for Duel Monsters. So everyone you see him play against will be on their own stream, so they have to deal with those nerves. His deck has improved just like everybody else's. We'll have to see what that means if the clowns are going to be just as good as they were in the grand opening. North. Zep was originally assigned to the tournament, but when a bigger story came up, the station decided North would be allowed to head the coverage. As he plays, every round he'll be trying to fit in as many interviews as he can, just like training day. This can only improve his standing with his bosses. That's right, our favorite weather reporter is back, and they're letting him run the story on the regionals. Since Zep couldn't be here, this is his real big chance to shine. But, to interview the big dogs, you gotta win, North. So hopefully you can pull it out. You already have had the best play in Magic era history, so maybe you can pull it out and make the top cut and really see what the big dogs have for you. Samir. Samir is an employee at the local museum and has loved history since he was small. It turns out Duel Monsters has quite an Egyptian theme on some cards, and he jumped headfirst into the game with one of his coworkers. Now he hopes to move on to the next level and teach everyone as he wins. That's right, he's here to just teach history as he plays this game. He has found the Millennium Seeker card and a few more different Egyptian themed cards, and he's hoping that means he can really show things off for everybody. Good luck. Your deck has some very, very interesting things it can do, so we'll have to see how that goes. Layla. Layla got more spaceship cards and she's so excited to use them. Her sister is just as excited. Clearly. Light machines have all sorts of cool synergy and cool art. She's hyped to show off their power. That's right, Layla has upgraded her deck. She's found the new Flint and Flintlock combo, as well as some more Gradius related cards. So she's super excited to see what her fast, awesome space shooty boys can do for her. Here's hoping she does well. After all, she's super excited. There's probably very few people more passionate about the game than Layla. Hopefully that passion goes off for her. Emery. Emery has joined in with the rest of the crew and is getting more comfortable. As they impressed the general more, they were gifted a brand new boss monster. A card showing off how they're coming out more and more of their shell. With the Atos, and after a big win over Mari, the sky may be the limit for Emery now. That's right. As Emery finally is introducing theirself more and more to everyone, the general decided, alright, I'm now going to give you the best card in your deck. And hopefully that means great things for them. They've started interacting, they're practicing. Basically all of the recruits but Cora have really been putting more effort in together, so that hopefully means great things, and we know Guardian Iatos is not a slouch of a card. We'll have to see if that pushes Emery here to the next level. Aiden. Aiden has decided to close the shop up for the day and has loaded up his van with the crew and drove out to regionals. He's not trying to steal a spot from any of his regulars. If anything, he wants to try and help them by taking out anyone getting in their way, while not trying too hard to cost them a top spot. That's right, he's here to boost. He's kinda smurfing. His Ojama deck did okay last time. He's not really tryharding that much. But he seems pretty content on trying to see if he can help everybody out. And his crew seems just as excited to get out too. So, we'll have to see how everybody does, and if the king can pull off any more victories like it did against Case last time. Tanya. Tanya took the day off work to join and has expanded her rock deck to include more historical cards. She pushed hard to see the limits of what she can do to improve, but hasn't had as much time with how much time being a scientist can take. She did read some online previews that the next set may give her some huge upgrades that she's excited for. Maybe if she makes worlds, she can debut them. That's right, Tanya's rock deck isn't quite at its final form yet, and she doesn't have as much time as, say, the recruits or game shop workers to really put in, but she's here to try, and that's what's important. So she, is going to see what she can get done. Good luck, Tanya, and let's see if you can rock our world. Shat Calico. After acquiring a new card from the grand opening, Shat realized it did him no good and it didn't feel right. If he wanted to reach greater heights, he would have to win something big. Getting into the World Championship would do him just nicely. That's right. For those of you who didn't put it together, Shad may have taken the card Mari won from the grand opening, but he didn't feel good about it. So, he's here to see if he can win a real prize and if that makes him feel any better. The Ninja deck is still quite a force to be reckoned with, and I think we can expect a good run from Shat Calico here. Lacey. Lacey was able to scrape together some money for upgrades to both her own deck and help her son join too. This is Lacey's first event with him and is excited to see how they do together, just wants them to have fun. That's right, Lacey's back with her Beast Warrior deck, headed up by Louise, and she's here to have fun with her son. She doesn't expect to do that well. I mean, she's a working mom. You don't always have a ton of money, but she'll do okay, I think. She's got plenty of power behind those Beast Warriors, so hopefully that means great things. Good luck, and I expect you to have fun. Bane. Bane was getting ready to make a decision before Barry cut him off and announced hers. He's had to figure out what that means for him, but did decide since he didn't play in Hell's regional tournament that this would be fine too. He even saw his acquaintance Belladonna was here and even saw another demon, so it looks like others had the same idea. That's right, Bane was about to get ready to make a final decision when Barry made one first, and now he's reevaluating everything. But it's still going to be a good time to play more dual monsters. He's done more upgrades on his Diabound deck, so we'll see what that means for him. He hasn't won yet, but 6 rounds. Maybe he's finally going to have that consistency to really push through. Good luck, I know you've got fans. Renelle, a time mage. Renelle's magic has been heavily stunted, but she's finding ways with the rest of her guild to keep magic alive. As she's been playing this in her spare time, she noticed something strange about the cards and would like to advance to the next stage, so she can talk to the creator to see if her theory is true. That's right, Renelle, when going over these cards, realized something that she hasn't told anyone yet. So she plans on seeing if maybe the creator was willing to explain it. And she's playing a very, very interesting deck built around trying to skip as much of your opponent's turn as possible. Time Eater's a very, very strange card, but it can set up some interesting little bits here and there. And I'm curious to see what it is she figured out about these cards. Kagami. Kagami keeps their face hidden even when playing. Some say seeing their face is like looking into your own soul. They play a mirror deck, as their own play seems to mirror others on occasion, being more or less aggressive, and sometimes you even swear cards can change at random. However, you cannot change the contents of your deck today, even if that is true. That's right, Kagami plays a Fiend's mirror themed deck, but many swear that isn't what it normally is. I guess we'll have to find out what that means, but I guess as long as they're here to compete, that's all that matters, right? And we're keeping an eye out, just in case the rumor of changing decks is true, because that is at least a game loss, so we'll be checking in. Case. Case, since his last first round exit, has locked in. He kept on his grind with Mark, has talked to Coriander for help, and has even gone to Aiden for help with deck construction. He's now gone full in on a warrior theme, and Case has made it clear he's going to get wins this time. That's right, he's moved away from his mishmash pyro warrior deck to a full-on warrior deck headed by Guilford the Lightning. Case has made serious upgrades, and while he still has ways to get Flame Swordsman out, that's still his favorite card. That is not going to be a focus for him anymore. The warrior deck is here, and Case is going to be doing huge fighting to get this stuff done. Good luck, Case. Tay. Tay's been a wreck since she did so many scary duels and such a wild ride. After getting third place and facing Magnus, he somehow charmed her into joining. Come join me at Worlds, and she agreed as soon as he winked at her. Now she's a mess at one of the biggest tournaments the game has ever had. Yet after getting that bronze medal and being so worried, you would swear she wasn't going to enter a tournament again, but all it took was Magnus winking at her. Now she's going to compete in at least 6 rounds today. Get yourself under control and progress on to that knockout round today. I know a lot of people believe in the pure advantage camel. I know I do. Just focus up and get those nerves under control. Krim. Krim is hyped to get a paid day to play Picrew and Karan again. The deck continues to improve, and his boss even told him to keep going as a good advert for the shop. No reason to say no. Krim is easily the most excited to play dual monsters of anyone in Aiden's employ. And maybe it's just because he loves these 2 cards in particular more than anything, but hey, that's all that matters, right? His goal? Just win. And hey, maybe it'll bring more people in and get more eyes on the game and more eyes on the shop. Nina. Nina has once again found a chance to go for a title and promised herself that she'd be a world champion just like her hero, Shining Wizard. Dinosaurs have only gotten better too, and she's ready to crack some skulls. For legal reasons, she will not be hitting anyone. That's right, Nina is back with her super aggressive dinosaur deck. And she heard World Championship is on the line. She's hoping to get that title belt. She's got one finger in the air, and it is pointing to glory. Amerigo. Amerigo can't keep doing this. How she's been pulled into another event. She's been assured it's good advertising for the shop, but upon arriving, she found out she could have just been a vendor instead. She's been duped again. That's right. Amerigo somehow was at least like, okay, well, I mean, if we're doing advertising, it's fine. Only to show up and find out she could have just been selling cards the whole time. She feels bamboozled. She feels betrayed. But her boss pays her really well, so I guess it's fine. The competition's been improved. So is the Mushroom Man deck, and I think this is a deck that will continue to improve as she faces better opponents, at least till a certain point. So, you know, try and have some fun, Amerigo. Mari. After a shock upset during training, Mari has been more excited than usual. Others actually keeping up with Exodia has gotten them to put in more work. They hope their friends can go with them to the knockout rounds and see what they can do when the stakes are high. Mari doesn't doubt that they're going to make it into the knockout rounds. They have confidence in that, especially since they've actually upgraded their deck from the last time. So they really have been putting in help with the rest of the recruits, barring one, and hoping that that means that everyone can join them when they make that top. So good luck to everyone, and good luck to you, Mari. Glad you're supporting everyone. 12. 12's deck was stolen by his brother, and he wants it back. He heard rumor that maybe said brother could be here, so he brought another brother, and their only aim is to find him, reclaim what's his, and bring that brother home. That's right, this is not the deck 12 wants to play. His deck was taken from him by someone else. And that's all he wants. If he tops, whatever, that's fine. That's not why he's here. He's here to get his cards back. That's what he wants. Robin. Robin has spent more time practicing with his friends. Robin promised Ria that he would help Xiaoxing get more used to the game, and they have both been playing with Mark and Case more, and even a new friend joined them. He's felt them all improve and has no doubt that at least some of them can make top cut, maybe even all of them. That's right, Robin has really kind of taken more of a group, not, I wouldn't say leader, but more of the person that's bringing the group together to really, really help each other out. And it seems to be working for all of them. Robin's Harpy Ladies have improved. We've seen improvement from Case. Mari's improved. So, Alex has had improvement. So, He's really pushing everyone to do their best, and I think that's going to work out well for everybody. Robin's been really inspiring the group. Hopefully, that means good results for everyone and good results for Robin. Barry. Barry has made her decision. She's joined the class of recruits. She could see what she was doing wasn't working and could see them spending time together. She hasn't really been spending as much time with Bane recently, trying to figure out how she fits into the group, but her fiery personality hasn't ceased. That's right, Barry has joined the Terran military and has even scooted her way in when asked by Robin to join. Her burn deck continues to make small improvements here and there, and maybe if she continues to focus, things will improve even more. Let's see what the power of friendship is going to do for Barry here, even if she's trying to figure out what that means for her exactly. June. As soon as she figured out how many people would be there, June signed up quickly. There's so many men here to meet, and she's definitely looking to see who she can talk to, but she's not taking it easy. She's for sure going to try and win to meet the most powerful men she can, to match her own power. That's right, June is here and taking this as more of a dating event than a card game tournament. But, you know, in order to get with June, you have to be able to keep up with her in the card game department. Her battle guards are back and ready to throw around some clubs. Let's see what you can do, June. Lorelei. Lorelei joined Lacey and her son for today's event. She forgot how well she did in the last tournament until someone reminded her and rejuvenated her love for the game instantly. Lorelei now seeks to turn her previous silver medal into a gold. That's right, she came here with Lacey and uh, she didn't have to be reminded, hey, you just got second place a couple of weeks ago. It reminded her, oh yeah, her performance of Sword and Garma's Sword deck was actually very impressive. As long as she doesn't brick like she did against David in the finals last time, she can be a real threat today. So here's hoping she can put in the work and get some sort of repeat on that. Angela. Angela's returned recently to the game after a short break. The passion emanating from the building drew her in, and the young boy who inspired her to pick up the cards is also playing. If she can match his energy even a little, she expects to be a threat. That's right, Angela's Angel deck is back, and potentially better than ever. Her Wing Weaver and all sorts of things like that, as well as brand new support. I don't expect her to be a pushover. I mean, top four in her first event. She could go all the way just like last time. Good luck, everybody. We don't have anything. What do you mean we don't? What do you mean we don't have anything? Just a. All right, I'm being informed we do not have anything on this particular contestant. We do have a deck list involving what appears to be wind warrior monsters. Very very strange. As we get more information, we will let you know. But this is very strange. Wind warriors. That's all we've got. I apologize that we don't have anything for you at this time. Mikina. Mikina came in third place in Hell's Regionals, just losing out on his chance at advancing. So he's here to give it another shot. His deck is best against pyro types, but he doesn't doubt his ability to take on the world and show up his uptight brother. That's right, Mikina is here with the Ashened deck. A anti-pyro, anti-big monster deck that really can pack a punch when compared to things like Wing Weaver and Super Robo Yaru. So here's hoping you can turn that third place into a better finish this time, Mikina. Hell, even if you get third place, that still gets you to Worlds this time. Good luck. Let's see what your destruction can do. Skylar. Lacey's son and whole world. Skylar loves the game of Duel Monsters. While his mom can't afford to give him the best deck, he absolutely loves Gazelle and has built a whole beast deck just to play it. He hopes to make her proud today. When you're the only child of a single working mom, there's only so much he can do, but he loves his mom and appreciates the work she does for him. So, Gazelle's going to lead up his deck and really show off, and he hopes he can do the very, very best today. Xiaoxing. No one in the group. Xiaoxing. No one in the practice group has put in more time than Xiaoxing. Being winless for so long, she hopes to shake it off and for this to be her big coming out moment. Robin is the best friend she could have hoped to meet coming out here, and she doesn't want to disappoint the work he's been putting in to help her out. She has been playing so much Duel Monsters, really been focusing on her zombies, seeing what it is she can do to really advance. And she's come a long way since the last two events. I expect her to really, really hype things up, and hopefully she'll do exactly what she's saying and make everyone proud of her. Mark. Mark has finally come to a decision. He loves swords and knights, and the group has found a way to help him focus. An elven knight like himself, the Celtic Guardian is a perfect representation for what he wants to do and play. He even bumped into an old friend and hopes not to disappoint. He's finally going to be more than he has been, and the fighting knight Case told him he can be. That's right, Mark is going to be focusing on the Celtic Guardian. Um, it's not the most individually powerful monster, but since he's focused, he can really adjust his deck to really push in on that. So hopefully he's going to do great moving forward. Instead of fiends and darks and earths and machines, he's got earth and warrior. Let's see if that works out better for him than it has the last couple of events. Quan. A young boy who loves playing with building blocks his whole life found a bunch of cards based on them. They're colorful and very neat. He hopes to show what kids are made of. Quan is here. He's one of the youngest contenders in the event, and that's okay. It's a safe place for kids, it's a safe place for adults, and he's here to show off what his toy-themed deck can really do. The Block Man is a very interesting card that can set him up for all sorts of plays if you're not careful. Don't underestimate him just because he's a kid. Ada, the princess is back, and this time she knows her cards are good. Her mother promised her deck is what she wants it to be, but Ada knows. There's no way her mom didn't keep the good cards, but that's fine. She'll win this time and take her place as the real top of the hive. Ada has come with an improved insect deck, still focused on the perfectly ultimate Great Moth, but it's gone through drastic improvements, and she knows this is the time where the princess steps up and shows the hive what she really is. Corsal. Corsal recently left the maid cafe for a new job at the card shop. His deck has undergone through a beautiful upgrade with a beautiful dragon to head it. He hopes this will bring him the luck and skill he needs to impress his new boss. That's right, the new guy is Corsal, and he has found the gem dragons. Luster Dragon number 2 is quite powerful for a single tribute, and that should mean great things for him moving forward. It's a beautiful card, and he hopes that that means a beautiful victory for himself. Bob. Bob is a normal human. Bob does normal human things. Despite what one of Bob's coworkers thinks, Bob works in an office. Bob puts on Bob's pants one arm at a time, just like everyone else. Bob uses a completely normal deck. Just like Bob, who is normal. I believe Bob. Panay. Panay has big monsters and a big metal trap to make him bigger. The plan is simple. Summon big guy. Make it bigger. Win with the biggest guy. Panay is not the best strategist, but that doesn't matter if your attack points are high enough. That's right, Panay is a young, excited boy with a metal Zoa, and he's ready to show off that big number good. Kinda hard to argue. I mean, have you ever had big number? 13. He's here to support his brothers. Both of them. He wants 12 to get back his deck, and he wants his other brother to come home. He's in a bind emotionally, but his loyalty is to the clan, and he will do anything it takes to get things in order. That's right, 12's brother, 13, is here. And his deck was not stolen. Based around normal monsters, Knight of the Red Lotus is going to be quite the interesting predicament. And just like 12, if 13 finds and defeats his missing brother, his deck's going back to 12 and he's coming home. Good luck? Maybe bad luck? I don't know. It's a very confusing situation. Leo. Leo is an artist for the game, was once again asked to be a special guest. He has been swamped with people asking him to sign various cards, but unfortunately none of them had art by him. Do people really not want their Uguchis signed? I mean, he did such good art for them. Morinfen, Uguchi, Yoranzo. Perfectly normal cards with perfectly normal, beautiful art. He doesn't quite understand, but that's okay. He's here with his beautiful Morinfen, and he's going to put in work. And just like anybody else, if he qualifies, he's going to keep going. Because, heck, maybe if he qualifies, they'll give him a more important card to do the art for. Not that Morinfen isn't important, but imagine if Morinfen was the art for something like Metal Zoa or Blue Eyes, you know? But that's okay. He'll get some art on something even better next time, especially if he does really well. He's certain of it. Fira, the older sister of Panay, she doesn't quite understand the game super well. She does understand that big numbers are better, so her brother tells her. And this seems to be the biggest numbered monster you can find. She doesn't understand why everyone gives her weird looks about her boss monster. That's right, Fira is playing Ultimate Obedient Fiend. I mean, she believes her brother when he says big number good, so 3500, that's a big number. She doesn't she'll probably understand by the end of the event, but as of now, she doesn't know what it is she just signed up for. But good luck, Fira. Maybe the rest of your deck can work around what it is that you brought in. Baru. A Tanuki using her weekend for the event. An avid insect lover, she found the mantis cards interesting. She hopes that by placing well, maybe she'll be able to quit her job and go pro instead of working so much she barely sleeps. Baru has decided that instead of using the weekend to catch up on sleep, she's going to really push to see if this insect deck can get her to Worlds. I don't know. Maybe by making Worlds, she can become a professional. Not that anybody has yet, but maybe that'll lead to it, right? She really wants to leave this job, so here's hoping. Coriander. The prince is honed in. He already has been told of a mission he needs to go on soon, and this is the best practice you can get for that. Barring Worlds, of course. He has nothing but faith in the monks to push past and get him the victory he strives for, and he knows he has the patience to get it done, too. That's right, Coriander has been assigned to a mission, but it's going to be after regionals, and if he makes Worlds, it can probably be pushed to after Worlds. His rock deck has undergone more improvements. The monks are still a threat, and he plans on being a threat. So, good luck, have fun, and get that practice you need in. Caspian. Caspian feels like an idiot. He took a shot in the dark that maybe he could force himself to go out without the support of Nyx or Suna. Now the realization has hit him. If he plays against Corsal, he'll probably just be a mess. He just has to lock in. Just, just lock in. Caspian came here under the assumption that he would be the opportunity to see his crush, but now he's here alone, and he could end up against, the crush that made him start playing dragons to begin with, Corsal, at any point, and he's now extremely worried about it. But you can't leave now that the event has started, so just don't mess up, Caspian. Just don't mess up. Kalia, a zombie duelist focused on the long game. Kalia has taken a more control approach to zombie decks in hopes that by coming more off kilter with her strategy, she could throw people off their game. Her Pumpkin and Castle of Dark Illusion combo sets up a strong strategy if she can hold the field. That's right, her plan is to run zombies with defense points, power them up with Pumpkin and Castle of Dark Illusions, and punch through. It's a very classic combo that I'm sure everybody knows about. It's hopefully a strategy that'll work out for her. We'll have to see. And then as everything goes longer, she's going to get more and more powerful. Let's see how it does for her, especially in comparison to some of these quicker decks. Our final competitor, Damon. Damon's goal is simple. Take away a qualifying spot from these people to carve an easier path to the champ. Damon has already qualified for Worlds by getting second place in Hell and already has a top 8 finish in Draconia under his belt. Now he just needs to get a top 4 to stop anyone else from getting in and secure his number 1 seed as a quick run to face the world champ. That's right, Damon is here, almost the complete opposite of Aiden. He's here to stop anyone from getting a top 4 spot, so that this big tournament just has one less person in it. And if it's got one less person in it, that makes it even easier to get it in and face the world champion. Because after regionals and after the knockout rounds, it's going to be a big event. Winner of that event is going to go one-on-one with the champ. So, as long as he can get an easy ride there, he has full confidence that he can beat the champion. In order to do that, though, you have to place in the top 15 of regionals. But why only 15? Well, Yuna, the twin sister of the world champ. Yuna finished second place in the pre-release Worlds. Due to that, she got a free pass to the elimination round, and will just be observing games today. She plans on getting the run back with her brother and showing off that she's got what it takes to beat him. That's right, Yuna has the automatic #1 seed in the knockout rounds, and the next of the top 15 will be joining her in that event. So, it is up to everyone to lock in, because the second place competitor is here, and she's not going to mess around. So everyone needs to step up and be ready. So, that is everyone playing today. And like I said, this event's so big, this is not going to be one episode. This is going to be 3 episodes before we even get to the knockout rounds. So everyone, I hope you're ready for a lot of games, a lot of interesting matchups. Lock in. Let's go. As always, you can find all Picrews and artists in the description below. Let's get to it. Welcome everyone to the first ever Magic Era Regional Championships. I'm super excited to do this today. As you can see, this is going to be an absolutely massive tournament. 50 players, 6 rounds. We are talking 25 matches around, 6 rounds. There's going to be 150 matches over the next 3 videos, because every single game is going to matter as these 50 duelists try and take the top 15 spots. And every game matters, because if you only beat losers, that's not going to help your ranking. So I'm super excited to get into this. I don't even really want to waste any more time. This is going to be a long video. Let's hop to it. Alrighty, and let's get into the first match. Our new goblin friend Wallace and the mysterious 13. Wallace with his combination of consistency and aggression versus 13's normal monster deck. Knight of the Red Lotus is pretty powerful, but as you can see, we already got a good grip of goblins here for Wallace, including Goblin Thief. And 1900's not going to be easy to beat over. Alright, well, Pot of Greed into Dark Hole will set you up in a good position for sure. And High Tide Gyojin, not a bad little beater there. It's going to put Wallace on the back foot. A good. And got the Justy break, that's a good MST. Not great sequencing there from Wallace. Maybe the masked man on the other side of the table threw him off. Now, the Wolf Axe Wielder just getting in there. He had nothing but a Goblin Pothole squad. And a Goblin Decoy squad, yeah. Here's the problem. Wallace has a couple of defensive monsters, but it's either 0 or 2000. And here comes the massive consistency of 13. Who will now be able to revive normal monsters every turn. I'm not sure I like Wallace's position at all, especially now no longer having a Dark Hole. All 13 needs any monster. This is going to clean up game 1. Just some missequencing here by the AI. And there we go. Wolf Axe Wielder, Beast of Tau, and the Fissure. Just a very easy cleanup here for 13, who's going to take game 1. Alright, we're going to move on to game 2. See what it is Wallace can do to recover here. Basically no high power goblins at all, and a mistimed Dark Hole. There was just no fighting back. Here we go, Scrounging Goblin, Goblin of Greed, and Solemn Judgment. Really good setup for going first. It's just, will the AI counter? Yep. That was my one worry. Wolf Axe Wielder here doesn't beat that Scrounging Goblin and would set him up with a search, but... Alright, well, pay 4,000 to burn your opponent's Monster Reborn. I guess we'll see if that's good or bad. Alright, well, if Wallace is willing to hold the Goblin Black Ops here... Oh, the Goblin Recon Squad's 1,700. Another search here. Good Goblin housekeeping. Which the AI doesn't play perfectly, unfortunately, but that's alright. Now the big problem is what kind of monsters... Yep, just a Wolf Axe Wielder. And not activating anything end of turn. Very strange. Alright, just a little cycle. Putting away the Goblin of Greed, I'm not sure I love, but... Now, we get to start tearing some cards out of hand. Not too bad here for Wallace. Pretty down on life points, and... There we go, Knight of the Red Lotus. Probably about to put an end to this whole thing. There's some ways out of this for Wallace. Dark Hole still available. There's still some high power goblins left. But if he can't draw them, is a just game here. Yep. Double Wolf Axe Wielder, High Tide Gyojin. And just like that, 13 will be taking the 2-0 over Wallace. Just not seeing any Goblin attack force, any of the consistency. But there's a lot of rounds left. Let's see what he can do. Alright. So, in the first round, that is going to be 2 sets to 13. Now we're tracking this as different games. That way if you win a game, you still get some points. Unfortunately, that is all points to 13 in the first round. That's going to be next up. A very wild one here by the randomizer, as these were completely random. Layla versus Lola, the twins facing off in the first round. This is going to be very, very interesting. Alright. Layla versus Lola from Layla's side. You know she's excited to get to face her sister. The first round's just a wild time to get that. So we're going to have to see how it goes. Alright, not the worst draw here for Layla, but... Oh, Lola going in for the Thunder Dragons immediately. And searching Polly. Now I know she's not going to summon here, but there's the Thunder Nyan Nyan as well. We have a few big monsters as long as they've got drawbacks. Alright, what's the plan? Alright, I guess she got excited and just did that. That means we are getting twin-headed Thunder Dragon, Thunder Nyan Nyan. Mountain that's just going to power up her Thunders more. And Lola's still with the Watt Kid, able to get in for 1,200 here. Already putting Layla on the back foot. And it's not great for her. I mean, Shining Angel at least can potentially put up some defense. But, well, you know what? It should protect her from... Yep, the Watt Kids aren't going to get in this turn. So maybe there's something she can do here. Yeah, no, I don't think that's going to be good enough, unfortunately. Lola not bothering to put the Watt Kid into attack mode because it wasn't going to get the kill. Honestly, very wise. And it looks like that's just going to be it. I see See, the AI sees that Union monsters have protection, but just like that, Lola very easily cleans up game 1 against her sister. Let's see if Layla has any sort of comeback for the overwhelming power of these Thunder monsters. Once again choosing to go second, hoping to go on the aggressive. Now that was a killer opener for Lola. Thunder Yan Yan, Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon immediately is going to be huge for anyone, so. Alright. Just Thunder Yan Yan, but this time... Alright, swords may give a good ability to hold off here. Get these Union monsters into rotation. Okay, equipping the Oil Man isn't fantastic yet. And that Thunder Nyan Nyan putting up a great wall. Oh, there we go. And the Launcher Spider. There we go. An absolutely massive monster here for Layla to get up. That swords just did her a lot of good. Except the Judgment of Thunder on the Thunder Monster summon. At least Flintlock not bothering to go for the Rye Rider here? I guess I get it. Because it does cause stun, but it only stuns you as long as Rye Rider's there, so. Alright, that's going to stun Flintlock for a turn. Not going for the Gradius options, an interesting choice here. Oh. That's Thunder Dragon into 2 Thunder Dragons. Are we about to see it again? Oh, we are. With 2 Thunder Dragons, it returns Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon. And the tribute of the King of the Swamp, the Paralyzing Mushroom. And once again, Lola has just put Layla in a terrible position. Just like last game, 7,700 life points. Heavy mech support platform bringing back the Oil Man to protect for 2 attacks, but yep, even Watkid hits over that. Not bothering to go in with Rye Rider. I mean, I get it. There's no kill on board. Go. Equipping the Oil Man, but I think that's not enough. Oh yeah, especially with the Watkid, that's definitely not enough. 16, and there we go. Another 2-0, this time Lola 2-0ing her very excited sister. Way to go. Let's get back to the bracket. Alright. And the wild one, Lola 2-0 over Layla. I guess these sisters are both unequal in excitement and in power. But Layla's passion will get us there. But for the next round, it's going to be Kalia versus Fira. Kalia with the defensive zombie deck versus Fira and her ultimate obedient fiend. More of like a fire-themed deck. So we're going to see how this goes for her. Not a bad opening hand here from Kalia at all. Let's see what Fira has. Gonna use the swords to flip that up. And since it's just gonna pop itself, plays around trap cards. Very smart there by Kalia. The tribute to the doomed, popping the pyramid turtle. And Just setting. Alright. Is Pyramid Turtle gonna get in? Nope, just gonna wait. No need to attack in the back row with a low attack monster, I guess. And into the Pumpkin. Now I imagine. Nope, hollowed life barrier. Just to protect the Fire Princess, but that's where the Fisher comes in. One thing about Fira's deck is needing to discard, needing to have an empty hand for the Ultimate Obedient Fiend means a lot of discard. Meaning she's going to lose advantage from time to time. And losing her Dust Tornado to a Dust Tornado. Not that bad if you're Kalia here. It's just up to Fira here to find something. These Fire Troopers aren't it. Not bothering to deal the extra 1000 damage, which is strange. Usually with these two zombies in particular, they love to leave them in attack mode. Alright, well, at least it's 1000 damage. Here we go. Pumpkin to reborn zombies, and at this point, as Fira, you kind of need Dark Hole, swords. Upstart, Dian Keto does technically keep you alive one more turn in this exact position. I believe. Yep. The Dian Keto kept Fira at 100 life points. Is Bonfire gonna search here? Unfortunately, Gaia Soul, while it will take out a Pumpkin and finally deal Fira's first damage of the game, that's it. So it's gonna be another easy game 1 here. And there's the castle. Pumpkin for 19. We are heading to game 2. Kalia doing exactly what she's trying to do, and outlasting Fira here. Fira choosing to go first. Might be a good idea if she can establish a board. Ooh, but this hand is absolutely killer from Kalia here. It doesn't do much this turn, but it doesn't need to. See where the blind MST goes? To the Teuton Mask, okay. I don't like that at all. So that might have put... Alright, well I guess it doesn't put Fira in the best position yet. Not willing to flip this up against a Pyramid Turtle isn't a great look. Oh, you know what? There we go. Flame Ruler. That's 1600 defense. At least as long as nothing goes to the graveyard, it's fine. Oh. Shadow Ghoul can go to the graveyard. Choosing not to attack into the Pyramid Turtle because it can summon high-level monsters is very, very smart of Fira here. Unfortunately, yep. Oh, and was saving the Ultimate Obedient Fiend. Would have had the board state for it. Now just has to wait. So it might kind of be the end already for Fira here. Are we looking at a bait castle? And it is going to work. Unfortunately, it does not appear to be an Ultimate Obedient Fiend in hand, because that's 2 tributes for it. This would have been, again, the perfect board state. Very unfortunate for Fira here. who, while up on life points, I don't like her position against Pumpkin. It's... I was willing to get in with UFO Turtle. Alright. Can't play whatever that is in hand. It must require another discard. Oof. Oh, willing to just go in on the turtle here. And then fissuring the Solar Flare Dragon. Poison Mummy for 500 burn face down. You gotta do what you gotta do. Just for 2,000, not flipping up the Poison Mummy. Would probably have helped, but... Let's see what the defense is on this particular monster if Fear is able to stabilize. Oh, well. Shadow Ghoul is probably going to put an end to this. There's only 3 monsters in Grave, but... Yeah. We might have another 2-0 here if Fear doesn't draw anything to get out of this. And that's going to be it. Another 2-0. Kalia's patient gameplay able to outlast Fear's discard-heavy power deck. That means we've got Kalia Game 1, Kalia Game 2. For our next round, Kagami versus Caspian. We have Kagami's Mirror deck versus Caspian's Spirit Ryu. I think this is going to be an interesting one. Got Fiend Reflection, Copycat, Caspian going first. With a face down monster, that means not great stuff for Copycat here. Alright, Fiend Reflection not beating that Dragon Golem in the Cave. That Shadow Imprisoning Mirror. Not a great matchup for it for you, unfortunately there, Kagami. And I think that's a good TT here. Getting rid of Cursed Dragon, especially with that Reborn in hand here from Kagami. Picking up the Cursed Dragon. This doesn't put, 3,100 damage. This doesn't put Caspian out by any means. But he's going to be playing from a back foot for just a little bit. Discarding 1 dragon to get over the Fiend Reflection. Alright. I don't know why they started doing this with Dark Hole suddenly. Just a handful of low statted mirrors now for Kagami. But they're still in a good position compared to Caspian here. Especially because Copycat's going to match the Swing Dragon. There's the boss. Now it's just about drawing the Ritual spell, because they do have enough with the Job Change mirrors at hand. Why not crash the Mass Dragon? I don't know what Caspian's doing. Maybe he's just unsettled by the person in front of him. I'm not sure. Another Job Change mirror. Defense just a little low there, Kagami. There we go. Caspian's back in the game now. Well. Dark Hole gonna clean the board up. I imagine Job Change going to defense though. Yeah. Life points are really close. It's only got 800 attack. And the black land for 15. Now drawing the spell for the Fiend's Mirror isn't going to do them any good. And unfortunately, Kagumi's just been sitting with that useless Shadow Imprisoning Mirror the whole time. And just a little late with the Manju. But zero follow-up from Caspian here is very interesting. Gonna leave Copycat to stabilize the board. So maybe they have ways to get into the Fiend's Mirror here. No. Caspian willing to just crash and set up a swords. Okay. Into a Heart of the Underdog. Archfiend Mirror, easily one of Kagumi's worst monsters. Caspian drawing nothing, I guess, luckily for him. Kagumi's got zero follow-up. Probably a good Solemn here, stopping the Curse of Dragon. Now they are low. This, that is exactly enough material to summon the Fiend Mirror. 2100 attack, now on Kagumi's side. Swords are down. I don't think... Oh, that's gonna be a huge Harpies here. Boku buying Caspian a turn here at least. Discarding the Serpent Night Dragon. 2 Serpent Night Dragons. Put Spirit Ryu at 3000 attack. That would explain why his hand was brick. He drew his only 2 copies of Serpent Night Dragon. And just like that, with the Spirit Ryu top deck, that is going to get Caspian game 1. That was a shockingly close one. As we head into game 2, Kagami going second. Do they have the power to overrun? Alright, Manju, Fiend Reflection number 1, and Mirror Force. Not a bad series of cards here for Kagami. And the Reborn. Oof, MST. There goes the only Mirror Force in Kagami's deck. And Komori Dragon's gonna help bust through. Dragon Dwelling in the cave for 13. Unfortunately, Fiend Reflection number 1 is one of Kagami's biggest monsters. Well, okay, Dark Hole. Then, what are we thinking? Reborn on the Komori Dragon? Yep. Even though they lost Mirror Force, that Dark Hole did just as much work. Alright, Blackland's gonna be able to hold the field as long as Kagami does not draw the Fiend's Mirror here. You know what? Copycat will also help if they're willing to crash. They're not at the moment. Might give Kagami might give Caspian an opening here, and he's gonna take it to Discarding another Spirit Ryu. Not clearing the copycat coat, though, might come back to bite him here. Losing the Spirit Ryu, and then Kagami manages to set another monster. But able to bait the Solemn Judgment. And now Kagami does not have... Oh, you know what? Never mind. Kagami does have the ritual material with that Manju. They are going to overpay a little bit for that Fiend Mirror, but that's fine. Because if you're winning the board, it doesn't matter. Kagami keeping this game close, up by 50 life points. Two large monsters on the board. Not getting rid of that copycat earlier, really coming back to haunt Caspian here. And able to soak an attack, but not able to soak up a fissure. And we're going to see an exact repeat of last turn, card for card. Caspian needs some very good draws here. Unless that's the third Waboku, it looks like it's over. Job change into Fiend's Mirror. We're going to game 3. As Caspian just could not draw the out. Very close one. Kagami getting to go second again. Caspian wanting to take the first turn. Could be a good hand here from Kagami depending on draws. But Master Dragon, Heart of the Underdog. Okay. Might be cooking here. Mirror of Oath. Oh. Luckily, not enough material to actually summon the Fiend's Mirror. That's only 3 stars worth. There we go. This time willing to crash the Masked Dragon. And unfortunately, Mirror of Oaths is not a counter trap, so it does not work in the damage step. So even though it stops summons from deck, it doesn't work on the floaters, but there's exactly 6 stars. Welcome back, Fiend Mirror. We know Spirit Ryu is one of the best ways Caspian has to deal with Fiend's Mirror, so really unfortunate to see it go here. Yep, able to take control of the board. Copycat going to 1400 attack. Oh, that's a good TT actually. Dragon. Caspian has at least 1500 attack worth of... Yep. Is he going to be able to pull this one out? Just a Solemn Judgment. Which Kagami, we know the AI just shotguns it. But not on Pot of Greed. That might have... As long as Caspian... No, we know Caspian has to have a monster in hand, because he wouldn't have chosen Spirit Ryu otherwise. And with that, Caspian is going to take down Kagami in Game 3. Just good quality play here by Caspian to get the save. But Kagami did get our first Game 3, so that's not too bad. Kagami almost pulled it out, but it did go. Caspian? Kagami? Caspian. So that was pretty big. That means the next round, last event silver medalist versus the returning Corsal. Alright, we've got Pac-Man versus Dragons. Back-to-back Dragon games. Always very exciting. Two different approaches to dragons. Tay getting to go first here and getting to set up that stealth bird. While that looks like a good idea, it's only 400 damage, it's not that bad. Getting rid of the burst breath. Honestly, a good pop here. And just getting to save the fissure since Grave Oge is a whopping 1600 attack. Combined with that stealth bird, this is about to start being a lot of burn every single turn. And unfortunately, swords, well, you know what? It stopped the burn that attack. Or that turn. And the Cobra Man. Oh, nope, there we go. Luster Dragon. It baits the Waboku. And unfortunately not attacking the stealth birds. We're looking at 1300 burn. And that fissure probably about to get rid of the Luster Dragon. Cat really wants attention. And now the Wandering Mummy shuffling all the face-down monsters. Make it even harder for Corsal to figure out what to do about that stealth bird. Another 300 from Grave Oge, another 1000 from the stealth bird. Is everybody going to get flipped up for the burn here? Just the Wandering Mummy? Alright, yeah, I'm not sure that 300 extra burn mattered, but now Corsal's in just a bad spot. Another Grave Oge? Oh, not bothering with it. Missing out on 300 burn here. That could add up. Tay coming out swinging here. There's nothing to look at from the Cobra Man's side. And that's it. Fairy Dragon not big enough. Grave Oge. The only damage that game was from the Stamping Destruction on Corsal's side. Meanwhile, Tay had complete control. She made a promise she was gonna go to Worlds, so she's gotta step up and show that off. Another great hand here from Tay. Stealth Bird into Grave Oge again just represents so much damage. The Blind Dust Tornado hits the Piercing Trap. And while there's no burn this turn, Stealth Bird does still get in for 700. Again, missing out on 300 burr, but maybe it's playing around something. be exactly what Corsal needed to get it back into this game. Banishing it to summon Dragon Dwelling in the Cave. That's not what you summon with that. There's the 1300 burn. Why Dragon Dwelling in the Cave? You have better dragons you can summon with that. And just like that, I think it's over. You know what? Corsal gets exactly one more turn. But he has to clear the entire board. Because that Stealth Bird does mean a clean, perfect victory. Unfortunately, that's it. The Stealth Bird's going to come up, and that's going to be a 2-0 Tay. Taking only 500 damage the entire match. Tay remains one of our most powerful contenders, I think. I think she needs to stop worrying so much and learn to embrace the Pac-Man. So, Tay got it in 2. Kagami's so far the only person to take it to game 3, but we're only starting. It's time to check out Belladonna versus Shat Calico. Alright, we are going to take the perspective of the Slime Girl versus the Ninja deck. Yeah, an okay hand here from Belladonna, at least for her style of deck. A Mother Grizzly, I mean, is always going to be good, so. And a Destruction Trap and Spell Trap removal face down. Not too bad. Oof, discarding the Monstrous Bird for the Lady Ninja effect. Ah, they really wanted to transform here. Oh, because there's another Monstrous Bird. Okay. Mother Grizzly going into Humanoid Slime. That makes sense. And King Swamp and Humanoid Slime going into Humanoid Wormdrake. Starboy. I'd have probably put that on Starboy myself, but to each their own, Belladonna. And if they do manage to destroy the Starboy, that's a Michizure for that. Choosing not to Michizure away the White Ninja. I guess Belladonna is confident in her position here. Fusion deployment for Wormdrake. Unfortunately, nothing in defense for the White Ninja to pop. Unfortunately... Oh, well... Shat Calico has a bit more of a 2-card combo kind of deck, so when you don't have them. And Umi just for a little boost. Are we looking at the end of game 1 from Belladonna here? The answer is if she draws another monster, yes. And the Reflect Slime. I mean, game 1 goes to Belladonna. This could be a major upset, at least in my opinion. About to see what game 2 brings us. She just kind of had the nuts there for a little bit. Alright, Mother Grizzly, Starboy, Magical Reflect Slime. Chat with the Pot of Greed. What a get here. Fuma Shuriken, at least it's still 700 burn, but... Alright, Abisu. It's a big boy. Not too bad. But nothing to beat a 1400 attack point monster. Is this going to bait Abisu into attack mode? No, I think a very wise dark hole here. Bringing back Star... I don't like bringing back the Starboy here. That is a reciprocal effect. Chat, I'm not sure why you did that. Yeah, I think a wise swords until hopefully he can stabilize, but... Loving to steal may have cost Shat Calico the game. We're gonna have to find out. Crimson Ninja unfortunately not able to get a pop either. He's definitely got plenty of monsters that might be able to help. Now with swords up, he's willing to get in with the Crimson Ninja for 300. Now Belladonna needs anything with decent defense, and instead draws the third poly. So despite the rocky start, I think Shat Calico is getting, yep, going to be picking up game 2. Well, popping the Fuma Shuriken still makes this lethal. Gonna head into game 3. Shat was causing me some doubts there for a moment, but that was a little misplaced, I guess. We're gonna see. This time Belladonna choosing to go first. Wormdrake, MST, Michizure. Choosing to go with the Magical Reflect Slime. Also, not a bad option. Michizure clearing the White Ninja. Go see the blind MST, we are. That's not going to be a trap hole. Which means the AI may just ignore it for a little bit. Oh. It's going to leave you wide open, chat. That was a decent play had that not been exactly Dust Tornado. Was looking to go into the Monstrous Bird here for another 2k direct. Instead, Belladonna gets Mother Grizzly and gets to keep up the pressure. Unfortunately, it seems the best Shat can do is chip damage. Go-Go's effect not even going to go off for a while. Belladonna's going to keep a pretty low hand size. So there's nothing to rip away. Definitely not a bad fissure. Unfortunately for the Lady Ninja, the Mother Grizzly's just going to be too big. And that Starboy's about to do some serious work here. Actually choosing not to. Very interesting. Reborning White Ninja. Yep. 1500 attack. Largest thing available. Unfortunately for Shat here, Wormdrake has 1500 defense. So that comes down set. It's going to hold the field at least for a little bit. If he can just get a transformation or a tribute monster. Maybe he can figure something out. Alright, or she's going to put her Wormdrake in attack mode, play an Umi that doesn't boost her Wormdrake. Again, only 100 damage. But he's keeping that board presence. And just a little late on that King of the Swamp. But the punishment's not going too badly, as Shat just is not getting the follow-up. Does have the MST for the trap hole. Okay. So that must just be, I don't know what that could be in hand that he just doesn't want to set or play. Alright, Fuma Shuriken turning this into a 2-attack game. Michizure only helps if you have a monster to destroy. And it doesn't get Heartbeat. Alright, can Shat Calico get one more attack off and end the game? It looks like it, despite that game 1 giving me some pause. Shat Calico is able to get the win here. 2-1 over Belladonna. Alright. Belladonna may have got game 1. But Shat got the next 2. Reverse sweep. Very nice. Next, we've got our very excited museum curator Samir versus the returning Angela. Okay. Samir versus Angela. Samir with the Egyptian themed deck. Angela back with Angels. Millennium Seeker, Pharaoh's Treasure, Solemn Judgment. Not a bad couple of cards. But Pot of Greed will do you a lot of good. Solemn Judgment protecting a card that can chain to MST is very unfortunate by the AI here. And then the Cestus of Dolga on the Shining Abyss. That is huge. Okay, well now it can't attack. Holding arms and holding legs are going to be huge cards here for Samir. And managed to survive the TT. Luckily the next holding arms should also do a little work for him here, but not really sure his current comeback potential. I mean, he's got things he can go through. Maybe less so now. This might be a continuation of Angela's winning ways from the first event. We'll have to see. Giant Germ will mitigate damage. That's coming in slightly, but it might not be enough. That's only 1100 damage, so as long as Angela doesn't draw a monster. Never mind, another Dark Witch does it, and that's going to be game 1 to Angela. See what Samir can do here on the second game. Luckily, there's a fissure here, because the Cestus on the Shining Angel is massive. Seeker getting in for 1,000. And the Pharaoh's Treasure, I mean, isn't outstanding, but it, you know, if it gets drawn soon, it recycles that fissure, so that's fine. Oh. Spirit of the Harp aggro. I mean, I guess. Okay, there we go. As long as there's not a Dark Witch here in Angela's hands, between the holding arm. Nope. I was about to say the Millennium Shield's a chance to at least be stable, but Angela just having it again. It's again attempting the holding arms. Alright. Just forgiving Maiden Beatdown. A couple ways to go here. It's just putting that holding arms to defense and... Nope. Tried to go for the holding legs. Unfortunate that that's not going to work. It's going to lead to a little more damage and no monster on board. So again, the question is, do you just hang on here, or do you set the Millennium Shield? Or do you hope the germs I guess you hope the germs survive here, take a little bit of damage, try and get into Sengenjin. Does the last germ survive? It does. Okay, maybe the Sengenjin play here is the way to go. $27.50 and weakened defenses on Angela's side, as long as she doesn't draw exactly Wingweaver this turn. Alright. Oh, well, no, there's 3 more turns to find Wingweaver. Okay. Well, let's see how this goes. Setting the Millennium Seeker, setting the Dark Coffin. And just gonna clear... I love when the AI just sets a bunch of monsters into attack mode behind swords. Alright, at this point, even if Angela does get the Wingweaver... no, that might be... Okay, there goes Tellus. Alright, with the Millennium Seeker. I think that means even with Wingweaver, that's survival. Because there should be a Dark Hole coming here on Samir's side, but does that mean he has any follow-up? 2 Millennium Shields in hand is very bricky. Alright, you just kind of hope Angela doesn't draw something this turn. I mean, the Dark Hole's the right play. Seeing every Tribute monster in his deck is not good. Do you have something here? Mystic Tomato beats it by 100 and is a floater. There we go, that's some... Whoops. That's some big beats here. Alright, once again the decision is sticking with the holding arms or going into Millennium Shield. Choosing to stick with the holding arms. Alright. $750 to $5,500. Not setting the second widespread ruin. Because the AI just doesn't like to set duplicate traps. Okay, with the TT... The TT was a great reason to keep the holding arms, but... Now let's see if Angela plays around the TT or not. No, she doesn't. Would have been game had she just attacked twice. Huge pot of greed here. Samir hanging on, but not really getting pressure. He's got to find something here. The Shining Abyss, once again, a huge presence on the board. Samir, if you got anything. Trap hole, maybe in case of another Wingweaver or a Dark Witch, but nope, just a light effigy. I mean, it's off the board, but that's it. No monsters after all these turns. That's gonna be it. That's gonna be the 2-0 from Angela. Yeah, the widespread ruin pops here, but the light effigy gets in 1,500. He definitely tried. It just wasn't enough. So that is going to be 2 games for Angela. And we are going to move on to Alex versus Ada. Let's get into it. Alex versus Ada. Robo Yaru Robo Lady versus Insects. A really good opening hand here from Alex. Ada just having to set, not knowing what's coming. Alright, absolutely nothing off the Enchanted Fitting Room. But doesn't matter. Got the Super Robo Lady. Alright, well, that's gonna deflect 800 here. Okay. probably could have used Cybernetic Zone or something like that, but that's alright. And trap holing the giant rat, unfortunately for Alex, puts them in a bad position here. 3,000 direct off the insects. Alex, have you got anything left for this? The answer is a 1,600 attack point monster with overdrive. Could help stabilize here. Leaves you wondering what the plan is. The plan is currently set. And turn everything into an insect. Which you know when you see DNA surgery, it's definitely in the plan, but the AI will not clear those most of the time. Teat Moth gone. Now, Ada, I think, is actually in a considerably better position here. She just needs to draw any of her outs. That cocoon is just going to be able to sit there for a while. Alex just drawing dead. Now if you're Ada, you do hate to lose all these 1,500 attack point monsters. That's not great for you. Okay. Not sure why the flee in attack mode was the play with the Waboku, but at least Alex is able to get in for another 100. Alex, you really need to draw something to get a fusion on board, or Ada, you need to draw something to get some last little bits of pressure. Swords is kinda neither, kinda both on Ada's side. Interesting. It's good-ish, but it doesn't really help either. Alright, well now that's just protection if Ada actually finds an out. I've seen these two slug it out before, so you know, them both kind of getting stuck like this is kind of unfortunate. Emissaries here, which can search up a Robo Lady if it manages to die. Oh wait, just draw the Robo Lady. And this is where things are going to get absolutely massive. Super Robo Lady with the fusion weapon, and never mind, Layer Wire. The Oni tank not able to get over the big insect there. That was what Alex needed, but unfortunately just having the out there. Howling Insect, what you gonna search up? Another Cocoon of Evolution. Alright. At this point, this game is kind of just Ada's to take if she can just draw something. Not summoning the overdrive, probably wise. It's very rare to see the AI just not summon the 5th monster. It's getting destroyed here. The overdrive, okay. Howling Insect is going to get another summon from deck. The 3rd Cocoon. before summoning Giant Flea. Alright. I know both... Well... I was about to say both Ada and Alex have ways out of this. Oh, there we go. Alex forced to TT their entire board. A double emissary is going to get searches here. Alex out. Nope, just Ada got the first search. Ada getting 2 petite mods. However, Alex drawing the last Robo Yaru out of Robo Ladies. There we go. We might finally see some progress here on Alex's side. Nine cards left in deck on Ada's side. Out of Cocoon of Evolutions. But the TT. Minefield Driller getting back the Gaia power. And probably a wise swords here from Alex, just in case Ada does pull something up here. Okay. Do you have anything here at all, Alex? Or Ada. They're both A names. How to get so many A names in such a short amount of time. The Flea able to take advantage of the Gaia power. Minefield Driller willing to crash. No field spell to find. That's alright. It is kind of Alex's game to win now. It went from a game where Ada was one draw away from taking over to a game where... Oh good, the AI knows it's out of normal monsters because it did the emissary search. It's not going to waste its time with Enchanted Fitting Room. Looks like Alex is going to actually pull out the game 1. 3,400 on board against 2,900. No layer wire. There we go. Game 1 to Alex. That had its ups and downs, for sure. Maybe my insider knowledge of decks made it look like it was closer than it was. Interesting, Ada choosing to go second. Might actually be huge for Alex here. Just playing out an emissary allows a robo search. Turning everything to an insect again. And TT. Okay. Robo Yaru and the Petite Moth search on Ada's side. And a set and sweat, meaning might be a Petite Moth, might be a Cocoon of Evolution. Okay, there's the Robo Lady. Oh, that's definitely a Petite Moth. Didn't search one up, probably means there's nothing to follow up. Which... it's unlucky here for Alex that they don't really have... Oh, they've got a plan. Giant Rat into Minefield Driller. And too bad. Alright, the sword's here to save some life. Enough fitting room here. Alright, you have some left, so. Whiffing again. Willing to go up 100 for a Minefield Driller again. Alright. setting. There goes the Petite Moth. Ada quickly losing access to Great Moth and Pugum, so... Oh, and a Polly. Choosing to go for Pair Psychroid with the fusion weapon. 3100 direct. Ada needs something right now to stop Pair Psychroid. And crashing to destroy Minefield Driller, I'm not sure is it. 3100 more to the face. Alex might get game 2. Reborning Overdrive. No swords, no set. That looks like it's it. Waboku hidden back there? No. Alex with the 2-0 thanks to Pair Psychroid. Absolutely crazy. Alex, despite what they said, getting a 2-0 over Ada. That's got to be big for them. Next a game with another A name. We've got Coop versus Amerigo. Clowns versus the swap deck. We'll see how this goes. Amerigo, once again, not getting a matchup that's great for her here against another control deck. The randomizer hates to see Amerigo get a deck that has something worth swapping, but maybe we'll be surprised, you know? Coop going first here. Now, Mystic Clown Pass isn't going to be a great opener a lot of the time, but I guess we'll see. Especially here, gets creature swap to the Amoeba, 2k burn, another 1200 from his own clown. Makes you wonder, is he going to Dark Hole here? Yeah. Kind of hate to see it, but that's what the AI does. And gets TT'd in Revenge. Depending on Amerigo's hand, that was probably a good decision. Dream Clown can do a lot of work. No, I think if the Mother Grizzly was always in hand, probably not worth TTing there, but that's how the AI is. Setting PD here. It's going to be decent enough protection. Going straight through the clowns. But now you have to wonder, does Coop have a follow-up here? Because Pettin ain't it. Waboku gets him a turn. Attacking just to turn it face up. No Sangin can beat that Ryukushin Clown now, so very unfortunate. Not able to get Bakuri Box out. This has Coop in a very, very bad way. Amerigo's Grizzlies, and then just summoning the dummy golem in attack mode. I guess just because. Okay, well, Pot agreed. Hold on. And the swords. That does mean Crass Clown can start bouncing. And Amerigo proceeds to set 5 cards. Getting the Shield Crush on the Mother Grizzly. absolutely crazy plays here. Unfortunately, Waboku, but the Morphing Jar. Now the Harpies. I feel like this game is suddenly turned around. I'm going to check that graveyard real quick. Hit Mystic Box, Swords, and Change of Heart. Creature swaps, give Sangan away. But only gets the Clown in return. Now if Amerigo can clear the Sangan here, that'll be okay. Popping Trap Hole. She could honestly really use Dark Hole pretty good, actually. Dark Hole's pretty good. Do you get Mushroom Man here? I think that's really... No, Giant Rat. Alright. The AI sees the attack points of Giant Rat, and that's where they want to go. I honestly think Mushroom Man number 2 there was actually the better play. Start getting that burn going. But... Oh, nope, there it is. Soggy gonna hold off a little bit. Able to pass off the Mushroom Man without having to pay for it. That's funny, I suppose. Now that Crass Clown's going to be able to hold off the Giant Rat here. Sending both Mushroom Men over. We are. It's going to be 600 burn on the next turn, and then it's going to be kind of up to Coop if he's sending them back. But actually, it's going to be a lot of damage on the Crackback. If that's not Waboku face down, but it is. It's going to protect Soggy here. And he's going to give back both the mushrooms. That does mean next turn he's got nothing he can really do when he's given the mushrooms. So I think this is going to be it for Coop on game 1. Send him back, 600 burn. And then as long as the AI doesn't run over the mushrooms here. Okay, well, it's gonna run over one of them. That's unfortunate. Nope. Nope, it's not. It's actually gonna give him an extra one. It saw that there was a kill there. Normally they just go for it, but that is gonna be it. Death by Mushroom Man, game 1. 25 turns, actually faster than I expected from these two decks. On to game 2. And remember, this match is being streamed to all of Coop's whole fan base here. Alright. This time making Amerigo go first may be good. It's going to be another Giant Rat, I assume? No. Invader of the Throne Room must mean there is a Giant Rat in hand. Sending the Giant Rat now over to Coop's side. Okay. Well, it's going to be 850. Honestly, a pretty good use of the Ryukushin Clown there. Kind of removal. Not going for the crash. Aw, man. Because that would have been 2 more attacks. Now the stumbling is up, so even if she does crash here, that's just going to put them both into defense mode. Which I guess you're okay with if it's the invader here. But nope, another giant rat. And the amoeba. So why the invader last time? Was it just because it saw the 1500 attack points on the clown and decided that was the best thing to do? Very interesting. Dream Clown here going to defense, popping the giant rat. Not bad for Coop here. Now, Amerigo will need to figure something out. Another pop here, losing the Momonga. Giving up the Dream Clown that just went to defense mode, used his removal to get into Picrew box. Okay. And then using the Ryukushin Clown to move that Picrew box back to attack position to get on the offensive. That was honestly a very good play by the AI. Which made it big enough to run over the invader. Does Amerigo have a board clear here? Not currently. She's got a little time to get one, but we'll see. Just using... Interesting that he decided to do it like that, but okay. That's fine. Well, that clears Picrew box. Is that going to be enough to kill? It's not. So only going in with the Dream Clowns. If Amerigo draws 0 monsters or just an amoeba, it's kind of over here. Alright, that's 23. Oh, there we go. Oh, nope, stumbling. Alright, that got Amerigo another turn. And with the MST, that guarantees it. Yep. Looks like Coop is walking with game 2. With her own amoeba and then Dream Clown. That means we are going to game 3. Very interesting back and forth there. Again, not as long as you would expect it to go. Actually, even shorter than the last game. Will Amerigo pull this out, or will Coop get a win for the stream? Let's see what the opening hands look like. Alright. Set, double, back row. Alright. And just a Petin and some back row. It's the slow start from both players here. Unfortunately, with one Petin in hand, the Petin on board isn't going to do as much. Blind Dust hits the TT. Alright, well. Setting 2 Momongas here for Amerigo, gaining 1,000 life points. Does she have something to beat this Petin? No. Was able to get 200 in. One more set, so that's maybe an amoeba, maybe a dummy golem. Petting isn't great for Coop here. Now the Momonga's able to get in for 2,000. And that the only issue with the Mushroom Man here is that Amerigo's going to lose a Momonga, but hypothetically she can replace it with something better, so I guess that's alright. Puts her up higher in life points. That Soggy though, 1500 defense. Shallow Graving back the Momonga. I imagine we're about to see a lot of Amerigo's board actually get cleared up here. Just the Momongas, okay. It does put Amerigo over 10,000 life points. So she's gonna have no problems paying for this Mushroom Man. And it's clunky, but it gets the board wipe, gets in for 500 for King of the Swamp. Now Soggy does return here. Now Coop gets control of the board. But that Mushroom Man burn's going to continue to add up. Especially because Coop is just going to give it back. Choosing not even to attack the face down. Alright, clearing the rat. I assume we're getting Invader, yep. Mushroom Man going back, meaning when it hits when the Crass Clown does a bounce here, I mean, Coop's only got... Well, I mean, I guess, but Coop needs to do something here about... Okay, the answer doing something about the Mushroom Man is just letting Coop run it over. It's going to save him 500 life points. So what would have been a kill in 2 turns is actually nothing. And now that Crass Clown's going to get another bounce. America really needs a Mushroom Man, really needs an Amoeba, even a Giant Germ. Can she get there? Invader, Shallow Grave. We're just looking to deal another 150 damage here. close, ready to intercept, putting up that invader as a wall. There are ways Amerigo finishes this, but not a lot of them at this point. Coop down to 200. Soggy holding the field if he can maybe get a dark hole here. Just a Dream Clown, gotta set the Ryukushin Clown. Oh, trading Dummy Golem for Soggy, that's it. Amerigo's going to beat Coop in Game 3. In a very interesting back and forth there. Alrighty, it's gonna go Amerigo, Coop, Amerigo. Very close series. Then we're jumping on to Panay and Damon. Let's do it. Panay and his Metal Morph deck versus Damon's Dark Blade. Damon here to just stop anyone else from making it to Worlds, whereas Panay's here to swing with big number. Dark Blade set pass, not bad for Damon here. Drawing all 3 Mystic Tomatoes. You hate that if you're Panay here, but not much you can do about it at this point. Exiled Force popping the Mystic Tomato. Losing MST from the Dust Tornado. We just Dark Holing Dark Blade? We are. So at least the board's clear, and Panay's actually going to get the Dark Blade here. Immediately looking to put Damon on the back foot, but he saved the TT. So even though he's stuck behind the swords, Panay just has 1 Mystic Tomato in hand. Oh, here we go. Kyotera searches the poly. And the crash from the tomato. Dark Effigy 1500, setting the Metal Morph. Alright. It's actually great position for Panay after all that. And okay. Reborning Exiled Force to use as a removal spell. And a set. Not bad plays here by Damon. Now he just has to play around this back row. Alright, and Panay's gonna pay 4,000 to stop Flip Summoned Exiled Force. Damon forced to swords here. We know he's got Poly in hand. That other card in hand could be any number of things. Dark Effigy going ahead and equipping the Metal Morph now. Just going to present the threat on board. Choosing not to tribute summon for Red Eyes. Rhoda getting Dark Blade. And here's the Poly. Dark Blade plus the Dark Hexield means Dark Blade the Dragon Knight, which is 2200. Had he gone into the Red Eyes here, actually would have saved some trouble, but it is too late now. And the Fusion Recycling Plant that was apparently in hand too. And the Zoa, meaning full brick here. And the Dark Blade in hand means 4,000. After a little hiccup, Damon very quickly turning the game around and taking game 1. Panay had the start, but just wasn't able to close it out. poly here. But of course, the AI does not like to fuse on the first turn. The bluff fusion weapon. Mystic Tomato going into Dark Effigy. With Metal Morph protection, that might actually mean a lot here, depending on if Damon has a fusion in hand he can go into. Oh, well. Feather Dusting away the Metal Morph. And Getsu Fuma. Okay. Just a 1700 beater. Nothing wrong with that. Clearing the Getsu Fuma, I assume. Nope, normal summon Dekuichi. The Giant Germ, I think, would have been really good there. Hypothetically getting 2 more tribute fodder on the board for Zoa. But the AI just sees that Dekuichi had 400 more attacks, so not much can be done about it. Drawing the second Giant Germ. Alright, Damon down by 3,700 at this point. Captera searching another poly here. Luckily for him, that's just only one Giant Germ because there was other in hand, so I assume we're seeing the Zoa here. We are. No trap hole, nothing like that. This might be it for Damon if he does not have removal for the Zoa right now. Having to set Dark Blade. Okay. Does Panay draw another monster here? Mystic Tomato, in fact. Meaning Zoa's going to get in. That is going to be game 2 to Panay, who had very little trouble that time. Damon just drawing bad. He's not going to be able to really follow through with his plan if he doesn't get this game here. You'll fall way behind if you're trying to fight your way up from an 0-1. You want as many wins as possible. Oh, the Black Metal Dragon in hand, meaning even if he draws the Metal Morph here, that Red Eyes, that is the only Red Eyes Black Metal in his deck, he is not going to be able to summon it. The poly for the bluff. Dark Effigy for 15 with Trap Hole backup. We might be seeing just a vanilla Red Eyes next turn, as Dark Effigy counts for 2 tributes for a normal monster. Okay, well. Pops the back row, sets, yep. So here comes Red Eyes. Unless it values 2 attacks, it does value 2 attacks more. The Pitch Dark Dragon. 1,500 from the Dark Effigy. At this point, Damon's gonna need something big to turn this around. Oh, that is something big. The Horned Saurus. This effect's gonna allow to set. Oh no, attacking directly instead of attacking one of the monsters. Getting the Kiryu in hand instead of the Dark Hex Sealed. And now the Red Eyes is here. This might just be it. Are we looking at Damon, someone who came here to be a big threat, losing the first round? He's going to go down to 400. And just passes. That's going to be it. Panay's Metal Morph deck taking the match over Damon with the Inferno Fire Blast. Very, very surprising victory here. And the big upset as Panay takes it 2-1 over Damon. Damon, if he wants to go through with his plans, gonna have to, I guess, ride up the loser side. One loss doesn't mean you're out. Two losses might not even mean you're out, but he's gonna have a weak schedule moving his way up, so he's gonna need to win out. But next, Mikina versus Mari. Let's hop into it. Mikina's Ashened deck versus Mari's Exodia. Should be very interesting here. Well, it's a little less Ashen, more general Pyro, but Mari starting with a set and a Heart of the Underdog. Mari with slight upgrades on stats here. Hasn't had as big of an upgrade as a lot of people, but Illusory Gentleman, another one of their new monsters. Only 2 draws this turn. Go ahead and clearing, I assume. And getting up the Illusory Gentleman, alright. Mari has never been afraid to beat down, so it's just unfortunate that there is a Molten Zombie in it. Oh, nope, going ahead and going to Spearhead of the Ashened. Spearhead, right? Yes. I play this deck, I know my Ashened cards. Alright, 2 draws off Heart. 3 draws off Heart. We know there's at least 1 limb in hand. Alright. Mari already in a great spot, and that might be the Giant Soldier Stone here. Yep. So Mikina quickly gonna need to find a way to get through this Giant Soldier before those draws start getting out of hand. Dark Hole's away, I suppose. Ooh, 500 off the Jar Turtle. Choosing not to Dark Hole, just choosing to set the thing in the crater. Well, not terrible if you're Mikina here, but you don't love it. Gonna get to search Hero of the Ashen City. Actually, you do love that now. Instant Fusion. Getting out Cherubin the Fire Knight as tribute material for the hero. Not attacking the Jar Turtle. Backfire the Widespread Ruin. But you actually really like Mikina's position here. Finally able to get some sort of foothold thanks to that Hero of the Ashen City. Amari's gonna need a good series of draws here, because Exodia might be their only way out. Is this gonna be enough? No, because because of choosing to attack with Solar Flare Dragon. Oh wait, nope. That's enough by 100. That's going to be game 1 to Mikina over Mari, who was just probably a couple of draws away from getting that Exodia. Mari going first in game 2. They're hoping their defense is going to be enough here. doesn't look like there was any quick draws here. Alright, now Mari needs to clear this Molten Zombie, or we're looking at another hero next turn. Okay, swords will get there. Going ahead and going for the hero this turn, looks like. No, just letting Cherubin die. And unfortunately being flipped up is basically the only way Priestess does not get the Ashen Search. DNA Surgery turning everything into a Pyro. Mikana, not a bad position. It's the backfire. Mari not getting the draws. Are we going to see hero here? Or are we just going to see Solar Flare? Alright. Molten Zombie clearing Iranzo. Solar Flare taking 600 from the Jar Turtle. Another 500 from, I forget your name off the top, Headless Knight. Dark Hole. You know what? Actually pretty good. You take 1500 here from the backfire, I believe. Gonna take 0 from the backfire, thanks to Dust Tornado. Mari getting good control now. But with 2 Exodia pieces in hand, which is why they are unwilling to play anything. Are they able to get something else on board? Get any more pressure down? Is that 3 Exodia pieces? It might be. Polying double Hero of the Ashen City to go into Embers of the Ashened. 2,900. Maybe there's a removal spell in hand? Yes, there is a Fissure. So maybe it's only 2 pieces and some removal, but Spearhead, another 1,700 to the face. Mari's gonna need something quick. Alright, well, it's a monster defense mode, meaning there's a chance of saving this, but depends on what the defense is. Nope, Iranzo. Is Mari about to get 2-0'd? It looks like it. And they ended up with 4 pieces of Exodia in hand. And the twin-headed dragon. While 3rd place in Hell lost, or 3rd place in Hell won, 2nd place in Hell lost. Very interesting developments. Okay. Mari, our grand opening champion, getting 2-0'd. And now we have Case versus... Have we gotten anything on this guy yet? Nothing? We've got Case versus somebody. Alright, let's do it. Whoever this is, Case. Case going second. Okay, so dual field we've seen before. I'm just trying to get any information on this guy. Doesn't even have an icon. So. Alright, well, Case really pushing to keep Familiar Knight on the board. Makes sense. This time just defense mode. Alright. Let's see. Polymerization. Elemental Hero Great Tornado. Hold on. You're seeing this, right? No, I'm not. Okay, we're gonna let this game play out. I think I know who that is immediately, but that's for us to deal with in a minute. Right now, it is up to Case, Exiled Force, getting rid of Great Tornado, and Double Fissure. I assume the Swords of Revealing Light here. Alrighty. Now this Guildford is unfortunately a brick right now. Good. Yeah, Judge. Okay. So, we're not gonna worry about that right now. Now it's just a matter of seeing Stratos. Getting Stratos. Little Trooper here, big for Case. It's gonna help put up a good little defense. Stratos for Avion. The Instant Fusion for Flame Swordsman. Into Guildford. Now, can Case close this game out? Reinforcement of the army for Chaos Rider Gustav. The opponent here forced to play on defense. Does the mystery opponent have anything left? Another Avion to hand. Just gonna run over the Kojikosi. Set a card face down. And the Torrential Tribute. Yep. Very well timed. As we can see, this is a very skillful individual. Getting in for 1,600. This Familiar Knight's actually very bad for Case here. Because it's going to allow, we know they're low level monsters. No. Am I crazy? Is it not or lower? Oh no, it's a level 4. Okay. Alright. This might be it for Case here. 400 and the Combo Fighter in for 16. And we'll be right back. Yukio, the World Champion and Elemental Hero Master. Yukio snuck into the event by filling out as little paperwork as possible, just because he wanted to play so bad. That's right, the World Champion has managed to sneak into a tournament to compete for the chance to get to play against himself. We will be dealing with this situation as we go. However, he is somehow a proper entrant into this tournament. We will be returning to the action momentarily. Okay, so the World Champion has now snuck into our tournament, despite everyone's objections. So he will be allowed to compete today with the deck he's currently got, but we're going to make it very clear. Unlike Damon, if he makes the top 15, he will not be taking a spot from anyone, as he can't earn a way into a tournament to face himself. So, that being said, as Yukio was not supposed to be in this tournament, this match will be ceded to Case, win or lose. However, we will still play it out, as there are points to win from winning the games. So Case wins the match by default. But Yukio can still win 2 games despite everything and still get those points. So let's now run to the second match, or the second game between Case and the world champion, Yukio. I feel like that explains everything we just saw that game. That was some crazy play. The master of the elemental heroes here. Stratos for Stratos. Exactly what you'd expect. Okay, reinforcements of the army. Getting Kojikos here. We just wiping with Dark Hole here. Alrighty. Not terrible. Getting... Well, never mind. That's what they call the world champ difference, I suppose. Choosing to TT the Stratos here makes sense to me. You don't love it, especially because... Oh, Yukio has the last Stratos in hand already. Special summoning, getting another search. That's another Avion to hand. Alright. Case definitely has some outs here. He just has to get them. Alright, little trooper. That's going to stall for a little bit. Chaos Rider Gustav. Banishing his own spells, but just going to run over another little trooper. Unfortunately, one more will appear, but the Samsara Kaiser is the final target, and it's a 1-of, and it's in Case's hand right now. Case just not getting the draws he needs. Alright, Lady Warrior of the Wasteland, however, is a good draw. Stratos with nothing left to search, meaning there are 3 Elemental Hero Avions in hand right now. Lady Warrior, what are we getting here? Kochikosi, okay. Clear up the Chaos Rider. Okay, will the AI do... No, the AI is going to get Solemn Judgmented here. As much as I would have loved to have seen the double instant fusion for the board clear on Guilford, looks like Case is just going to have to summon like normal. Bringing in the Flame Swordsman, and bringing in Guilford the Lightning. Now, barring a polymerization, Case has a good position here. Alright, no poly. And the Exiled Force, which actually just gets to run over Stratos, which is very nice. And then removing it from the board to clear the face down. I love that play here. I absolutely love it. That was exactly what I would want to do. Just running over the Lady Ninja Yai. I assume we're just setting the Samsara Kaiser. Yep. Not bad. That way, even if the Guilford does get cleared here. Oh, well. Little Wingard. Clearing the Kaiser. Switching to defense mode. But he doesn't know about the fissure in hand. And with that, Case will be taking game 2. And we are going to game 3. A very good turnaround here by our boy. Is he going to be able to beat the world champion, Yukio, making Case go first here? Just setting the little trooper. Definitely a fine idea here. Opening the emergency call, getting the Stratos. A second emergency call for a second Stratos. And the Poly. The Avion and the Gustav. Great Tornado. Yukio's favorite card. Stratos for Stratos. A very, very powerful opener here. Luckily, Case did get the little trooper. Gonna be able to withstand multiple hits here. Now there's multiple directions to take this. And I think this was the right one. Dark Hole. The Feather Duster. And the Reborn to take Yukio's Stratos. Interesting. Not Great Tornado? I'm not crazy. Could have got that, right? Oh, cannot be special summoned any other way. Okay. So Stratos over the Marauding Captain. Meaning we've just got a Stratos standoff for the moment. Alright, a widespread. Not a bad draw here from Case. But going to pop the back row. Willing to trade here because that opens up Case for another direct 1800. Just having to set Marauding Captain. You hate to see it. You really want to stick that Guilford here as quickly as possible. Now without Dark Hole, without Feather Duster, Case is going to be lacking a lot. Another Marauding Captain. May not have been a bad call to try and go after the Avion here. Alright, this is going to leave Case with one turn. Only 1,800 life points left. And just the MST, that is going to be a brick here for Case. And that is going to be 2-1 Yukio. For exact damage. Unfortunate, but we'll catch you at the bracket. Okay. It's a game for Yukio, a game for Case, and a game for Yukio. But, as I said, Case will be given the match win this round. Every other round, Yukio will be allowed. But, you can't just sneak into a tournament you're not allowed to. So, yes, I understand Yukio got more points than Case, but that means Yukio got as many points as Case did, so that'll be interesting. Next match, however, also going to be interesting. Let's hop to it. We've got Renell, the Time Mage, versus V, our local friendly Dryad. A lot of ways this can go. Renell's deck's very focused on machines as well, so now here's what's going to be a specific problem in this matchup for V and V only are these time seals. Stopping a draw phase against V is actually very big. And the Gravity Blaster stopping the draw from the Skelengel. Well, never mind. Helping Robo for Combat put away the time seal. So don't have to worry about that at the moment. This Gravity Blaster is a very, very powerful equip spell. Negating things it destroys. Slowly gaining this Helping Robo power here. Not going to chain the time seal because the AI doesn't do that for some reason. And the Terminal World, that's going to remove rest of the game. So that doesn't mean much in this current position, but it could mean more later. That actually would have been a perfect time to set the Steel Scorpion, I think. V losing their main phase 2. Oh. Just running it over with the Helping Robo. Putting away Fissure for Cyber Phoenix. Definitely don't hate that. Doesn't put it on top or on bottom. On bottom. Means last time they just managed to put away a Time Seal and draw it. And no Gravity Blaster equipped means this time the Giant Rat's gonna go off to the enraged Muka Muka. Pursuit Chaser dealing 500 when destroying a defense position monster. Now, can V draw some cards here? No, unfortunately not. Nothing to set due to no main phase 2. Main phase 2 is back, thanks to, at least they'll chain Dust Tornado. And there goes Time Eater. That's the combo that Renell does not currently have on board, but had all the pieces of at some point. Take away the main phase 1 with Time Eater, take away the main phase 2 with Nexus World, and take away the draw phase with Time Seal. But not going to need that this match, as Helping Robo for Combat's going to get in, clean up the game. We're heading into game 2. Very decisive win there for Renell. Not basically any draw on V's side, which is incredible when they run more draw than almost anybody. Right. Renell being forced to go first, not a strong opening hand. Darkhold is going to hit Sangan here. Searching Cypher Soldier. Setting and passing, alright. Not choosing to Terminal World yet. Interesting decision. You can't, and obviously you can't Terminal World in main phase 2, so. Giant Rat for 14, not bad. Just doesn't know about the double removal spells in hand here from Renell, so. Getting in with Cypher Soldier, I assume? Yep. Again, not choosing to Terminal World. V now just behind on cards, which is the one place V doesn't want to be. Jar Turtle. And the Fissure. A little bit of life point gain here. Maybe V can start to stabilize, but if that's not another Jar Turtle, this might be curtains here. Okay, there we go. A second Jar Turtle. Gonna wall up. And this is where V can really start to put something together. They've got the Solemn Wishes. They can start to gain life points. Or they can choose the two-pronged attack there. That's another 500 life points and 2 cards. Is that game? That is not quite game. Yeah, not quite game. Nope, that looks like it's gonna be it. A very bad two-pronged attack there, leading to V getting 2-0'd. After such a strong start, the grand opening, just not able to finish that up here and secure a first round win. Renell taking it 2-0 over V. Means we're gonna head into the next game, Mary versus Leo. Mary here hoping to do well, find out if anyone knows anything about her death. Leo just here as a guest again, but he is here to show off some cards, so not a terrible opener here. On Mary's side, Clown Zombie about as strong as she gets. Gonna trap hole the grappler. Clown Zombie Pyramid Turtle, not a bad combo here. Choosing to Saku the Clown Zombie. Now let's see how Mary plays with that TT face down. Unfortunate. Griffo were able to get in for 1200. There we go. Pyramid Turtle willing to crash here. Going to another Clown Zombie. I hate that third sarcophagus is in hand, but not a lot can be done at the moment. Mary does have board control. Now Leo does have some monsters with some okay defense, so I guess we'll see. Like that, DD Crazy Beast. 2000 even powered up with the Wasteland. That's not going to be enough. Into the Morinfen, Lucky Iron Axe. And nothing there wanted to cause a TT proc, so depending on what Leo does here, he can take this game in a couple of turns. There we go, the C common. And a wise swords here from Leo. He's only down by 400, but he obviously doesn't know what's in hand. The second, third sarcophagus. There's only 2 in the deck. Getting both of them really sucks. Dark Hole, just a quick grappler. Leo's got some good back row, so alright, first sarcophagus. And that wasn't an MST or a Dust Tornado. Mary at this point just has to hold on. That's the second Sark. Fair Servant, 1100. There we go, Spirit of the Pharaoh. And 2 Clown Zombies. Now Mary has a very commanding position. Except Leo's got the Mirror Force. I mean, as somebody who helps make the game, you should expect powerful cards on Leo's side. first Sark, getting the second Sark. At this point, Mary needs anything to hold the board. And draws the final first sarcophagus. Meaning this is enough, despite everything, for Leo to take game 1. Mary put in the work, but just drawing Sark after Sark after Sark. Unfortunately, but that's alright. We know she's got it in her. Let's see if she can get this game too. Alright, not as strong of an opener here. Pot agreed all on Leo's side, but we see the pot agreed on Mary's side as well. Choosing to Saku the clown zombie. Just trap hole, fake trap. Alrighty. Not bad, gets rid of Yoronzo. Lucky Iron Axe on the Witch of the Black Forest. And more back row. Leo's back row is absurdly dangerous. And Sakuing away. I'm not crazy, that would have protected it, right? I guess the AI didn't see it as worth it to protect, or maybe I'm not 100% sure that's how the card works. The second Sark and the third Sark. She's got monsters. Choosing not to attack because of the power that Pyramid Turtle could bring. Not knowing that she doesn't have anything that beats over that witch naturally. Oh, there we go. Second Lucky Iron Axe. Pyramid Turtle going into Clown Zombie. Thinning out a second sarcophagus from the deck. For better or for worse, that's going to get 2 draws and hit the Radiant Mirror Force. So Leo is going to get, 3 cards this turn, but Mary cleans up the board quite a bit. Searching up Morinfen. And here he comes. Spirit of the Pharaoh. Gets a Clown Zombie and a Pharaonic Servant. This time the back row is clear. Yoronzo gonna soak up, so it ends up eating 2 hits. And now with an MST that stops any potential. We know the Radiant Mirror Force is gone. Is this a good back row here? Trap hole, okay. Pharaonic Protector. And there goes Grappler. Is this going to be enough? 9. Yes. Pharaoh's Servant for exact lethal. We are going to game 3. Able to work around Leo's back row. Mary might be set up for success, however going second this time, that could prevent her from setting up her first sarcophagus for a little bit. Not a bad decision by Leo here. And then just a handful of those vanilla zombies. Back row. Alright, a Saku. Should give a clear opening for the Clown Zombie here. Perfect. It's going to allow Leo to grab Morinfen, though. Which, as we know, is just as powerful as it is beautiful. Sea Common. It's going to put it 50 over. I do expect the Dark Hole here. Mary very good at drawing any sarcophagus but the first. Pharaonic Protector for 11. Unfortunately, an 1100 attack point monster is not very good. Yep, Sea Common. Apparently it's good enough that Leo feels the needs to put up a sword. Alright, well, now Sea Common's just going to start running things over. Morinfen's going to start running things over. Somehow I forgot he had just searched that. But Mary needs to draw. There are 3 Sarks in her deck. She just needs to draw one. Leo with only the Morinfen here. And a fake trap. That's not enough. Grappler, Witch of the Black Forest. Nope. Unfortunately, this might be it for Mary if he gets a single decent statted monster. Luckily, Leo did not, but both chose not to attack with the Witch, but not... It was just a bait with the Saku, so that is going to be it. Unfortunately, Mary is not able to get the second game. And Leo is going to take it 2-1. Primarily off the back of that Mirror Force in Game 1. So, goes Leo, Mary Leo, for the 2-1. However, even if you lose, getting any wins is good. Every point helps. So, next up, new fan favorite North versus Emery. Super exciting. Alright. North versus Emery. Let's get to it. North's weather deck has gone through a few changes. Obviously, we see Emery with the brand new Guardian Eatos. Weather report already here. 1500 defense is already just going to be enough for a lot of situations, so. Alright, well, there's Eatos turn 1, Vanilla for 150 damage. You just opened yourself up, yep. But instead, Mr. Archfiend chooses to kill the Vanilla for damage. What do you do with the equip card? I'm double checking. Gonna banish the Mr. Archfiend and the weather report for another 1000 attack. Okay. Then MSTing the Armory Call, which is unfortunate. You really wanted that Armory Call if you are Emery here, but you got the turn 1 Eatos, so you're actually just in a great position overall, I think. Oh, Kotetsu will also do something for you. Solemn Judgment on Grarl. I mean, I get it. But you got anything? Okay. Maybe Emery summons this turn. Alright, there's gonna be no special summoning Iatos at this point. And North with the Mother Grizzly. That TT was enough to completely flip this game, at least I believe. Yes, Emery with nothing to summon here. All of a sudden, Emery goes from winning this game to on the verge of losing. There we go, Arsenal Summoner. 1600 attack. However, not out of the woods yet is Emery. Windstorm. Okay, it's a defensive option, but it's not going to help him the most. Pot of Greed. Windstorm of Ataqua. Arsenal Summoner to defense mode. And it's the same stat, so arguably better for Emery here. North with the return Pot of Greed. Okay, this should help shore up defenses a little bit. Here's where the Guardian deck becomes a little bit of a problem, is not having things to summon. Just the Lala Leoon and 2 Mother Grizzlies, but that's enough to hold the field for now. Oh. Yeah, that's pretty good. Choosing not to summon with the Mother Grizzly, because that would mean losing. You do not see that often from the AI. But unfortunately, this might be it. Gonna summon here? Yep. Choosing to summon Weather here because there's nothing else to do. Not falling for the bait is North. Very good call. Soul releasing your own grave to special summon another Iatos. Huge play by Emery. That is going to be game 1. What a maneuver. And we're heading into game 2. I don't know what it is. If North's on this battlefield, there are hype things happening. And we're going to get 6 rounds of them, so we're going to find out if that's always true, like it has been. Mother Grizzly, Windstorm of Ataqua Pass, not terrible. Guardian Iatos on the first turn again. But, looks like North has a way around it with the Dark Hole. Now, can North actually take advantage of this? Is Emery going to be able to even summon in this situation? Weakening the Flying Kamakiri by 1,000 attack. Allows it to attack directly, but I don't think you care much. Shield crushing the Kamakiri. And swords. Now, North does have weather report here, but nothing to get in with, so it doesn't really matter. If he can get a monster reborn in the next 2 turns, maybe that works out for him. Not just setting another weather. Armory calling the Grarl. And special summoning the Grarl. Okay. And dodging the weather report, which is very funny. So it couldn't even get off its effect for fun. Now, Grarl being in defense mode here could be bad, depending. Now KS and Seal are here, which could mean big things. Going ahead and choosing to leave KS in defense mode. It is only 1,000 attack. Alright, Emery has now built a huge board against North here. Just clearing the Iron Blacksmith. But what's the plan moving forward? Play in defense mode. And Emery with the Pot of Greed. It manages to pop the Mother Grizzly of all things. KSN for 1,000. Yeah, this feels very, very in Emery's favor. Last game had some special things, but now I'm not so sure. Going ahead and tanking this damage this turn. Now I know the AI sometimes plays funny with Waboku. Are you going to activate it on this upcoming turn? Did you just solemn the MST that was coming to pop the Solemn? Not bothering with Waboku. North saw the writing on the wall, didn't feel like bothering, and that is a 2-0 Emery. So, it's going to be Emery in 2. Then we move on to the next game, Lacey versus Nina. A run back from the grand opening. It's going to be exciting. Lacey back with Beast Warriors, Nina back with Dinosaurs. A rematch from the grand opening. See if it goes the same way or they pick it up. Abaru Shioni is Lacey's only monsters. Not a great start here. And Jurassic World is one of the better field spells we're going to see right now, but yeah, luckily Lacey drew the Battle Ox, had just a bunch of removal, and got the board wipe. This ended up being fantastic for Lacey. That's how it all worked out. Return Dark Hole. Okay. But no monsters. Nina runs a lot of them, so it's very unfortunate. Two very aggressive decks with nothing happening at the moment. You hate to see it. Just... you both only run like 2 tribute monsters. Into the Nekogal number 2. That's incredible. There we go. Fire Formation Tanky that's going to search up Wolf Axe Wielder. And gets TT. And there's still a TT and a Dark Hole left on Lacey's side. So the mutual destruction continues. There we go. Carrier Tribe, an amazing little defensive card here. Lacey with just enough boosts that it won't lose in combat, but instead gets fissured. It is just all removal, but Lacey is actually managing to get in damage, whereas Nina has not summoned a monster in turns. One Gilosaurus and one twin-headed King Rex. There we go, we are finally seeing progress on Nina's side for Lacey to draw another removal spell. I think Lacey now has the board pretty locked up. If she could just draw another monster. But until then, just kinda stuck. Fossil Dig. For Gilosaurus. Specialing the Gilosaurus. Okay, well. Guess we really wanted to attack something. But is this gonna be it? Not quite. Yeah, it does like to special summon Gilosaurus, even when it doesn't need to. This is probably the end here. Oh yeah. Not even bothering with the Reborn. There goes your AB. And the first game goes to Lacey. For two such fast aggressive decks to only pick up their destruction, it's kind of funny. Let's see what happens here in game 2. Alright, a much more aggressive hand here from Lacey. However, 3k of beaters on the board is not going to actually be big enough here to beat over Sojin Wolf Axe Wielder. With the Horn of the Phantom Beast backup, oh, this is really gonna suck. That means the Wolf Axe Wielder beats by 250. It's gonna draw Lacey a card here. That's a good swords. Just setting the Carrier Tribe. Yeah, the Jurassic World keeping, even though its attack went to 100, it keeps all the buffs, so it just dropped it to 400. The Jurassic World. Once again, Wolf Axe Wielder taking out another Dark Triceratops. And that might be it. I don't know what else Nina has if she doesn't draw any of the removal she spent all last game drawing. She really needs that Dark Hold here. Nope, just gets Trap Hold. I see what she wanted to do. She wanted to run over Beaver Warrior, fissure away the Battle Ox, but it's Dark Hole or nothing here. Unfortunately, Crawling Dragon number 2 is not it. And just like that, oh no, this will still do it. Wild Nature's released for a 3850 Wolf Axe Wielder. Lacey taking a quick 2-0. Lacey's gonna get it Oh, over Nina. Not how I'd expect that game to go. But I guess now we're going to worry about Bane versus Coriander. Let's get into it. Fiends versus Monks. Coriander could really use this training, and Bane's got to refocus, so let's find out how it works for him. Coriander already with the turn 1 Master Monk. Very unfortunate for him here. Never mind, Lone Wolf is actually great. As long as he doesn't summon another monster. But he did. Straight for Bark of the Dark Ruler. Oh, actually it does keep him alive, I thought. Is Lone Wolf... Oh, he activated it when it was the only monster. Oh, that's a strange ruling. I was unaware of this. Oh, that changes everything. Alright, that's gonna really put Bane on the back foot here. Sorry about the long silence. I had to like read and figure out why Master Monk lived. Alright, there we go. Giving the Whiptail Crow the axe. Legendary Jujutsu Master getting bounced. But Master Monk's gonna survive. Now between the Jujutsu Master and the Monk. Oh, okay. Now Whiptail Crow definitely doesn't have any great plays. I guess there's attacking the face down. Using New Doria to pop the Jujutsu Master cost a lot of life. But at least Bane is keeping the board clear of everything but that Master Monk. Just has to figure out how to deal with it. Because TT's not going to. So hopefully he doesn't just use it here. Oh, that one did work. I gotta double read this again. Oh, just monster effects. Okay. Coriander with the Legendary Jujutsu follow-up, 1700. Twin-Headed Wolf, not quite enough. And unfortunately, without swords or TT, it's going to be hard to pull back. Got one more game for Bane. Alright, well, as long as Coriander doesn't draw a monster, this means he only loses 100 and may stay in the game. But there's the Monk Fighter, and that is going to be game 1 to Coriander. Heading into game 2. That turn 1 Master Monk Lone Wolf did a lot of work there. Okay, this looks much more like a hand that Bane could work with. Coriander with the early pot of greed. 2 face downs. Twin-Headed Wolf with the double axe. 1 axe for each wolf. Down goes Chusuke. Pretty good position for Bane here. Wolf getting in for 25. These back row not activating. We might see a Diabound next turn. Oh, Rock Spirit. Doesn't change that we might see a Diabound next turn. And Dark Geroid to weaken the Rock Spirit. Bark of the Dark Ruler defense. Alright, yeah, without some sort of board wipe, I don't know how Coriander turns this game around. Reborn on Dark Geroid to lower the Twin-Headed Wolf. An idea to have for sure. Gross Ghost. Using the Twin-Headed Wolf to attack the face down, just in case of a flip monster. Bark of Dark Ruler to allow the Gross Ghost to get over. I think we're going to game 3. Oh yeah, Whiptail. Giant Rat for Giant Rat. And then Gross Ghost for game. Game 3. Very handy win on the other side. 2, I'd say, pretty decisive wins, meaning this game 3 is going to be very interesting. Alright, kind of a more defensive hand here for Bane. Just a Seismic Crusher, a couple of face downs. Now we know these face downs for Coriander aren't always going to be useful ones. Not horrible. Rock Spirit, Reborn, getting the Whiptail. Alright. No normal summon, though. Already down to 4650, but Bane's got multiple options here. Going with Dark Geroid, Axe of Despair as the first option, not dark holing into anything like Gross Ghost. Being very conservative here with the more defensive hand. Is this going to be the end next turn? Nope, Dark Hole. Bane up in life, Bane up on board. With TT backup if something starts to go wrong. And still a Dark Hole if Coriander can stick a monster and Bane can't. And a huge Harpies here. Double Lone Wolf. Very rare to see them set the same card twice. Oh, Goggle Golem. Okay. As I expected, Dark Hole, and then I assume we're going to see the Gross Ghost go in for 13. Go much closer back and forth this game than there have been the other ones. Does Coriander have an answer for the Gross Ghost of Fled Dreams? It is another Goggle Golem, but the Hate Buster. Clearing the board again. Taking Coriander down to 450 life points. And there it is. Bane draws the monster and gets in for 1500, meaning Bane is going to take the match 2-1. nope, I believe it doesn't really matter, but I like to be accurate. It went Coriander, Bane, Bane. Not a bad showing there from either competitor. Could see both of them going really well. That does, however, mean the next game is Krim versus Cora. So, shop employee versus the angriest young lady around. Just had to groove to the music for a moment. Cora already in for Paladin of White Dragon. In the blue eyes. It's our, what's the blind MST? Dragon's Rebirth. And blue eyes just getting fissured and reborn to Krim's side of the field. Yep. Not a bad TT there. Luckily, Krim had no follow-up. Cora's Divine Dragon Ragnarok getting in for 1500. Now it's going to put Krim in a position. But if he can end on a Koran here, he's in a good spot. Which he doesn't really have a way to end on Koran, which is unfortunate for him. Oh, nope, Picrew with Trial of the Princess works too. Krim immediately going to start cleaning up this board. What does Cora have? Feather Duster. Okay, weakening the Picrew is good. No monsters to play currently. Koran, Picrew, and a tomato all beating down. It's gonna give Cora at most 2 turns. That's it. Krim going to take game 1 over Cora, who had the turn 1 blue eyes, but unfortunately Krim had the reborn and the fissure, and that was really enough. Maiden of the Moonlight, been a star card for Krim for a while now. Getting the first fissure. Dragon Dwelling in the Cave beatdown. It normally would be enough to mess with Krim specifically, but once again we're going to see more removal. The Armory Call for the Trial, immediately getting equipped for 2,000 to the face. Immediately putting Cora back on her back foot. If that's a Dragon Dwelling in the Cave, the board gets to be held here. Otherwise, never mind. He's willing to Armory Call for a second trial. Yeah, that's a good TT. That was the Dragon Dwelling in the Cave. That's the third Dragon Dwelling in the Cave. So, Cora's lost a lot of defense here. Krim just with the rush recklessly. Okay, White Dragon Ritual. Not enough pieces for it yet, that's okay. slug it out with Banju. Now, Cora does have a lot of 1500 monsters, which could be a mild issue. Did she draw a bunch of tributes again? Made him the Moonlight for another 15. That's the problem with playing some of these larger monster decks, is you can just get stuck on them. Okay, I think the AI will see Cora's dead on board next turn if she doesn't. Yep, having to give up a Blue Eyes for the Paladin. There we go. The Blue Eyes actually going to give Cora great defense here. Stops the Maiden from being lethal. She may be able to regain control here in game 2. All that just to flip up the Quran. I don't love it, and now your Blue Eyes is banished, meaning you do lose access to that Blue Eyes ultimate, most likely. Not getting rid of the Quran here in case of chip, because she does 300 for each the opponent controls. Couldn't remember if you control or your opponent controls, but Shining Angel to Maiden of the Moonlight. Okay, I may have to make some modifications to Cora's deck. She never played like this during testing. Giving up a Blue Eyes for a Blue Eyes again. Very unfortunate that the AI is willing to do that, but it's the world we live in now. Cora's really got to bust through this defense that Crim is putting up. And so far has not been able to do so. Just the Mystical Elf and the Mystic Tomato. Losing the Lord of D. For the Dragon's Mirror, however, fused from the graveyard for King Dragoon. Yeah, that'll help turn things around. 1800 here to the face. Don't. Well, that is 2 Blue Eyes on the board. Why? Cora's just clicking buttons. I don't know what she's doing. Oh, I mean, I guess she saw the defense destruction of the defense position monster, but she won. Even if she played the sloppiest game I've maybe ever seen, she did win. There we go, White Lightning. We are going to game 3. See if Cora's able to turn this around round 1, or if Crim continues his kind of winning ways. Quran and an Armory Call. Not a bad opener here. Divine Dragon to check for a trap into the King Dragoon. Fissure for Corinne. Alright, this was a great turn one from Cora here. Let me double check the wording on this. Just can't target. Okay. So, Cora does lose King Dragoon, but Krim doesn't have a follow-up after these swords, so Cora doesn't have follow-up after the King either. She runs a lot of low-level monsters. And she only runs 2 ritual spells and 2 ritual monsters, so it's not like she's getting bricked on rituals. I guess she was bricked on a poly and not enough. Oh jeez. 2800 Picrew. Is there a fissure in hand, a fissure or dark hole in hand, and that's what's eating up some space? Yep. Now the princess is in hand for Krim. Not much he can do. However, Cora not willing to flip that up. Maybe a Lord of D, maybe might be a Lord of D. No, King of the Swamp. Okay. Cora just must have maybe like a paladin and some blue eyes or something like that. I guess we'll see if she can draw Manju or the ritual spell, or... That's just game. I wish I could see what was in her hand that caused her to just not play anything for turn after turn. That means Krim is going to take game 3 here from Cora. Incredibly unfortunate. Krim game 1. Cora game 2, and Krim game 3, meaning Krim takes the match. I mean, a very wild ride there as we head into Dart versus June. Dart and his frogs versus June and her battle guards. This should be a very interesting one. Warrior. Dart's got a couple of ways to... Oh, Pot of Greed, always good. Blast with Chain, alright. Going into Unifrog for 400 direct, I'm not sure I agree with there. June responding with her own Pot of Greed. Feasting into Millennium Shield. Lava Battle Guard. Double check, does it have to summon a defense? Oh, just can't attack this turn, that's why they did it. Okay. Alright, well, not a great start for Dart here, and a pretty good one for... Pretty good one here for June. Knocking Dart already down to 2550. Yeah, I mean, unless she just summons any monster here, I think he lives one more turn, but nope. That's it. We're going to game 2. June just knocking out the frogs with ease in game 1. Turn 7, pretty quick. Let's see about game 2. Drawing the polys, submarine frog, not great, but we can see what Pot of Greed does here. Summoning the Piercer, but not attacking with it. June running a mostly single tribute deck, so it makes sense to not see anything here. While Dart's running a much lower to the ground deck. This should limit June to 0 or 1 attacks this turn, so Treeborn's great for protecting there. Causing June to set. And the TT. Is the Throwstone unit again? Yep. I assume another Throwstone unit here. Bring back the Treeborn. Oh, Battle Guard Cadet. Alright, so Dart may have kind of stabilized here. Yeah, just loses the Treeborn, so that'll just come right back. And is perfect tribute fodder for Death's Frog. And what is June going to end on here? Millennium Shield. A good call here, a 3,000 defense point monster, especially when you can't play. Ooh. However, a good fissure here from Dart. Getting in for 3,300. Setting the tadpole. Alright, well this... well, Pot of Greed and a set. Okay, if that's a Throwstone unit, June has been able to get her defenses back up. Not just Battle Guard Cadet. Meaning this could be the end next turn. Unfortunate. No Fiend monster to take, meaning we are going to game 3. Very interesting one there. All it took was one good Solemn, and Dart was able to regain the board. Especially with the lack of Feast on June's side. Speaking of, there is the Swamp Battle Guard. Unfortunate for June then to get... no, not getting fissured. Considering June's going to Solemn whatever this is. So basically just weird turn 1s on a Battle City game. Unfortunately for Dart, 2 Death Frogs in hand, not good. At least the Swamp Battle Guard is negated, so if a lava hits the battlefield, it won't be at 23, it's going to remain at 18. Mother Grizzly, a great pickup here. Getting rid of the Blast with Chain. Whoa, one Death Frog away. Not choosing to go aggressive this time. I feel like a lot of time the AI would have gone for... Oh, not sending the Tadpole, though. If the AI had sent the Tadpole, we would have had the 3 Death Frogs for D3S. Now completely clear boards. But Dart with 2 bricks, whereas June has nothing. Oh wait, not a brick. The tree board actually coming in clutch. Shows what I know, Dart had the plan. Does June have anything to put in defense here? No, we are actually going to see Dart and his frogs take the game. $1,900 to the face. That's it. Dart and taking it. I'm actually genuinely surprised. The reverse sweep. Dart going up 2-1 over June. A very good one as we now go to Tanya versus Xiaoxing. Alright, let's do it. Tanya's Rocks versus Xiaoxing's Zombies. Xiaoxing looking to win her first match. Tanya looking to also win her first match. Giant Soldier Sewn, a couple of face downs. Getting rid of the Rock Spirit for 500 burn. And 500 deflected here from the Giant Soldier of Stone. And Tanya getting rid of the back row. Huge aggression here from Tanya. Really not bad. Pyramid Turtle taking 100 to summon the Nine-Tailed Fox. Unfortunate for Xiaoxing here, there is a Golem Sentry in hand. Which she definitely will not go for the attack on, so... Okay, well, you know what? Even if it gets bounced here, the Decayed Commander plus Zombie Tiger should still give her ways to get a 2200 attack point monster back on board. Getting out the Snake Hair. Getting out another Snake Hair. You love special summon conditions there, AI. Okay, the Ahsoka Pillar is going to be able to hold the fort down for at least a little bit. Hypothetically, not a bad play. Just a 2200 attack, 2200 defense point monster. Now Swords is going to let Tanya really, I assume, get some sort of recovery, as this board is still pretty daunting even if you have up the pillar. agreed. Fisher getting the Ahsoka Pillar. Unfortunately, thing for Ahsoka Pillar here is it deals 2,000 burn to yourself when destroyed. Bring back the snake hair. This game has gotten very close. Oh. Actually, that's a huge poly here to Great Mammoth of Gold Find. Pyramid Turtle into the other nine-tailed fox. Alright. Nothing to discard. Does Tanya get the final Ahsoka Pillar to hopefully hold things down? Premature Burial for Giant Soldier of Stone. Looks like game one is going to go to Xiaoxing. The double nine-tailed fox doing a ton of work here. On to game two. Tanya choosing to go first. It's very interesting to see what she can do to counteract this aggression from Xiaoxing. Well, Pod agreed, Rock Bombardment. Very good cards to get, Giant Soldier Stone as well. MST, not a bad setup here from Tanya. What is she going to send? I don't love her sending Rock Spirits with that. But I've seen her send basically anything, so. 800 deflected. Very patient TT here from Xiaoxing. Now Ahsoka Pillar doing 2,000. And Rock Spirit still getting in for 1,700, putting Xiaoxing down by 1,000. Giant Soldier Stone to hold the fort down. The Rock Bombardment getting rid of. Elephant Statue. Okay. That's a single tribute monster, but regardless, Nine-Tailed Fox is ready to go. $4,500 each side, but Xiaoxing having the Nine-Tailed Fox is a big, big push for her. Yeah, she's not going to wasteland here. That doesn't make any sense to do. There we go. Could this be it? Could Xiaoxing win her first match? Elephant Statue is not going to be enough. And with the 2-0, nonetheless, Xiaoxing is going to get it. You know, everyone has to be so proud of Xiaoxing right now as she 2-0s Tanya. Now we're going to head into another recruit without a win. Barry versus last event silver medalist Lorelei. Let's check it out. So we've got Barry's Burn deck, our newest recruit, up against the Ritual deck of Lorelei. There we can already see a couple of improvements that Barry has. Dark Room of Nightmare, Rapid Fire Magician. I mean, these are generally good cards. Unfortunate that they immediately get Feather Dustered away. But the reverse Feather Duster. What's the Nova Summoner going into? Another Nova Summoner. Alright, well, Rip Boganian, I suppose. Unless that's not a risk Lorelai's willing to take here. Oh, it is. Performance of Sword to hand. No Meteor of Destruction. Don't agree with no Meteor of Destruction here. Garma Sword Oath, oh no. Giving up 2 Performance of Swords in hand to keep the board pressure as Garma Sword comes down. Crazy aggressive play here from Lorelai. Immediately putting Barry all the way to the back foot. And Fire Trooper's not going to be what she needs. I think this was a very, very quick game 1 here. And we're going to head to game 2. There's a huge Feather Duster on, well, really both sides, but Barry unable to keep up the pressure. This time choosing to go second. Maybe to get in a little more aggression, something like that. Does she sequence this correctly? Okay. Tremendous Fire. Extra 300. Ukazi. Then another extra 300. Setting the Morphing Jar, hopefully to get her some new stuff in hand for even more burn. Lorelai deciding to do it first. This is actually going to work out great for Lorelai, who's getting into her Performance of Sword here, who's going to immediately... Wow. Another huge aggressive start here from Lorelai. It's going to be rewarded with another 5-card hand. Meaning Barry needs a good draw quick. She doesn't get something like Sword. That's it. Meteor of Destruction, that's 1,000, that's gonna be 13. Another 13 from Tremendous Fire. But even with the Achacha Archer Burn and battle damage over the Morphing Jar, that wasn't gonna be it. The 3-card ritual into Garma Sword. And that's it. Lorelai keeping up the winning ways. Going to clean this up. 2-0 over Barry. Despite improvements, Barry being defeated here again. But it was against Lorelai. I don't think that is a negative to say you lost to Lorelai of all people. But that means the next game, the young man Quan versus Mark. Alright. So we've got Quan, the kid here with his toys deck, versus Mark, who's got a brand new deck centered around Celtic Guardian. To see if all of this training Mark put in it is, the Celtic Guard of Noble Arms. Not playable with so many cards in hand, but there goes all of Quan's Skull Dice as well. And with that, it's a big, big hit here. Unfortunately, 2 card draws mean that the bigger Celtic Guard is not going to be able to attack. Feather Dusting to clear up the board a little bit. Alright, well. Not terrible for Quan here. Oh, okay, well. When Mark was able to set 2 cards, the Go-No-Go cannot beat the obnoxious Celtic Guardian. But the Giant Rat able to clear up that Celtic Guardian. Mark very good at keeping his hand empty right now. Giant Rat very willing to go to face down defense after the Go-No-Go. And 26 to the face here. This may be it for our little buddy Quan in game 1. Yeah, setting the block spider. Mark just solemning the Dust Tornado. Must like whatever that is face down. And Nobleman of Crossout. Meaning Mark is going to take game 1. And we head into game 2. Pretty decisive there. Toy Knight, Block Golem. Not a bad couple of cards here. 1500 defense. Missed it. Oh, nope, just not playing a castle wall. Turns out to be okay. The regular Celtic Guardian, unfortunately the Celtic Guard of Noble Arms cannot attack with so many cards in hand. And there we go, the big blocky boy, Millennium Golem. Dealing with the Celtic Guardian. Dust Tornadoing away the castle wall. Can Mark empty his hand this turn? Doesn't look like it. So it has to go into the Lady Warrior to the Wasteland. An idea I suppose I get. Toy Knight summoning Toy Knight. I understand wanting the advantage, but oh, there we go. Drawing 1 card here. Now that castle wall is not going to do nearly as much good. With the Gaia power weakening the defenses of Quan's Earth deck. Quan down to 400. Can he draw something to get himself out of this? No, unfortunately doesn't look like it. So it looks like Mark will be taking this in 2 games. Giant Rat cleans it up. valiant effort by Little Quan, but Marcus put in the time, gotten in the practice, and I'd say very much improved. Our next game, 12 versus Picrew. 12 versus Picrew, let's get it. Picrew has the Wind Insect deck, and 12 has an Assassin deck. As we know, this is not the deck he originally had, but he won't be a pushover regardless, although, in my opinion, Picrew has one of the strongest decks in this tournament. Kind of surprisingly, you wouldn't think Wind Insect is such a powerful theme, but I mean, there we go, Flying Kamakiri number 2. Giant Rat just goes into the Giant Rat. Oh, okay, there we go. And then Tomato and Rat in for 28. Then, in the floater battle, sometimes you win by having the biggest floater. This time, 12 choosing to go into Sangan off the Tomato. Oh, that Night Assailant's going to be big here, depending on what Picrew's next move is. I love I talked up Picrew only for immediately 12 to have a bunch of answers. Rat into Rat. This Kamakiri, however, choosing to go into the Sangan, who picks up a Tomato. Alright. Well. And the Pot of Greed. 12 is drawing very, very well here. However, not setting the Night Assailant is kind of bizarre to me. And the Guard Mantis in. Now the Witch Search for a Luna the Dark Spirit. So Picrew's got board control. I think 12 could be in a better... Ah, there we go. However, not choosing to use the Swords Nobleman combo. Oh, there it goes, just doing it after combat. And then the flip summon causing the TT. That was nasty timing on Picrew's part. And then Swords of Concealing Light doesn't stop attacks like Revealing, so... this kind of puts Picrew in a pretty good position against 12 here. I assume it's going to pop the Flying Kamakiri, yep. Insect Soldiers in the Sky, one of probably Picrew's individual weakest monster here, but... it is actually pretty good against Flying Kamakiri specifically, or is that only on offense? It's only on offense. Alright, and Dark Assailant getting in for 1200. Does Picrew have some sort of comeback here against 2 monsters? Well, Verdant Sanctuary may help stabilize depending on the draws here. Another Luna the Dark Spirit. Alright. He did have lethal on board, but that's not enough. Into the Empress Mantis, that's 2,700. That should stabilize a lot. Little bits of burn here from Luna. AI loves to save a lot of these things for the end phase for whatever reason. Goes the last Guard Mantis. And Garochin Kuwagata coming in. So honestly, probably an upgrade in this position. Because the Guard Mantis has massive defense, but not under Air Current. I mean, still 2,000. However, when Garuchin comes down this turn, that's going to be half of 12's remaining life points. And while 12's been drawing a lot of answers, Barew's kept up the pressure this whole time. Just a Dark Assailant. Yep. Kamakiri runs it over, and Garuchin Kuwagata. That is going to be game 1 to Barew. A little trouble caused there at the beginning. We're ahead to game 2, see if that fight 12 put up can continue. Okay. 12 taking second this time. It's going to work out okay with the fissure at the opening hand, but the 2 face down cards. Choosing to solemn the fissure. That's going to turn out okay, I think. Depending on 12's play with these Knight Assailants here. No, choosing again to go with the Rat. Which means Knight Assailant would have been honestly really good here. Now, there's a whole Dead Rat package in here, but again, Setting saying that they prefer search over straight up destruction, I guess. So missing out on the opportunity to stabilize the board on the AI's part here. But at least we know the AI won't attack Pyramid Turtle until it feels like it needs to. How we're going to set another Pyramid Turtle. Turtle into Turtle. Turtle into Dark Assailant. Finally setting the Dark Assailant, but that's... okay, I mean, 12 does have control of the board here pretty well. A bunch of floaters. Another Pyramid Turtle into another Dark Assailant, which will just get cleaned up. Which means if he's willing to set another Knight Assailant, he may clean up a lot. Okay, so the AI really wanted to get that Nobleman out of his hand. I've never seen it do that before. That was a bizarre one. The AI sees the Flash Assailant and thinks, oh, I need to take this out of my hand. And Nobleman's its own... Nobleman's its own monster. And then didn't even set the Dark Assailant instead, choosing to set the Flash Assailant. Just, yep, bouncing, and there we go, Swords of Concealing Light, and MST. Alright, well, and at the end, 12 couldn't really keep up with the bugs. That's going to be a clean 2-0 for Barew. Off of 3 Baby Mantis tokens. And we'll head to the next match. There we go. Barew with the 2-0 over 12. 12, however, not seemingly upset by that at all. So we're going to move on to Skylar versus Aiden. Skylar versus Aiden, Beast Showdown. Skylar playing just a Beast deck, whereas of course Aiden is playing Ojamas. But Skylar's just here, play with his mom, have a good time. He will be going first. Okay, hand here, Giant Rat, and a Reinforcements. Pretty decent start for basically against anyone but Aiden here. Reinforcements getting the rat up to 1900. So depending on the size of that defender, that may not be great. Solemn Judgment on Gazelle. And into the Prevent Rat. That's a good fisher here. Oh, excuse me. Unfortunately, Aiden playing a very defensive deck, and Skylar doesn't have a super offensive deck to make up for that. Going into Baphomet, searching up another Gazelle into another Prevent Rat. Baphomet still has a decent defense as well, so it's not like an Ojama Country here ruins the deck. Sleeping Lion. Although the Prevent Rat is a problem if the Ojama Country comes down, so we'll have to see what happens. Oh! That's huge, actually. And no Solemn anymore for Aiden means Chimera is here and getting TT'd. But that lets Skylar back into his Gazelle for 15. You kind of had to, you maybe had to do that if you were Aiden here. Maybe you could have waited a turn, but you'd have ended up in this position one way or another. So Forest would be much more effective if this wasn't a Beast deck too. However, losing Ojama Yellow is kind of big, because that means an Ojama Country will be less effective when you're down in Ojama. Dark Holing the Chimera. Does that still activate here? It does, letting Skylar back into the Gazelle. Aiden not going to be off to a great start here. Ojama Black, it's holding the board, but not a lot else. And that's it. Looks like game one is going to go to Skylar here. But we'll see how game two goes. Aiden choosing to go first makes perfect sense for him. If he can stick a Prevent Rat, that would help him a lot. Not a great hand here for Skylar. However, he's halfway to two different fusions. Okay, well, sometimes you just draw it. Baiting out the Solemn Judgment with the Forest. missing out on some good damage from not going Poly into Silverfang, but a decent conservative play on his end. I mean, this is the manager of a card shop, so... There's the Swords of Revealing Light. And Path. Just setting the Silverfang, not terrible. Okay, Chimera is out again, so I assume, yep, bringing back Gazelle. Into the TT. Hey, Aiden may be on the back foot, but he's still got combos. Just a giant rat. Okay, this is gonna be the last turn of swords here. And Aiden has made 0 progress on the board outside of that TT. Bringing back the Chimera, usually a good plan here, but unfortunately Skylar does have the fissure. So I think this might actually be game. Fissure here, pops Chimera. Chimera bring back Gazelle, and that is exact lethal on board. And with that, on turn 10, Skylar gets the 2-0 over Aiden. Good job, little guy. Skylar taking it 2-0 over Aiden means we have the last match of round 1. The perfectly normal human Bob versus Robin. Here we go. Bob's Aitsu deck versus Robin's Winged Beast Harpies. And it's good to just see like a normal person out here having fun. Blue Winged Crown getting over the giant rat. Rat I assume into rat. Yep. Swords protecting. Now Bob has a lot of floaters to enable his deck, but he's actually going to have less than Robin here. Robin, I assume, going into the last Flying Kamakiri here. Yep. However, Bob going into Aitsu. Alright, we have Aitsu and Doitsu on the board. Harpy Lady Sisters, Harpy Lady to defense mode. But does the AI know what it has in hand? It does. There's Koitsu. Bringing back the UFO turtle kind of arbitrarily. Koitsu equipping to Aitsu, making it a 3100 monster. With piercing, so now Robin has to be careful to get around this Aitsu in some way. Icarus attack will do it. Yep, that's a way to beat it. Alright, well, without the fully powered up Aitsu, I don't know what Bob can do here. Robin with all 3 Harpy Ladies. Alright, well, let's see what reasoning here gets Bob. Level 8, that gets him the Doitsu, but that's wanted Soitsu there. And I think this is just enough. Not if you blow up your own Harpy Lady, unfortunately. Yes, that would have been over by 50. Instead, Bob gets one more turn and gets nothing for it, unfortunately. So Robin's still going to take game one. Into the Harpy's Pet Dragon. Cleaning it up, let's go to game two. Bob choosing to go first this time could help by setting up a floater, maybe. Okay. Not a lot for Bob here. Just a blind MST is going to hit the rollout. And Blue Ring Crown gets thrown in a hole. Alright, well, Koitsu got in for a whopping 100 damage. That was 2 cards for half a Sparks. Let's see. Yep. Skull Redbird's still pretty good. Alongside the bird face. Into a Koitsu. Now if you can get some sort of tribute fodder out here. Nope. Yeah, very unfortunate here for Bob. I mean, gets him another Flying Kamakiri. Maybe he can get a Soitsu. Sorry, Doitsu. Needs the Doitsu here. No Doitsu. Does this work on any union? Yes, okay. There we go, there's a 3100 attack point Aitsu. Forces the Dark Hole from Robin here. Yep, okay. Whatever works. Bob once again managing to get in for 100, but at least gets to keep the Giant Rat this time. The one big advantage to Bob's deck is having all of these floaters. That can at least go into each other before going into one of the guys. And Robin drawing nothing here. Reborning the Blue-Winged Crown. Bob may be picking up this game after all of that struggle. And that's it. Looks like we are going to game 3. It's Bob's UFO Turtle, Giant Rat, Stolen Blue-Winged Crown. Big game 3 here for Robin. We've seen a lot of Robin's contemporaries manage to get wins here. Hopefully he's going to be able to join them. Just a couple of trap cards here. Aitsu Koitsu in hand is not what you want. Well, you never want that, but let's see if just a Soitsu. The 0-0 is not going to do very much. Just gonna see the TT. Yep, just gonna see the TT. A decent swords here, I think, from Robin, just in case. Now, if Robin can... Now this is Robin's chance to put on pressure. Birdface is a great way with 1600 attack. Depending on the draw here, it may only be one more turn till victory. And that's that. Oh, no, never mind, we got the Dark Hole. There's 4 cards in hand, somehow I missed the Dark Hole. Harpy Lady? Nope. Into Elegant Egotist, and there we go. Robin's gonna clean that up with a perfect victory. Robin with the 2-1 over our perfectly normal office working friend here, Bob. Okie dokie, let's see. Robin, Bob, Robin. Means that round 1 is done. And we get to head to round 2. And here we go. We're going to get into round 2. The first match is going to be Kalia versus Lola. So let's get into the first match of round 2. Kalia's Defensive Zombies versus Lola's Thunders. Should be a very, very interesting matchup here. Lola, however, getting to go first, potentially getting pressure on whatever Kalia can get set up here. Thunder Dragon into 2 more Thunder Dragons. And getting the Poly now. Now, I don't think Lola's going to Fusion Summon this turn. Nope. Choosing to save it for next turn, but it should run over any zombie Kalia can get set up here. This is the one way it didn't happen. Unfortunately, now she's stuck with 1 Thunder Dragon, 1 Polymerization in hand. TT at least equalizes here. And I get the desire to bait things out, Ride Rider for 12, but unfortunately that did just end her in a bad place at the moment. Thunder Nyan Nyan not quite big enough to run over that Castle of Dark Illusions. Which means, are we going to see the Shadow Ghoul here? We are. Shadow Ghoul tying for 19, so it's just going to hold the board here against the Thunder Nyan Nyan. There we go, the Makyu. You do give up your battle phase for that, so. 3 Pump King in hand, not amazing for Kalia. Unfortunately, another 30 damage. Gonna give Kalia the opportunity to do something. Just gonna see the tribute set, yep. Rider taking 800 just, well, then you attacked with the wrong Rider. I'm not sure what that play was. Alright, Pyramid, ooh, Pyramid of Wonder, huge here. The question is Lola willing to give up well, no, that's not how Rider's gonna work, it needs to stay on the board. There we go. Feather Duster, exactly what she needed. Into the mountain, powering up the Thunder Monsters. That 1 Poly stuck in hand now doesn't mean anything because Lola's re-secured the board. Poison on me, yeah, that was That's not enough, though, for Kalia here. Reborning another Thunder Dragon. That's going to put Kalia down to 200. And flipping up the poly here to go into Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon. This might be curtains for Kalia's game 1. Maybe if she gets a board clear at Pyramid Turtle might save a turn. Not choosing to go into another turtle there was interesting. Yeah, unfortunately the zombies only have 1600 defense. Must be a low attack monster for Lola to have not flipped that up. Can Kali get anything? No, that's gonna be it. So finally, completely clearing the board here. That is going to be game 1 for Lola. We're going to head into game number 2. Kalia put up a fight there for a little bit. However, Lola's new adjustments to the Thunder deck has worked out really, really well for her. Which I know when you want a nap, it's kind of unfortunate to end up being so good you have to keep playing. Alright. Thunder Dragon for the 2 other Thunder Dragons. Again, the AI getting baited into Solemn Judgmenting a field spell. Thunder Nyan Nyan and the Light Spirit. The good news here for Kalia is at least that there was no no poly in hand. Oof, another mountain. Yeah, she's gonna take 30 here, but Thunder Nyan Nyan runs over the castle. And it's still a 4,000 to an 8970. Can't Book of Life because there's no monsters currently in Lola's graveyard. She's not going to tribute summon a Thunder Dragon here. And that's it. That's just game. 2-0 Lola. After just some bad draws here from Kalia. So that's a turn 6. Lola, 2-0 over Kalia. Putting her in a commanding position so far. Means the next game is going to be Tay versus Caspian. Time for 2 of our most nervous competitors. Tay getting the opportunity to set up her flip monsters to go first. Not bad here. As Caspian will be trying to figure out how to get aggro, which is also not bad for him. However, Stealth Bird is a big one here for Tay. Okay. Well, she gets the Waboku off at the very least. Okay. Now, that sucks to take 300, but it just saved him 700 more life points, so... 100% sure I agree with that, TT. You could have maintained some sort of board presence, but that's alright. And the return pot agreed. Mass Dragon. Here comes the question. Is Tay going to start Swarm of Scarabs or Deslacuta for the card draw? Okay. However, now we know Caspian's out of Masked Dragons, so these are going to float less effectively. But the Pure Advantage Camel is here. And so is Grave Oja. I expect we start seeing... Maybe we don't see Swarm of Scarabs soon. Winged Dragon, Guardian of the Fortress, still 1400 attack, still not the worst card in the world. And return Waboku here. Cobraman Suzuki with just enough. Oh, pitching Baby Dragon. Yep, that's actually going to get run over by the Spirit Ryu. Caspian may be able to take it to Tay. Oh, okay, there we go. Grave Oja. Takes out the Spirit Ryu. That card may be good enough by itself to actually turn this game back around. Or Caspian's gonna reborn Spirit Ryu. No, didn't run over the Grave Oja with whatever dragon was there? Okay, well, if he doesn't decide to do that next... You attack... Oh no. He I don't know, maybe he swung accidentally at the wrong thing, I don't know. But he just completely threw this game away. He was about to have control of everything. And then just lost it. Now he still has potential board wipes and stuff, but... Now I don't really know. Especially when Tay has 2 Swarm of Scarabs left in hand. Heart of the Underdog, that's going to be it for game 1. Caspian looked like he was going to be able to pull out something neat. Unfortunately, was just not quite able to get there on the turn 1, and is even going to pop the Heart of the Underdog here, leaving him with nothing on board, nothing in hand. Doesn't even flip up the Wandering Mummy. We're going to head into game 2. See if Caspian can save this. You just showed me you have the capability. Okay. You know what? Not a bad set here. Pot agreed. Komori Dragon, you'd love a lot of the time. That isn't going to be enough right now. Oh, except because it was flip summoned, it can get trap hold. That Deslacuta is just going to have to go... Oh, no, okay. Just going to reborn the Royal Keeper. Which means it's even going to get to set itself back down because it's a new Royal Keeper, technically. Alright, not bad, actually. Not bad, actually. Decent recovery here. nothing. What's the camel gonna get? Another Swarm of Scarabs. Royal Keeper going up to 1900 attack. Is this dragon dwelling in the cave going to go for the Swarm of Scarabs, though? That's the big... well, the Woku stops it, but... Curse of Dragon. Blackland Fire Dragon. Oh, this Curse of Dragon's double an issue now. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Caspian's gonna be completely empty on the board here after the Swarm of Scarabs flips up. There goes Curse of Dragon. Deslakuta drawing a Swarm of Locusts. Tay putting in work as she has been since she got here. Let's see if this Heart of the Underdog can help. No. Okay, well at least... and these need to be flip summoned, not flipped face up like the Royal Keeper. Boku here, alright. Is Tay gonna do the same thing with Deslakuta here? We're just gonna put it face down. We'll flip it up for the card draw. Honestly, a good distraction here from that Swarm of Scarabs. Oh, even more huge. Needle Sealing getting rid of the Serpent Knight Dragon. It may just be over for Caspian here. I'm not sure what else you can do. Serpent Knight Dragon, Winged Dragon, Guardian of the Fortress. Curse of Dragon. Luckily runs into the Swarm of Scarabs, but there's about to be 2 Royal Keepers, and I assume... yep. I mean, at least the Master Dragon will get to float. I don't know how many times it'll get to float. Sealing again. The Curse of Dragon could have been a decent defensive option had that Needle Sealing not been here. And that's going to be it. It's going to be another 2-0 for Tay. Dropping Caspian to 1-1. Tay. 2 over Caspian. Very unfortunate there. You really want to keep up your winning ways when you're in this top bracket. Let's see who will do that next, Alex or Shat Calico. The Super Robo deck already surprising us with 1 win today. Can they make it 2? Overdrive, Giant Rat, not a bad opener. Shuriken on the White Ninja, very straightforward opener. Just into the Minefield Driller, okay. Gonna take the 700 from the Fuma Shuriken here. Pharaoh's Treasure, what are you shuffling back into the deck? Oh, nothing yet. And Overdrive just falling into a ditch. Alright, well, we've stabilized the board a lot here in that exchange. Shat getting in with the Skull Red Bird. But Overdrive's gonna beat it by 50. You heard it here. Cars with machine guns, in fact, better than a bird. And the swords, okay. Now it's up to Shat Calico to get something figured out. Well, okay. Skull Red Bird gonna clean up the Robo Lady. Get another monster set, but... Ooh, and the Robo Yaru a little late there. Because the AI loves to summon, just setting it. Oh, Ninjutsu Art Transformation going into the big koala. Alex may be in a bad position here. Okay, well, there's the TT. Does Shat Calico summon here? No. It's going to put Alex at 400. Now, either way, looks like we're getting another turn. No, the AI just snipes the TT. And drops Alex to 100 after the Crimson Ninja. Looks like it's going to be game 1 for Shat Calico. What a snipe there by Shat. We're going to game 2 thanks to the big koala. Alex's draw is just seemingly one turn behind the entire game. So just a set. It's going to be really good for the Oni tank here, especially with the Gaia power up. With an MST and a TT backup, you like this position a lot if you're Alex here. You like it considerably less now that you've been feather dusted. And Go-Go the Gallant Ninja over it by 100. Okay, well, another Oni tank in defense mode, Cybernetic Zone face down. It's going to hold the board against these ninjas for the time being. Alex up by 100 life points and up by 200 in defense. Any human there holds that Robo Lady. But, oh, well, there's the big koala. Just tribute summoned instead of needing a transformation art. And the Robo Yaru. If we see the Poly next turn, it's gonna be so sad. Okay, Dark Hole. It's gonna be the last Go-Go, and I believe the only big koala in Shat's deck here. Okay, Lady Ninja. Just overrun by 300. Now, Shat does have more 1500 attack point ninjas in deck, so Alex is not out of the woods quite yet. However, it doesn't look like anything's beating this Oni tank right now, so the swords will be up. Shuffling in the Pharaoh's Treasure. A decent setup here by Alex between the Emissary and the Oni tank in defense. That face down could be many number of things, though. Art of Transformation into the Monstrous Bird. It's gonna search up the Robo-Yaru. Now they're face-up monsters, so it should give the Robo-Yaru some protection. In that they'll typically go for the face-ups first. All it takes is one Poly or King of the Swamp here. There it is. Robo-Yaru, Robo-Lady, which one are you going into here? Super Robo-Yaru with the fusion weapon. Going up by another 1,000, it's gonna deal 1,700. And the Giant Rat clearing up the Lady Ninja. With that, it's gonna take at least an MST. Dark Hole will do it too. Now sitting with a dead transformation art on the board. It's gonna kind of be a top deck to see who can draw anything to actually play the game. Getting in aggressive with the Robo-Yaru. He's gonna pop, yep, his own face-up transformation art. Gonna take 900 from the Robo-Yaru. This game's getting very, very close here. This is gonna be enough. It is. Alex is going to be taking this to game 3. After a very, very close and interesting one. Is Alex going to be 2-0? Or will Shat turn this around? Shat Calico choosing to go second. Gaia Power Giant Rat. A good opener here. Unfortunately, just getting fissured. Luckily, hand at 3 cards. Nothing forced to be discarded by the Go-Go here. Keeps hitting the Pharaoh's Treasure, unable to draw it at any point. There's the Oni tank. Ibisu going down. Alex in a good position here. Despite the early issues, it looks like Alex might be doing very, very well today. Alright, White Ninja. Oof. Transformation into the big koala. It's going to clear the board. Never mind, just as I said that, Shat with the counter punch here. Dark Hole, gonna clear up the koala. Minefield Driller for 2,000. Does Shat Calico have the answer for this? The answer is not really. and getting to set an MST. Okay, Dark Hole. And then in comes the giant rat. Sword's not even necessary here. Putting Shat Calico at 1,600 life points. What does he have for this rat? Nothing. We are going to see Super Robo Yaru and Super Robo Lady go to 2-0 after 2-1ing Shat Calico's ninjas. There we have it. Alex with the reverse sweep. Getting the 2-1 over Shat Calico. Meaning our next game, Panay versus Angela. So we've got Panay and his Metal Morph after the surprising first round win versus Angela and her Angels, a deck we know is already very good. Let's see how it goes. Okay. Not a great opener here from Panay. One Giant Germ left in deck. Nothing to Soul X. Luminous Spark. Into the Light Effigy. Panay needs a Red Eyes or a Zoa here badly. Okay, well, at least the swords can help stall stuff off, and there's Dekuichi. So maybe he can get a card drawn here. Dark Hole, yeah. Not even flip summoning the Dekuichi first. Just a little sequencing error there from the AI, and then the Giant Germ getting trap hold. And the Metal Morph, alright. So, one more turn here for Panay to find anything. Alright, Mystic Tomato. And the TT. Okay, this could be Angela's game to take advantage of. But I guess she's got nothing because the swords are up. And Dust Tornado hits the MST. Angela bricking. There's not a lot of tributes in her deck or anything like that, so choosing to Harpies away. Not for any great advantage, unfortunately. Probably could have just let that go. Just another Luminous Spark down with the Shining Angel. Honestly, I like the TT. It's a board wipe on one monster, but it does stop the battle floating. Now that Metal Zoa is in hand, it's just a brick. There we go, Newdoria with the Metal Morph. 1500 makes it a reasonable threat on top of being destruction if it's actually overpowered. However, not choosing to run it over. Ends up being a mistake. Not that the AI would have attempted to attack the face down there. Today with Tomato and Zoa taking up half of Angela's life points here. Over half. What does she got? Just a face down? Could be a TT. Doesn't matter. Angela's going down game one. Maybe all you need's a big number. That's what he was telling us. Hard to argue with him so far. Let's head into game 2. See if Metal Morph ends up going 2-0 in the first 2 rounds, or if Angela can pull this back and get the reverse sweep. We've had a few of those. Choosing to go first. Great hand from Panay here outside of that brick metal Zoa. We might see a floater battle here. Looks like it. Looks like he wants to go for it. Into the light effigy. Panay gonna take this time to deck thin, give up 200 life points to give up 2 tomatoes. To go into dark effigy. What's the MST hitting? The Solemn. Okay, now is a huge chance if she's got the Wing Weaver, which she only has Dark Witch. But the Cestus of Zalga, definitely a good Dust Tornado there, stopping the heal, reducing the damage to 300. Now the question is for Panay, do you want to go... Okay, yeah, you want to go Giant Germ for sure. Ended up going Dekuichi. I was about to ask if you want to go Dekuichi Giant Germ. Giant Germ was the clear choice to me. Well, that's a Metal Zoa, never mind. Okay, drawing into Newdoria. Newdoria is going to be a great defensive option here to clean up whatever monster is going for game. Or not for game, going in for direct damage. And that's perfect, even going to pick off the bigger monster. Becoming a reborn target as well. So the Dark Witch, cleaning up Shining Abyss. I assume setting the Germ face down. Alright, Panay, once again, setting up a very good board position here for himself. Forgiving Maiden, not a great attack mode monster. But kind of gets away with it due to Soul Exchange, but I do think I like the play. Give up a 1 turn of attacking to really solidify a presence here. Can Dekuichi get over this face down? No! Shining Abyss gonna hold the board for a turn. However, Angela really needs to find something. Wing Weaver could get her out of this, but she's got to get to it. Which is a hard ask currently. Just enough defense on some of these monsters to hold up, but okay, there we go. If it wasn't for that Soul Resurrection, actually a very good TT here. And Panay with nothing, and his board is very dependent on drawing into those normal monsters with the or like the Red Eyes or the Zoa, so he needs to find a way to get a monster on both sides of the boards in Soul Exchange. Forgiving Maiden for 1350. It's not massive, but it might be enough to close out game 2. Second Metal Morph. Not great for Panay here. And Spirit of the Harp. We're looking at 1 more turn. And drawing the swords just in time to set up a defense. Both going to defense mode, 1600, a decent enough stat. Metal Morphing over the Forgiving Maiden. Not a bad way to start clearing up the board. Especially with the Soul Exchange coming next turn. It is no longer coming next turn. looking at the last turn of swords coming up here. And a huge pot of greed. Let's see. Yep, Dark Hole. I assume just Feather Dustering away. No. Not bothering with the field spell. Oh, Angela's stuck. But Panay needs to draw something here. Red Eyes is not it, so if Angela can draw any monster, we're going to game 3. Nothing, in fact, just a swords. Panay just hanging on. Angela looking for a way to close this out. Drawing just a million bricks. Angela needs anything. Still does not have it. And drawing the Red Eyes Black Metal, meaning both of the Metalmorph targets are not only not in the deck, but they are stuck in hand where they can't do anything. Angela, you only run like 4 Angela, just draw any monster and you're alright. Yeah, I don't understand. Giant Germ, double Metalmorph. $600 burn from the Fairy Wind. Dark Holing the Giant Germ. Any monster? No. Angela's still not quite able to finish this game out. 1,500 more. This time, if the Dark Effigy doesn't get cleared, we're going to see a Zoa next turn, and it's going to be an even bigger problem. Angela possibly falling apart in front of our very eyes. 2,600 damage. Dust Tornado, the Soul Exchange, setting a field spell. Oh, are we about to see the wing? If we see the Wing Weaver here, that is game. That is going to be game. Yes, there it is, and the Cestus, and the field spell. There we go. 1150. We are going to game 3. That was a wild couple of turns there that were just bad draws on both sides. Let's see what this game 3 has. Horrible, horrible opener here. Well, you know what? Giant Germ's gonna be 2 as long as one doesn't get cleared. And the Metalmorph. But that's too bad, because that's the Trap Hole. Fissuring away the Shining Angel. Okay, 2 Red Eyes in hand. Not great if you're Panay here. Huge life point gain. Just a huge swing in general. Okay, well, if Angela summons next turn, the TT clears that up, but still down by 2,200. Go tell us the Little Angel's been destroyed. Does get the Tellus Wing token in for 500. Just a little bit of chip. Okay, well, you know what? We're about to have Zoa and Metalmorph. Depending on what it is. Taking the 2,300, I actually think that's a good play. To get the Zoa on board. Now we're going to see Metal Zoa, or are we just going to see the Metal Morph attack? Looks like we're just going to see the Metal Morph attack going in for 1750. Then into the Metal Zoa. There we go. I actually don't think that's a terrible play here. For the simple fact it's 3k on defense instead of 29. It's not a huge difference, but that 100 points could matter. I imagine just about anything can get over a 1500. No. Must be something like Spirit of the Heart face down. Okay, well you needed to normal summon the red eyes there for that to work. Alright. Just not tribute summoning into the Swords of Revealing Lights. A very weird issue this AI has. There's the Black Metal Dragon, so we will not be seeing it at all. 3,000 directly from the Metal Zoa. Is this it? Zoa, Metal Zoa, Panay, 2-1ing Angela. Panay continues to figure out how to win with Metal Zoa. So, Panay getting the 2-1 over Angela. Maybe big numbers are the way to go. We're about to find out with Mikina versus Amerigo. We've got Hell's third place player taking on the Shopkeep. We saw his deck very powerful in the first round. And this is Ashened without the spell traps, but it still can do plenty here. Spearhead just a 17, effectively just a 1700 vanilla. Mikina blowing up his own Spearhead. There goes the backfire. Choosing to go for the twin-headed fire dragon via attack. Destroying the twin-headed, giving over a witch. That's just going to be 26, and then another 500 from the Solar Flare effect. Amerigo in not a great position here. Priestess gonna search up Hero of the Ashen City. Wasn't lethal on board, so they didn't bother here with the witch. Mikina showing this deck is a real threat. Tribute summoning the hero. Losing instant fusion and poly, but doesn't matter. When you get to go for a game, that is going to be game 1 to Mikina over Amerigo. If she could just get some good swaps off. Mikina has some decent things to steal. She's just got to get the right setup here. This time she will be going first, which might help her out. to get better board positioning. All three spearheads of the Ashen City and a solar flare in hand. Actually, pretty decent here for Mikana. Fusing away Molten Zombie and Solar Flare Dragon for Embers of the Ashened. Now, it won't be hitting any Pyros here, but it's still a 2900 fusion. Alright, Waboku. I would have loved if you had set the dummy golem there instead of the morphing jar, but hitting the giant rat here, I assume to go to... Okay. Not great, but not terrible. Swords Up can give a little recovery time. Getting out the Solar Flare Dragon. Interesting. Not the Twin-Headed Fire Dragon. Or the hero of the Ashen City. Really, it was kind of the worst choice. A couple of decent steals for Amerigo here, but really, really want that hero, or that Embers of the Ashened. So here's the problem. There's now Pyros on Amerigo's side of the board. Which means the Embers of the Ashened here get to start going off. And very wisely saving a Pyro for next turn. Gonna go back to only getting one attack a turn, but was still able to clear 4 monsters in those two turns with the Embers. Luckily for Amerigo, he has not been able to get too much else going. As long as he remains unable to summon, Amerigo might have a chance to pull this back. If that's Invader of the Throne Room face down, maybe, but it should have been flipped up already if one of them was. No, Dummy Golem. Unfortunately can't swap if it's being targeted for destruction, so... or marked for destruction, is the term. There we go. Unfortunately, that's still a twin-headed fire dragon, maybe even the hero. Yep. 1,000 for Cherubin. And Momomanga's great swap protection here. Okay, Morphing Jar. If it wasn't for that widespread ruin, this play would have been amazing. But unfortunately, that is it. A full fresh hand doesn't matter. Meek in a 2-0ing Amerigo here. Almost made it to Worlds for a reason. Can he pull it out here? Meekina with the quick 2-0. Has to shake Amerigo here, but it'll be alright. Next, Renell versus Leo. Let's do it. Renell the Time Mage versus Leo the Artist. Two very off-kilter decks here, meeting in round 2. Not a tremendous hand from Renell here. Very, very probably good to Morphing Jar, I think. So especially when losing TT. Now if you're Renell, you don't like losing Time Eater, but you especially don't like it when Leo takes your Time Eater. But I believe you just get to work your way right out of this, so it'll be alright. And getting to set the time seal. Going fissure for fissure, Grappler gets the lucky Iron Axe. This is, however, still going to end up being a... Oh, there goes a Radiant Mirror Force. This is still going to end up being a draw for Leo here. Despite no draw phase. But still probably worth it. Keeps him down one draw overall. Or draw neutral after everything. Hesitant to use the Gravity Blaster for some reason. Don't really know why. The Grappler's got an axe again. Some confusing moves here by Renell. Now we're working without either player getting a main phase 2. Witch picking up a Morin Fen. What's Sangan gonna grab here to help Renell out? Pursuit Chaser, alright. I still don't understand the lack of gravity blasting here. Crazy, it's any machine, right? Yep. I get it here, but, you know. Cyber Phoenix going to help Renell draw another card. Which is going to be especially good here now that there's no Cypher Soldier to help defend. There we go, helping Robo for combat. This is about to be exactly what Renell needs. to start picking things up. Oh. Oh, this might be the end, actually. Depending on that set card, the game might just be over. No main phase 2. Then for Leo's turn, he gets a draw phase, standby, no main phase 1. Nexus, or Terminal World will skip the main phase 2. Okay, it's not quite game. But Leo gets one main phase 1. Alright, there's the C common. Leo stabilizing the board after the dark hole. Grappler in for 13. Alright. Can Renell draw a monster? No, Leo will actually end up pulling this one out, despite getting an entire turn locked. And of course, here comes Morinfen for the final blow. That will be game 1. Leo did that effectively without any of the broken cards that really pop him off specifically. Renell choosing to go second this time. And Leo not with a great turn about it. Cyber Phoenix not able to beat the Griffor. And here comes Morinfen. But Morinfen clearly too powerful. And Morinfen returns. You cannot stop its beauty. With the Lucky Iron Axe. Renell, you've got one turn. And that's it. Leo's gonna 2-0 Renell here. Again, didn't do anything broken. Just relied purely on Morinfen. And that's gonna be that on turn 5. A crazy 2-0 here for Leo. Not a deck I expect to be 2-0ing just about anyone. But we're going to move on to the next match then. Lacey versus Emery. So we've got Mom versus Bunny NB. Let's see. Can the Beast, just a generic Beast Warrior deck, run over Guardians? Emery, who's been doing fantastic in these tournaments, honestly. Turn 1 Iatos. Gravity Axe Scrawrl. Okay, very... No, you did that backwards. You did that completely out of order. Alright, well... Outside of that turn being very strange, which Emery is going to take advantage of with 1600 to the dome. So these two have been doing well, so this should be a pretty back and forth game here. Depending. Emery's pretty devastated on the board. So maybe Lacey's cleaning this up next turn. And a great way to clean up between the shooting star bow, the pop, the running over. Really good turn there by Emery. Cat's Ear Tribe puts him to 200, so that forces you to tie with the Cat's Ear Tribe. A very good defensive move here. Especially with the Sojin. Cat's Ear Tribe in for 400. Emery's got to find some way to get out of this. This is a huge deficit to be on. What could that be? Face down KS'd maybe? Nope. Iron Blacksmith Kotetsu. Gets the Grarl, but as long as Cat's Ear Tribe's on the board, Grarl doesn't win anything, really. I mean, if you can top deck it, maybe you stabilize. Nah, this might be it. Because even if that is a KS'd face down, there's no combination. Yep, because now they attack directly. Neko Gal number 2 is going to take game 1 for Lacey here. We're going to move on to game number 2. Lacey with just... Emery really tried, but... didn't work out super well. Here's the Tenki. Tenki plus Cat's Ear Tribe is an amazing defense. Plus Leotard to fight anything that is not a normal monster. Which Emery... does not have. The instant set 5... or the instant set 4 swords... that was so fast it made me like jump in real life. Alright. Unfortunately not setting the Arsenal Summoner. Really annoying thing the AI does is not use its flip effect to search a Guardian, of which the deck is full of. See the smashing ground here. Yes, we do. Choosing to set Nabara Yushioni instead of going for the flip effect, or the coin flip effect, I should say. The Wolf Axe Wielder in for 1650. So, Lacey kind of needs a Battle Ox here. Oh, you know what? Cat's Ear Tribe does it too. Means Cat's Ear Tribe beats anything by 100. Can you attack with it? During the opponent's turn. So, Cat's Ear Tribe can't run it over. There we go. Was able to stall just long enough to get a Battle Ox in. Now, if you're Emery, you still have options. They're just not great ones. Oof, Neko Gal here. Vanilla actually great. 2050 defense. It's Kotetsu searching here. The Grarl, alright. Grarl's going on there we go. Did the Guardian Grarl. Now, Lacey has a few ways of dealing with it, but it is a large man. Leotard not quite big enough, unfortunately. Now Grarl with his own axe. Emery might have turned this around, we're gonna find out. Shield crushing the Abare, not bad. Another gravity axe, another Grarl. At this point, I don't know what you can do if you're Lacey. It's gonna be a total of 4K to the face? No. Iron Blacksmith to defense makes sense to me. Alright. Emery able to keep control this entire game. Cleaning up the game, we are going to game 3. A very, very well played one there from Emery. This time without the Iatos. Lacey electing to go first. There we go. Horn of the Phantom Beast, Torrential Tribute. Oh, she's going second. I misread that. See how this gambling works out? Lacey may be the worst gambler of all time. Adding a Grarl to hand. Not Niatos, very unfortunate. Alright, losing out on the Grarl there. Lacey gonna get this coin flip? Unreal, she's 0 for 3 in this match. But it may not matter if she can just get control of the game. There we go, 1 and 4. And that is a normal monster, so Vanilla's gonna hold against Leotard. Trying for another 1,000 burn. Just another self 1,000. One of the Phantom Beasts to draw a card. Grarl and KS'd. Not great ones to lose there. Reborning Arsenal Summoner. Not terrible there. And finally another 1,000 there. This may come down to a Bariushioni burn if something can't be figured out. There goes Louise. Rod of Silence Cast, gonna bump the Vanilla to 25-50 defense. And the sword, so double the ability to wall up. Catsier tribe. There we go. The coin flip's finally starting to even out for Lacey here. Now the biggest question is, can she get Iatos? Oh, sorry, can they get Iatos? But then the big problem is the dark hole in hand here for Emery. Lacey just hoping to get these coin flips she needs. Shooting Starbow Seal. Weakening the Abare Ushioni, but that does allow the attack directly once this board opens up. Double Abare burn, here we go. 1,000 burn on Emery. Another 1,000 burn on Emery. Are we about to see the Abare win? Oh, there's 1,000 back on Lacey. And that should be game. It wasn't game. The AI not realizing it can attack directly with the Ushioni there. Now, depending on that face down, Lacey may have this. The triple Neko Gal number 2. Reborning the Battle Ox. 1900, it is anyone's game right now. You have to go the smashing ground here. It did work out. Nothing for Emery this time. Alright, Lacey, do you have it? Leotard, is it going to stick? Torrential, it's not going to stick. Once again, it is anybody's game. Emery, no monster again. Lacey, no monster. And gonna pop the Wild Nature's Release there with the face down MST. Emery can get 250 on board. Setting 2 face downs. Comes the Wolf Axe Wielder. Are we looking at it? There we go. Lacey is taking the game. Very, very close one there at the end. So, the 2-1, but a good 2-1. Emery definitely not out of this by any shot, but now we get to check our next recruits between Bane and Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing and Bane fresh off their first win each, who can keep the momentum going. Bane, a decent little starting hand here. Tomato, a couple of face downs, saving the Dust Tornado. Pyramid turtling into the Nine-Tailed Fox. A good twin-headed wolf here, considering the face downs. You know what? Not a bad trade-off here. Giving up the 2 tokens for another Nine-Tailed Fox. 1-for-1 here. Only 4k life left after the Decayed Commander hand rip. And that's it. Xiaoxing, as long as she has any monster, cleans up game 1. Yep, that's it. Decayed Commander. Attacking out of the usual order there, but that's alright. Xiaoxing takes game 1 on turn 6. Let's head into game 2. Xiaoxing just a couple of upgrades, but has been doing great. Did well in testing and immediately has Bane on the back foot. Bane choosing to go second this time. I assume thinking the aggression probably helps him out here. Decayed Commander, usually pretty good. 1500 defense. Ooh, Xiaoxing Fissure into Harpies. Getting to reborn the Whiptail. What a nutty hand here. Immediate and the Zombie Tiger. That is just like just a solid hand here. At least the return Whiptail for some defense. Maybe gets to start trying to work on regaining the board here, depending on what's left in Xiaoxing's hand. Okay, looks like nothing, at least for the time being. Not a flip effect, so we'll still get the Dragon Zombie. Hatebuster face down, that may end up doing serious work here. Oh no. Pyramid Turtle into Nine-Tailed Fox. And the Book of Life. Does Bane have any shot at coming back at this? The answer's kind of. Okay. Assume tomato for tomato. Tomato for a fiend, I hope. You know what? I get it though, because that fox will just leave tokens. At least this way you get to start clearing up a little bit of the board. Not sure I loved that interaction. Geroid probably could have gone there with the Gross Ghost face down. Maybe that baits a different attack order. Decayed Commander for 1,000. Xiaoxing may only have 2,900 life points, but that board looks borderline unbeatable, and even if you clear it, the tokens come back. Okay, if Xiaoxing gets any monster here, it looks like it's curtains. 200 life points left for Bane to try and pull this match back in any way, and nope, Bark of the Dark Ruler's not going to do it. Xiaoxing with the 2-0 on Bane. Catch you back at the bracket. What a complete turnaround for Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing with the 2-0. I'm sure her friends are going to be so proud of her after this round. But the next match is going to be Krim versus Lorelei. Two, I'd say, overperformers in the history of the series. Let's get to it. Crim versus Lorelei. Not a great hand from Crim here. Yeah, it's unfortunate you have to trap hole that Senju, but you gotta hope she just doesn't end up with what she needs for a ritual summon right now. Performance of sword for performance of sword. Already gonna put Crim on the back foot here. Okay, actually, huge. Choosing to go to the princess finally, but gets TT'd. Doesn't end up working out. And the performance of sword is just back. Lorelei very, very smart in that setup. Crim unfortunately overextending. But it may not matter, we're about to see the second Princess Karan. I like how we'll go games and games without seeing a single princess, and we've seen two in this game. Now we can't see any more. And neither of them got to do anything. Ritual Raven for 300. It's hard not to groove to the live Twin Field music. Another 300 from the Ritual Raven. Okay, Shining Angel. It's gonna deal 1100 there, so that's a big bump. So you have to wonder, what can Lorelei do to recover here? Senju pretty good. Garma Sword. Can we get the Garma Sword this turn? No, just the swords. Princess Picrew, not a good draw. You wanted those to stay in deck as long as possible. Pot of Greed. Garma Sword Oath. There it is. Garma Sword for Garma Sword. Boku gonna give Crim some breathing room on life points for a little bit, but it may actually not get him as much as he would have liked. Senju with the Garment Sword Oath. Bane of the Moonlight being 1500, being huge again. Just a little late for Picrew, unfortunately. Lorelei able to stick more on the board. Nope, doesn't look like it. Tomato for tomato. Nope, tomato for Karan. Only at 1,000 life. Looks like that's it. Armory Call has nothing to call here. Lorelei just with another Garma Sword. And that is going to be Game 1 Lorelei. See how Game 2 goes. Krim able to get 2 princesses last game, so I know he's got real capabilities. Maiden of the Moonlight, not a bad opener for Krim here. Drawing into a princess already, not great. Nova Summoner's just gonna go to attack mode. Oh, nope, into a Senju. Okay. Protecting the Picrew. A little life point gain is not bad. Nice little incremental advantage. And then 1200. And that Armory Call is going to be a great defense here, depending on what it is that Lorelai's able to summon. If it's only a Senju or a Manju or even a Performance of Sword. Nope, doesn't matter. Dark Hole. The answer, she can't summon anything. Alright, Koran plus Trial of the Princess, that's 2k. It's going to give her at most 2 more turns. Commencement Dance. Would have loved to have seen the tomato ram there bounce off, maybe, but not a huge amount of change in damage. Performance of Sword into a Performance of Sword, but that does set up the Koran for getting into the Princess again. Did Lorelai just set herself up for failure here? Or does it not even matter? Didn't even matter. We are going to game 3. So that could have been 3 princesses in 3 games if it wasn't, or in 2 games if it wasn't lethal, so. Just 2 face downs. Oh, into the Harpies immediately. Trap Hole MST. Yep, honestly, a good Maiden of the Moonlight here. So we're gonna get a Trap Hole? No. Lorelai stuck. That's the one. That's just the biggest issue with rituals, right? Is getting those bricky hands where you can't do anything. Lorelai still with Dark Hole and Fissure backup as well. And the Trap Hole face down. Krim is behind on board, but in a commanding position, I think, just resource-wise. He just needs to start drawing into monsters like Maiden of the Moonlight. Okay, well there we go. Ib, 2100 defense. Deals 600 damage, eats a Fissure. Recklessly gonna end up probably being huge here for Krim. And the pot agreed into nothing. Are we seeing just a repeat of what happened in Lorelai's finals in the last event, where she just can't draw anything? The answer appears to be a resounding maybe. There we go, Garma Sword for a Garma Sword. It's gonna be too little too late here, I think. So Waboku protects. Unfortunately, Krim going for the Dark Hole instead of the Fissure. So this game getting extended by just a little bit. Could be an Ib, could be a Ritual Raven underneath there. This actually gives Lorelei a huge chance to find something. Okay, it was properly ritual summoned. That means we get to see the Garma Sword back. I mean, it's going to get fissured, but at least it's going to get the removal spell out of his hand. Gives, again, Lorelei has a shot at coming back here. Krim just with a handful of trials. Ways to get trials, but no Picrew, no Kuran. Armory Call, just gonna, I assume, search for the last trial. Witch for 11, not bad. And if it does finally get destroyed, it sets her up to search a Searcher. Senju, okay. Oh, except gets the Manju with Commencement Dance. Senju and Manju for the Performance of Sword. Okay, here's the problem. Goes into Kuran? No, goes into... The AI not noticing the fact it's got... Oh, or just draw the Kuran. Actually, he just draws it. This might be enough to shut everything down. Yet not even going into the Princess. Why bother with the Princess at this point? Is that it? Are we having Krim move up to the 2-0 side of the bracket? No! TT! Now Krim can still just top deck a monster here in a moment. Or Lorelei will set up the swords. She is not going down without a fight. Still a Performance of Sword left. The Princess is just dead in hand, especially because there are no more trials left. Banishing Ritual Spell from Grave in order to go into Performance of Sword here. Huge play for Lorelei. Kuran just holding on the defense. But at some point, Krim's going to brick. But Lorelei slowly is emptying her deck of bricks. Shining Angel clearing out the Manju. Going into a Maiden. Saved her a lot of life, or saved him a lot of life points doing that. And Mystical Elf, there we go. Now it's Crim's turn to finally be able to stabilize. Eats the fissure. Only 10 cards left in deck. Searching up. Performance of Sword. Garma Sword Oath. What a game this has been. The back and forth swings. Incredible. Crim in by 800, down 800 to 300. It looks like this is finally it. Manju searching a commencement dance. Picrew gaining a little life, but it won't matter because that is a brick Karan. Each down to sub 10 cards in deck. Each were below 1,000 life points. There we go. We are finally seeing it. Garma Sword for the win. Lorelei with the 2-1. So a very close 2-1 there. Really feel like that one could have gone either way. But now we move on to Dart versus Mark. Frogs versus Celtic Guardian. Not a good opener here from Dart. Mark immediately getting into Celtic Guard of Noble Arms. No other Celtic Guards in hand, however. Not sure I agree with that solemn Mark, but... Frog in for 400. Is Mark going to be able to empty out his hand here? Yes. Invigoration on the Celtic Guard of Noble Arms. And the card draw. Travel on the regular Celtic Guardian, okay. Appears not a care is given. Not a bad opening here for Mark. Well, now you could have been going in, Dart. That was very confusing plays. But that's alright. We're about to see a Death Frog, and we're gonna see... And the Froggy Force Field. That's huge. There's just a Mirror Force looming, and that might be it for Mark if nothing is done quickly. He doesn't know what's coming. Okay, well, I guess because he wasn't able to empty his hand, he decided Dark Hole was the better choice. So just setting the Beelza Frog. Once again, AI doing this thing where it's not willing to just play out the Death Frog here. without a frog, there is no froggy force field. But the AI will not summon the Beelzefrog in order to set up the froggy force field. Unfortunate. Well, it didn't matter, actually. Yeah, Mysterious Guard, a very good, very underrated card. However, Treeborn's back now. Can Mark fight back from a 1900 frog? The answer is not currently. He still has the Celtic Guard of Noble Arms in there somewhere. Excuse me. The obnoxious Celtic Guardian, unable to die against the Death Frog, actually very big. Gonna lose a little life points, but... So Dart not even bothering, going for the face down. Another obnoxious Celtic Guardian. Okay. Elf Knight's coming in clutch. Now the Invigoration, so they... or the Gaia Power, so they crash. Not bothering with the Treeborn, understandable. Not a reason to. It's become a very tight game very quickly. The third obnoxious, however, might be exactly what Mark needs to clean this up. Leaving him with only 1,400 life points. It does not look like Dart will end up being able to turn this one around. Yeah, Unifrog, that would have been nice. However, you just don't have the life points to play with. And just drew another Gaia Power anyway. So that's... even if you weren't dead already, you're still dead. We're headed to game 2. Mark was on the back foot there for a little bit. But since his deck upgrade, I think it's done him very, very well. Let's see if Dart can do something here. Just a set pass, not great if you're Mark, but the Beelzefrog not willing to go in. Would have been a Marauding Captain lock. Forced to throw up the Swords of Revealing Light here. Marauding Captain, face down Tadpole. And invigorating the Giant Rat. Okay, so that goes from Giant Rat to really freaking Big Rat. I imagine we see... oh, we're just the Dark Hole, yep. Fissure would have been better, but we know the AI likes Dark Hole there. We'll see the Fissure here. But Dart needs to draw something. Okay, Submarine Frog. Something to put in defense. Does Mark have any answer for a face-down monster? He does. He has Celtic Guardian. So, yeah, just another Submarine Frog. Not amazing here. Set monster. Interesting. Not something you're going to get a lot out of Mark. loved that MST here for that Solemn. Yeah, I don't know if I love or hate that, but it is done now. Only 1900 left. Dart, do you have anything? Just trap holes? The answer is maybe. Is that a 500 attack point monster face down? No. Alright, Dart, this is your last attempt to hold the board. And just the desk croaking, and just like that, Mark will be taking the 2-0 over Dart. I'd say Mark's upgrades have done him very, very well. Mark with the 2-0. Continuing to do very well. Time for what could be a very, very hard match. Skylar versus Picrew. I expect this one to be an uphill battle for Skylar here. Picrew getting to go second as well. Let's see how this works out for him. Just setting the giant rat. I would have loved the 1,000 needles there. Could have actually gotten some protection. Well, alright. Giant rat ends up working out better in the long run. Going into Gazelle. Not horrible. Dark World Thorns. Skylar's just gonna have to figure out how to clear a monster, but with that Verdant Sanctuary up, it's gonna make it even harder. Picrew also very smartly saving the monster reborn for the main phase 2 in case something had happened to Garroch and Kuwagata. Here we go, going into Flower Wolf. Just to get the bonus monster on defense, but it is still below Gazelle. So while it ate an attack, it just wasn't going to be big enough. There's been opportunities to play the 1,000 Needles, not sure why it's not. Very unfortunate by Skylar here. Alright. At least the board's about to fill up with a baby mantis token. The AI may be tempted to just attack that though, which is very unfortunate. Yeah. I guess it's getting rid of that back row, but I don't know, I assume more back row comes down. Yep. And then sets the Gazelle. Unfortunate. Looks like Skylar is going down in game 1. Had a lot of opportunities for maybe the 1,000 Needles to do some defensive setup, maybe start popping monsters. Don't know why the AI did that, but we're going to move on to game 2. See if he can get his nerves under control. Play this out. having Baru go first. Rising Air Current, Garochin Kuwagata. That combo has been deadly. But there's a trap hole, so there's some backup here. And if there's a King of the Swamp or Polymerization next turn, it's going to be a huge swing in damage. Or Harpy stopping the trap hole. But no follow-up. Okay. Solemn gonna serve a very similar purpose here to the trap hole. It may just be enough to get Skylar game 2. Dark World Thorns. That's it. The Solemn able to secure game 2 for Skylar on turn 6. Just a brick on Baru's side, meaning this kid has fought back and we are going to game 3. Absolutely crazy. Wow, okay. Let's see what this means. Because I feel like whoever comes out here is going to be very, very favored for the rest of the event. Baru making Skylar go first. Not a bad opener here, in all honesty. See what it baits out. Rising Air Current. Yeah, I think that was actually a good play here. Because you can just reborn the Gazelle, get the fusion, and the Air Current's already down. That works too. Whatever works, you know? And very importantly, Chimera is a wind monster, meaning if the Rising Air Current comes down, Chimera gets the boost. So it is up to Baru to clear this board right now. Well, now has 3 turns to clear the board. Alright, Insect Soldier of the Sky, just gonna get rid of that. Sending the Dark World Thorns. Now, depending on what attacks this Thousand Needles here, that could be very, very good as well. Oh, there's the Dread Scythe Harvester. Okay. Now, this is the first time we've seen it. Now that's going to put Skylar very much on the back foot. Unfortunately, Force is also going to boost Baru's insects as well. Pop the Flying Kamakiri, which is good. Skylar just needs a Dark Hole. Giant Rat something. It doesn't help currently. Alright, only 2,300 life points left. Taking 100 to go into 1,000 Needles. Alright, Skylar tried his best, but unfortunately the Dread Scythe Harvester just ended up being powerful enough. 2-1 Baru. Skylar put up a great fight, though. This is what I mean. Baru is no one to mess with in this event. Poor kid, you can tell he's a little upset by the loss, but it'll be alright. It's only round 2. And still getting one game is always going to help. Meaning next, we have 13 versus Robin. 13 getting a win when his brother didn't. We'll have to see if those winning ways continue here into round 2. A very, very good hand here, I think, for 13. Yep, just a giant soldier of stone. And swords, okay. Now this Knight of the Red Lotus is about to do, I think, pretty substantial work. Instead, going for the Wolf Axe Wielder, because they don't like to tribute summon when swords is up. Harpy's Pet Baby Dragon in for 1200. 2 more face downs. Unfortunately, that Robotic Knight's got a huge defense stat. Okay, Robin not falling for it, but also not drawing a summonable monster. It's the end of swords. Does Robin have anything? Once again, Icarus attack, clearing out the board. But 13 with just a handful of normal monsters. High Tide Gyojin, 1650. Certainly not a bad one. There's the Knight of the Red Lotus, there's the Wolf Axe Wielder. You can tell Robin's got some sort of sense of dread here, but he just has to shake it off. Find some way to get the Harpies working for him. Another Wolf Axe Wielder. And Beast of Talwar. Looks like that's going to be it for game 1. 13 handily taking this one. See what happens here in game 2. Robin, I know, is more than capable of putting up a fight here, despite what that first game says. An unfortunate time, however, to have 13 go first is he has a couple of very good trap cards set up. Actually, a good way to force him to use that Solemn. Face and the face down. Clear the board with Icarus attack. Now Justy Break is a fantastic card. Robin has to be very, very careful here. He does luckily have a lot of normal monsters of his own. Blue Wing Crown can stand up to a lot of 13s. Dark Hole Swords to stabilize while at such a low life total. Life total. Flying Kamakiri. What does he choose to go into here? Another Flying Kamakiri. Okay. We're only on turn 8. This action is already moving fast and furiously. start, willing to give Robin 1,000 life points here to get to the Beast of Talwar. The tribute set. Unfortunately for Robin, this is not going to work out unless he blows up the back row. Beast of Talwar not willing to run into a face-down monster like that. Destruction Jammer. Coming in decently nicely. The problem is that Harpy's Pet Dragon is now in attack mode. So a good bait bit there by 13. There was only one spell trap, so there wasn't enough to bounce with the Tornado Bird. At the Knight of the Red Lotus, this might be it. 4,500 to the face. Without a Dark Hole, this might be it. No, unfortunately, Robin will be 2-0'd by 13. Able to take that convincingly is 13. Robin falling to 1-1. Now we have what's going to be, I feel, a very interesting match is Case versus Kagami. So we have Case only on the winner's side due to Yukio not supposed to be in this tournament, so Case was given the match win. He still got a game, but Kagami earned their win. So we have to see if Case can turn this tournament around, or if that was just a fluke he was given. Immediate Solemn on the Lady Warrior of the Wasteland. Case did manage, obviously, to get a single game off of Yukio, but we have to see that that's going to be enough. His brand new warrior deck has a lot. Including Freed here. Choosing not to equip the Lightning Blade was a very interesting decision. Captain and Exiled Force. Choosing not to fissure, choosing the Exiled Force instead. Lightning Blade on the Marauding Captain. And there we go. Case easily taking game 1 on turn 6. Turn 5, turn 6 have been some very fast games overall. But you can't look past Kagami whatsoever. Case drawing the Marauding Captain lock immediately. Is that something he's willing to go for, though, or is he going to more push towards the Kochikoshi? Okay. Well, TT cleans that up, meaning the next Marauding Captain's going to put on more pressure. Reflection. There's only 13, but he doesn't quite have the power in hand to deal with that. So he's willing to take 200 to get the Koji Kosi to run that over. Very nice. And a lightning blade. So now it's up to Kagami to find something to clear this board up. That face down could clear the board up. We'll have to see. Nope. Doesn't look like it. Kagami with one turn left. Alright, I think this might just be it. Instant fusion for the Flame Swordsman. Immediately tributed off for Freed. Freed for lethal. Another quick game, this time a 2-0 by Case. Case with the quick cleanup of Kagami. Meaning next we're getting World Champion POV against Belladonna. Getting Yukio and his Wind Warrior deck. Versus Belladonna, who seems very excited to get to play the World Champ. I mean, wouldn't everyone? Getting Worm Drake, an Umi. I love the Umi with no monsters that benefit from Umi. Combo fighter to clean up the Mother Grizzly here. Belladonna with the swords. And just a Chaos Rider Gustav. Very unfortunate. The Mist Body prevents destruction by battle, so the Chaos Rider wasn't going to do anything there. You're getting the Lady Ninja Yai, and then just setting her. Monster that maybe could have done something, but not currently. Looks like Yukio is doing a bit of a slow roll here, trying to figure out what Belladonna is doing. Belladonna, however, getting aggressive. Taking out the Chaos Rider, 1400 to the dome with the Worm Drake. Not Dark Holing was an interesting decision. The Michizuri cleanup. There we go, the Dark Hole. Both have a clear board. Umi on one side, 3 cards in hand on the other. Yukio with the swords. Belladonna seemingly in no rush for this game to end either way. Emergency call for Stratos. Stratos for Stratos? Yep. Because for some reason Stratos can search Stratos. Stratos for the Great Tornado. This man has pretty quickly taken control of the board. You have to wonder, I'm not sure if that's something Belladonna can use to come back. Metal Reflect Slime. Was able to sustain her for one turn. But now he's got her Worm Drake. Mother Grizzly for Mother Grizzly. What are we gonna search here? Starboy. Magical Reflect Slime. Thing's about to eat a lot of damage, especially if Yukio sequences this right. And he is able to. That is game 1 to Yukio. Luckily the AI saw the line of attack Starboy first. Doesn't feel like something it would always see. So, I guess that's just the world champ difference, right? Heading into game 2. Another Umi. For Stratos. Very smart to search, then draw. Avion and Yai for the Great Tornado. And popping the MST with Stratos. Just outstanding plays here by Yukio. Not going for the search, going for like safe lines. Sequencing his cards correctly. I swear sometimes the AI knows who a character is in your lore. Right here, going to put Belladonna to 400 life points. Does she have any chance of coming back from this? Reborn on Elemental Hero Avion. And then no, just summoning Humanoid Slime in attack mode. That's it, Great Tornado, 2-0 Yukio. Just outstanding play as usual by the world champion. Yukio, very decisive 2 games. Even if that first game took a little bit, I feel like it was very well played. Next we get to answer the ultimate question, who's better, a streamer or a literal child? We are now catching the streamed match for round 2 between Coop and Quan. Quan's toy deck versus Coop's Clown Control. Pretty solid opener here from Coop. Mystic Clown pass, not that bad in all honesty. Bear blocker, 100 more attack, however. Ryukushin Clown. Going for the shield. Yep. It's only 800, but that was a decent little combo there. go-no-go. The question is go-no-go willing to crash here? Nope, because you got the giant rat for 50. And the ball gets in for 1350. Alright, and now without the chance to get to Picrew box easily, Coop's gonna have to find a way to clean this board up, I guess. Here comes Petey, just to get another clown on board. And get another clown on board, and the block golem is not going to be able to get through that, so that at least eats one more attack next turn. Obviously it cannot search another copy of itself. And the block man. Only getting in for 1,000, yep, choosing to put the block golem to defense mode. Ah, here comes the Mystic Clown. Takes out the block man, but I think the AI knows how to use the go-no-go here. Oh, even better, just has the fissure. Is this going to be enough? It is. Quan is going to take... Oh, no, it's not quite. 200 off. I can't count. But I'm still pretty certain Quan is about to take game 1. Yeah, I think he is. There we go. That's going to be game 1 to Quan. And off to game 2. Coop trying not to go 0-2 in the first 2 rounds on the stream. Crass Clown and Petey and a Pot of Greed and a Torrential. Lots of options. Not bad, that's a Picrew box worth of clowns in hand. If Coop can just draw into it. And Trap Hole on the Bear Blocker. Not terrible at all. How we're getting TT'd is pretty terrible. Petting in for 500 damage. I guess it's worth chip, but I don't know. That's a bad Harpies here for Coop. The giant rat coming in. It's going to put another Petting on the board, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Coop could really use either some stall or stumbling. That was the exact card. Unfortunately, not summoning... Not stumbling and then summoning the Dream Clown in attack mode. Hopefully the AI sees what it's supposed to do here. Okay, it does. Dream Clown getting rid of the Millennium Golem. Quan now needing to navigate around the stumbling. As he gets shield crushed. 1200 to the face. I assume we see the Dream Clown pop here. About to start seeing, I think this is a continuous line of Dream Clowns. So one comes to attack mode, one's going to go to defense mode. This might be the end of game 2. Just very slowly. No, I think the AI is going to poly here. Nope. Alright, it's actually willing to just go the slow and steady Dream Clown Pop, Dream Clown Pop. Very, very good strategy here from Coop. Never mind what I just said. Either way, but Curry Box is on board. That's going to be hard to deal with. There is a face down finally, though. Just a block spider. Gonna see the Dream Clown pop? Yes, we are. This might be it. I don't... That wasn't the right one. That was the wrong clown. Alright, well, Giant Rat... That means Giant Rat's gonna get to survive. A very unfortunate clown choice by the Ryukushin clown. Coop still wins here. I think. Most likely still wins here, but still not a great... Not a great one. Go-No-Go gonna put up actually a real defense here. Yeah, that actually is an okay use of Solemn here. 350 to stop a 1500 attack point clown. And the Go-No-Go's gonna force that Picrew box down. Though, the box may go for Blockman this turn. Nope, choosing to go for the Go-No-Go. Tributes itself for 2 tokens. Alright, Quan now really walling up. Curry Box forced the defense by stumbling. Quan is now completely walled up, and Coop doesn't have a ton of attack points to work. Oh, never mind. There's the Ryukushin clown. That should do it, depending on what that face down is. There we go. That's going to even the match up to 1-1. Took a little bit of time to get there. But Coop might pull this back here in game 3. We gotta see. Very interesting to see who comes out on top of this one. Coop getting to go first again. Just a Sagi and a Waboku, not a bad opening. Able to hold off the Giant Rat. Unfortunately, I imagine that back row about to get Feather Dustered and the Mystic Clown. Okay, a good T2 TT there. Quan, do you have something to push with here? Go no go, not bad. 1350 attack. And the Crass Clown getting trap hold as well. Quan with another big push. Saving that TT with the Solemn may have solved this entire game. Boku to save the Dream Clown. Unfortunately, won't save it for very long. Gonna set that Mystic Clown. Yes, there's a Waboku, but it's gonna this Dream Clown's got to do a lot of work. You'll get to pop the Millennium Golem here. Giant Rat goes into Giant Rat, I assume? No, into the Block Golem. Okay. I mean, 1500 defense. Maybe hold something off here. Using the Bear Blocker. Up by 100 and 500 attack on the board. Go another Mystic Clown. Looking for a big roll here. 6 is going to save the Block Golem, tying up life points. Now putting up a wall that's going to take real effort for Coop to defeat. To the face. Toy Knight, Toy Knight. Coop does get to put up a swords here. Deal a little bit via the Toy Knight. Golem is back. Coop needing to figure out something immediately. There we go, Prevention Star. It's going to stop that Millennium Golem from attacking. But there is a Bear Blocker. No! Oh wait, the Prevention Star? I forgot it's got a second effect. Oh, just banishing... Just straight up banishing the Millennium Golem. Okay. Might have been worth the life points. We'll have to see. Bouncing the Bear Blocker, running over the Block Man. Bear Blocker's still going to come down here and deal some damage. Coop only at 450. With a board that's not going to hold forever. Not in attack mode. Oh no. If Quan has almost any monster, except for a couple of specific ones, there's the Go-No-Go. And there we go. Quan is going to beat Coop 2-0. Or 2-1, I'm sorry. So. Quan 2-1 over Coop. Very interesting set of games. Next, we'll head to Mary versus 12. So we've got Mary and Spirit of the Pharaoh versus 12's Assassin deck. It's going to be kind of... I mean, these are both relatively low power decks, but 12 has a lot of options, whereas Mary does need time to set up here. But Pyramid Turtle, a couple of trap cards, not too terrible for her. Ooh, Nobleman is terrible, though. And then the Dark Spirit in for 16. So put Mary on the back foot pretty quickly here. And it's going to begin to chip away with little bits of burn here. So, even if 12 can't get the field advantage very quickly, which I imagine he'll be, another Nobleman. Alright, well, another 16. This might be an easy cleanup here for 12. And then just drawing into a dead second sarcophagus. Be a huge yikes. Another 500 burn. This time the tomato's gonna stick. Yep. Mary's gonna need to pull something out here. Nope, 1000 energy. That's gonna be it for game 1. Unfortunately, didn't stand a real chance here. Flash Assailant into Luna. We're heading into game 2. I believe Mary can pull some fight here. I don't think she's just gonna roll over that immediately. She could, but I feel like she's got something else in her. She's fighting for too much. However, going to let 12 go first here. Set, pass. Alright, Clown Zombie not beating the Giant Rat, choosing to just set the Trap Hole. I don't hate that idea. I do hate Trap Holing the Witch here, unfortunately. Going ahead and getting a Mystic Tomato. And then immediately into another Dark Spirit. 1000 energy can help clean up one monster here, but that's going to leave Mary open. Just going 2 for 1 to get rid of the Dark Spirit. I mean, she kind of had to do it, but you hate to see it. There may not be time anymore for a first sarcophagus here, so she's got to get, I don't know, maybe a Pyramid Turtle? No. Going into another rat here. Alright, just about anything here cleans up this game, and despite what I said, should be a relatively quick... Yep, just a quick 2-0 here for 12. Guess I overestimated Mary in this particular matchup. And a quick one. 12 going 2-0 over Mary. Means the next game is maybe one of the ones that's going to be the most normal. Bob and Fira. Fira hoping to join her little brother on the winning side. Bob just hoping to have a good time. Opening Doitsu Koitsu, Fissure. Fira gaining 1000 off the DN Keto. Okay. There are definitely worse openers. Fira can do to, there we go, just little bits of chip damage, not bad to keep the board. Unfortunately, there's multiple removal spells in hand. And she's down to a massively low 8,900, only 900 above her starting life total. Not going to see the Aitsu here. Oh, there we go. I guess Solar Flare can get over the pyramid, or the UFO turtle here, so it makes some sense. Just to another UFO turtle. Not choosing to fissure. I would have loved to have seen a fissure here from Bob, but I mean, we take what we could get. That was a burn here, choosing to kill off the UFO turtle. Just to go into a Solar Flare. Okay. Oh, the AI saw it wanted to empty its hand for the Ultimate Obedient Fiend next turn, but threw away the Ultimate Obedient Fiend. Oh, that's not good. Then not even setting the Fire Princess. Bob may be able to start pulling ahead here with damage, thanks to that Solar Flare Dragon. But Fira has options, she just needs to play them. Running over the Fire Trooper, not choosing to deal the 1,000 damage to stay ahead. Oh, and a Flying Kamakiri. We may actually start to see pressure here from Bob. Now the AI knows to get if it can just get Koitsu into the graveyard to use rollout to equip to Aitsu, but will it is the question. Here's the other big question. Is it going to trade off the Solar Flare here? No, it's just going to special summon Doitsu. Oh wait, are you gonna go to the Union Monster? Oh. Oh, Ultimate Obedient Fiend is here. Now this is gonna be a pain for the AI to deal with. However, Bob does not seem afraid of Fira here. Great call on Bob's part. Fantastic call. I gotta say, Bob was holding strong there, and is gonna start getting in with the UFO turtle. This game one might be going to Bob and Aitsu of all decks. Actually, hold on. Because Fira's got the better trades here with these UFO turtles. Maybe I spoke too soon. Because now Bob has a completely bricked up hand. And these floaters are gonna have either already run out or about to start running out. Giant Rat going into the Doitsu here. Unfortunately, I don't know if Bob has any more rollouts off the top. It doesn't appear so, or at least not right there. into the dome. Set the face down. Alright, maybe Fira just turned this around. Yep, looks like it. Alright, looks like game 1 does go to Fira after Bob very easily convinced me. Well, into the actually getting to attack Ultimate Obedient Fiend. She had game, gave up game, drew game. Yeah, okay. Fira, I see you styling. Sorry about that. I didn't mute my Discord, started getting bloops. I didn't want you all to get faked out. So, we're gonna try this again. Game 2. Soitsu, Aitsu, Flying Kamakiri. Alright. Yeah, that, unfortunately doesn't get what you need here. Gaiasol taking out the Kamakiri, who I assume goes into Kamakiri. Whose only option now is Soitsu. And then the Aitsu. Fira, that's not a very big number. The very unfortunate thing here for Fira. Oh, just choosing to go for the 2K piercing. You know what? I kind of respect it, actually. Does Bob have an out to this? No. Just gonna run over the Aitsu and set the Soitsu? Yeah. Into the Aitsu. Unfortunate to have not had another turtle there to go into. Because there might have been a way to get the Koitsu on the board there. Now I think this is just going to start being Fira's game to clean up. Losing rollout and MST. Alright. Does Bob have anything? Sword? Okay, well, Mother Grizzly will keep him alive at the very least. I think it will. Nope, not if she does. Tribute to the Dooms. UFO Turtle into Flame Ruler. That's going to be 2-0 Fira. Fira. 2-0 for Bob. I'm sure not everybody's going to find that surprising. What is surprising is the next match. Damon versus Corsall. Very surprising match here, I say, because for both of these characters to be 0-1 feels pretty wild, I'll be honest. Corsall going first. Set, pass. However, this hand looks really good for Damon here. It no longer looks as good. I guess on one hand it was good to bait out the Solemn, but that was probably not the card to bait the Solemn with. He had Troop Dragon or Exiled Force there. Damon with the Fusion Weapon. Yeah, Infernal Dragon just to hold the board. Not a bad idea. Unless Corsall gets Celestial Dragon number 2. Does Damon have any way to turn this around? Getsufuma? Corsol cleared his own board here. Fairy Dragon for 11. However, Damon is definitely on the back foot at this point. Oh, there we go. 1800 Dark Blade. That's going to deal with a lot, I think, on Corsol's side at this point. Especially if he's just going to be setting and passing. The second Dark Blade. Alright, well, Dragon Dwelling in the Cave, 2k Defender. Unfortunately, Damon does have the Exiled Force, so... Oh. Dark Hole, another Fairy Dragon. Now, if I'm Damon, I really love Troop Dragon here, actually. But... okay, Getsufuma. I was wrong. $1,700 attack is going to do you a lot of good. Trap Hole on the Infernal Dragon. Just bringing it right on back. Not choosing to attack, however. Probably a wise idea. I'm sure Pog can get a lot of stuff here. Yep, Hex Sealed. Troop Dragon into Horned Saurus. And that right there should be game. A 3,500 direct attack. We're going to be off to game 2. Very careful play by Damon there. I think either with or without that Solemn, Corsol was just in a bad place. We'll have to see if he can pop back on this game, choosing to go first. Hell of a hand here by Damon. Again, a set pass. Didn't work fantastically for him last game, but... you see the Pot of Greed next? Yep. Not choosing to go for Darkblade Dragon Knight. Very, very patient play again. Have her Carbonet on. To get into Luster Dragon. A good play. I was expecting the Hyanzaryu, but with the Luster Dragon number 2 in hand, that makes perfect sense. And then unfortunately sets the Hex Sealed. I don't... that was maybe the only play I didn't want to see there. Sometimes this AI just does funny things. At least it set the Troop Dragon. Losing rollout with 500 life points. Corsol's still not playing any monsters. It's not a great sign for him. Alright, there we go. That's just going to clear the board on both sides, but it got rid of the Luster Dragon, so I think that's worth it. You just got to eat whatever's coming up here. Then you've got Darkblade and Getsufuma. Fairy Dragon's still vital to Corsol's fusions, but not going to be that strong on its own. Cactera. Only going in for 300. Getting the Fusion Recovery Plant. And the Kiryu back to hand. Not bad. I think Damon may have this game under wraps. Yeah, this Hornsaurus putting on 2k a turn, Darkblade at 1800, which is decks aren't able to keep up with that 1v1. Of course, all playing 0 monsters. What are we seeing the fusion of here? Another Hornsaurus. And the Darkblade, and that's going to be game. Of course, I'll just completely run over here. Damon taking the quick 2-0. Damon seemingly very pleased with himself after that 2-0 on Corsal. Interesting reaction from him. But now we're going to check in on Coriander versus Ada. A royal duel here, a prince versus a princess. Both with their own special decks. So this has got to be high stakes for both kingdoms, I guess, in kind of its own way. Princess of the Hive just setting and passing. Where's the Prince of the Birdmen? Looks to be much more proactive. Seismic Crasher with double invigoration, so even if that's a Cocoon of Evolution, it's going to be dealt with, but Howling Insect into Flying Kamakiri number 2. I always mix up the 1 and 2. Ah, there we go, Lair Wire. A great use of Lair Wire here. Into 3,000 direct damage. Coriander should easily regroup here, I think, just with the Jujutsu Master, and going ahead and going with the swords as well. Actually not a bad strategy in case that Jujutsu Master here gets cleared. A little less good now. I feel like if you wanted to attack, you would have gone in with the Chusuke instead. However, Ada's just building up her board. Oh, it's a big TT here. Depending on what happens next, this is actually still not good for Coriander. Oh, very patient. Coriander with no board to follow up the Dark Hole, and I expect at least one Lair Wire down there, but it's Cocoon of Evolution or Petite Moth here from Ada. And Coriander just drawing what few bricks he has. His deck has really been streamlined, but good call to TT the Insect Princess. Coriander with the Goggle Golem, TT'd in response. Ada very prone to bricking. So Coriander just figured out a way to weather that and then see if he can get her to draw dead. Monk Fighter into Master Monk with the legendary Black Belt. There we go. Unfortunately, Lair Wire will deal with that. The big question is now what for Coriander? Flee for 15. Doesn't have that much time to turn this around. Actually not bad here. And since it's not a Lair Wire, looking very good for Coriander actually. And Fissure to clear the Cocoon. Woboku to protect the Flea. Alright. Coriander way behind on life points, but if he can just keep this Master Monk. He might be able to pull it out. The giant rat in defense might help him set something up here. And the rat goes for the goggle golem. Okay. Also not bad. Going to get him an even bigger monster when he normal summons it here. So a double attacking 19 and a 2100 Gemini. One of the few situations we see the swords get popped. We will still see the flea go to defense since it was popped on Ada's turn, but not fantastic here for Ada. Coriander immediately refilling hand here. Another goggle golem. A little bit more chip there. If Ada could just get something to close it, this game is over. However, that's where these bricks are coming in. And there we go. All it took, like I said, was just waiting for her to brick one time. Coriander taking game one. That does not mean it's over, however. So we are heading immediately into game two. Ada choosing to go first, I guess hoping to get a cocoon on board. Set something up to defend here. Not a good hand from Coriander. Actually, that flying Kamakiri is going to be doing great work. Howling Insect for 12. Yeah, Rock Spirit's coming down, but you know, what does that mean for Coriander here? Ooh, getting the lair wire. And clearing the flying Kamakiri over the Howling Insect. And taking her bug. That way, even if she does draw a lair wire, it's going to be at least, you know, at least until the battle phase to activate it. Here's the problem now. Did destroy an insect specifically, raising the power of the Insect Princess. Now he's gonna need to clear a 2400 attack point monster that, if she can turn Coriander stuff from rocks to insects, will continue to get larger. Boku protecting the flea. Okay, well, at least he's going to try and keep her board clear while behind the swords. Lair wire in the Seismic Crasher. Not playing the Wasteland, doesn't see the point. I guess that makes some sense. It doesn't help, you know, it doesn't change any of the math. Alright, well. That was swords, and then draws into Master Monk. Howling Insect into Giant Flea. Alright, well, that ultimately stayed in Ada's way. If you're Coriander, you need specifically a board wipe, because Fissure's not going to do it. Not even bothering to try and beat over the flea. $2,400 to the dome. This might be it for game two. Oh, hold on. Are we actually about to see a huge play here? Coriander taking several hundred points of damage. No, did not see the play I would have loved. If I recall right, I'm gonna double check. There is a lone wolf. Going into Monk Fighter there. Oh, okay, didn't matter. The Cocoon of Evolution in attack mode for the BM. Giant Flea going in. Coriander losing game 2. Means we are on to game 3. The deciding royal game. Actually drawing the Monk Fighter first turn and having Trap Hole back up. Seismic Crasher, however, pretty good decision there. Now, if he could just do what he's done the rest of these games and draw his Monk Fighter, or his Master Monk. Oh, another Monk Fighter. Then picking up the Flying Kamakiri. Unfortunately, shotgunning Reborn isn't great here. It does potentially have cleared out a lot layer wire there, so thinking about it, maybe not the worst play. Choosing to crash. So there might actually be a layer wire down there. Nope. Alright, at it at 25. I mean, most of her vanillas are going to be able to stand up to this position. If that's a big insect or a Cocoon of Evolution, she's also fine. It is a cocoon. So now, there it is, the Insect Princess. Really need the the Master Monk here. Choosing to leave Monk Fighter in attack mode. You don't take battle damage, so it doesn't really change anything for it to go to defense. Okay, Goggle Golem, as long as it stays alive, is an out here. Chusuke making great bait. As long as the AICs flip summon, normal summon. It did. Saw the out with Goggle Golem. Waboku going to protect the Insect Princess and protect the Howling Insect. Coriander back in control of the board, at least as long. What's the plan here? Going into Giant Flea just to clear the Monk Fighter. Here's the question is, oh, well, you know what? He can normal summon. Monk Fighter clearing the Princess and Goggle Golem clearing Giant Flea. Okay. That took some finagling, but Coriander did get there in the end. Now it's up to Ada to draw Dark Hole, Swords. Just getting a Seismic. Oh, to attack mode. The Goggle Golem still at 21. Another Invigoration anyway. Taking 200. Well, I guess that means Seismic Crasher clears the Jujutsu Master here. Fine, I guess, but you're going to lose 1,100 life points. Going to go down to 300. Unless that's a Waboku. Okay, Dust Tornado is going to lower that to only 700, still losing half the remaining life points. Now she can still pull this around. She's got 3 cards in hand. Apparently none of them are good. Wasteland for the extra 200. You really desperately want some destruction here. If you're Ada, maybe a layer wire? Yep, there's the layer wire. Alright. And since Coriander has no monsters on board, Adam might start to turn something around here. Just a set, could be a trap hole, could be a TT. Coriander just forced to set the TT here. Unfortunately, Ada not playing anything. Goggle Golem. Attacking. That'll be game. That's going to be 2-0 Coriander. Coriander. 2-0 over Ada. Ended up a surprisingly close one. But next we're going from Coriander to Cora versus Mari. Cora continuing her warpath, once again losing and not happy about it, versus a previous champion. These are exactly the kinds of games we know her to potentially choke in. Can she shake that off here? Cory Dragon set the Dragon's Rebirth. And then just Headless Knight for 1450. Luckily for Cora, there is a Komori Dragon here. Or even potentially a Paladin of White Dragon, but... And the TT. Alright. You don't love that if you're Cora, but on the other hand... It's fine. Trap holing the Giant Soldier of Stone. Okay. Swinging back with the dragon version of Giant Soldier, banishing it for a Komori Dragon for another 1500. See, that's not a bad use of the card. Just cycling here for Mari. Still no Heart of the Underdog procs. Illusory Gentleman hoping to hold the field. Looks like it will for now. Still no Heart of the Underdog. This is where things will start to get dangerous for Cora. The longer this takes, the more advantage Mari is going to gain. Jar Turtle for 6. Maybe time to, with, you know, all these not proccing, maybe time to cut that Heart of the Underdog, Mari. Well, Illusory Gentleman, I say that and you immediately get Illusory Gentleman and Yoranzo. And the left arm. And the left leg. Alright, well. It's actually going to be a never mind, get in for 1500, draw 4 cards kind of turn. Luckily, Cora dark holing before the Reborn. Picking up Headless Knight. I guess it's kind of the medium decision here, right? It's got 50 less attack than a lot of monsters, but 100 more defense than the Illusory Gentleman. So maybe not the worst option. Really could use her ritual spell here. Alright, well, 2 draws off that Illusory Gentleman. Here comes more beatdown. Very unfortunate. Cora just gets something. Alright, Dragon dwelling in the cave. That's something, but Again, that's another turn for Mari to try and draw into Exodia. Still needs to get through 3250 life. No good on the Dragon's Mirror. And the Poly. Why'd you do that? Cora, you lose. Alright, well, that's going to be game 1 to Mari. Cora clearly gets so frustrated that she just attacks the face-down Jar Turtle. And that's going to be Mari with the game 1. Now, Cora can turn this around. There was another bad series of draws. She doesn't have the smoothest deck in the world, but sometimes she just draws very unluckily. Set 1, set 2, Heart of the Underdog. Okay, not bad. Checking with the Ragnarok. There we go. A very good start for Cora here with the King Dragoon. And summoning Dragon Dwelling in the Cave. You know, this is the start you want if you're Cora. A very powerful fusion. And some backup. Now, Cora, what I need to make sure you... Never mind, it's fine. King Dragoon now going to Mari's side. What started as very good has turned very bad. Okay. Dragon's Mirror into another Dragoon. And the swords. Not bad. And the effect actually makes sense for Cora. But the fissure. Mari's only drawn one bonus card. And that was off a Jar Agreed, so she's just had, they've just had the answers to everything Cora can do here. Another Heart of the Underdog, a Yoronzo. Yeah, probably wise to clear it 2 hearts at the very least. Getting a little chip in. Go. Reborn. King Dragoon again. Just clearing over Komori Dragon. And then swords on Mari's side. So we're at 0 Exodia pieces. Is just going to keep setting into the King Dragoon for for 3 turns. Trap hole. Okay, maybe that'll get a monster next turn. Maybe Mari will just, maybe they'll just summon something here. Like they did with Headless Knight. No. So if anything, that's finally the first piece of Exodia. Oh, there goes swords. There goes Headless Knight. Yeah, I like that play a lot. Headless Knight being just a little bit bigger might have, if you're not 100% sure about the deck, that might have mattered, so. Cora just really needs Blue Eyes here. If she can just get Blue Eyes, she's going to take game 2 very easily. But as of right now, that might be 2 Exodia pieces in hand. And Mari's deck is looking thinner and thinner. Well, you're getting time here. There we go. King Dragoon getting out the Blue Eyes. This will probably seal it. If I had to guess, it took some time here from Cora. Mari gave her that time, and it should be game 3 here very soon. Just depending. Jar Turtle, normally very good. We're looking at one more turn. Well, on one hand, the AI uses the card. On the other hand, it uses them a little improperly, just giving Mari an additional, at least one additional turn here. Had she not done that, this would already be game. Okay, now it is definitely game. Because Mari will not throw away those Exodia pieces to defend. Alright, took a little bit, got there. Game 3 it is. Mari having Cora go first. Potentially they want that one extra card. Maybe hoping Cora bricks here, which she really didn't. She drew pretty well. A Rebirth and a Dragon Dwelling in the Cave, so... Oof. Okay. Well... And even put it in defense mode, so it's not like it's going to get run over here. Alright, normal summoned a monster just to give up a trap. Again, I'm not sure I love how Cora's playing these cards. Cora and the Kamori Dragon, Divine Dragon Ragnarok. They just are not in a great position to win this out here. Now this is where Mari will begin to pick up momentum, especially if they can get a Heart of the Underdog. At least not currently. Another Yoranzo. Whole cavalcade of normal monsters here. For Mari. Final face down. I wonder if there'll be a 5th different monster. Yep. 5 different normal monsters. And gonna set up the swords. Not really sure that matters. You actually have pretty good control of the... You have 100% control of the board in a way, so I don't love that. Okay, willing to crash. Okay, looking at least one piece in hand. And the Illusory Gentleman. Okay, drawing 2 off that. Oh, is the AI gonna go aggro here? No. Gay I'd gone aggro, that would have been absolutely crazy. Just crashing the Illusory Gentleman would have been game over this turn, most likely. Instead, just waiting. They clearly don't feel the need to rush anything. They have Exodia, so they have an inevitability on their side. However, now Korra with multiple fusion spells. If she can just get herself... She can just get herself that Lord of D. Or draw, I think, every fusion spell she has. And lost the Dark Hole of all things. If you wanted to set a bluff, Poly or Dragonic Tactics would have been very good. Just gonna shotgun the fissure. Yeah, good sort of. Giant Soldier Stone. Okay. The set. We know there's at least one Exodia piece in hand, but because they can't summon, we know there's only at least one. There's the blue eyes. But I have to imagine there's plenty of monsters in Mari's hand here. So it's not like Korra's going to be getting through these very quickly. If anything, this is still Mari's game to lose instead of Korra's game to win. Okay, Reborn. I don't know if you've got anything that helps you get over anything. It's 1500 attack, I guess. Ronzo 15, yeah. You're really gonna need to hurry this up, Korra. 1500 is not enough attack. You're about to find that out twice. The third Yoranzo, and the Jar Turtle. Come on, you need something else. Don't start the event 0-2. Starting 0-2 is gonna make it very, very difficult. I assume you're attacking with Manju here, yep. And Mari just managing to hold the board. They don't need to do that much here. And unfortunately drawing the just a bunch of ways to summon monsters with cards, and none of the monsters needed to summon them. There are so many cards here in Korra's deck that make headway, and she's drawing none of them. This game is saying, I don't know what this says about Korra. 3 Polys, a Dragon's Mirror, and 2 White Dragon Rituals with nothing she can summon in this position. There we go. Manju into a Paladin. Giving up the other Manju for it. Wisely choosing to use its 1900 attack. And then going into the second Blue Eyes. I guess if you've bricked this much, you gotta... It doesn't matter. Whatever I was saying doesn't matter. Mari's taking game 3 and the match. Despite her best efforts, Korra only getting 1 game in that match. Being 0-2 doesn't eliminate you from top cut, but it means very, very hard things for you. It's just going to be up to Cora to figure it out from here. But right now, instead, we're going to go check on June versus V. Two very powerful Earth decks about to slug it out. I expect this one to just be hard knock after hard knock. Battle Guards and Muka Muka. Well, I say that and then June proceeds to not open well. Now V can start a little slow. Actually, after that pot of greed, June opening very well. The Skelengel. See how aggressive this giant rat's gonna get. A couple of June's unfortunately defensive cards here. Throwstone unit getting in for 900. Not a bad fissure. Actually, Throwstone is something that can be a problem. Getting rid of the two-pronged attack. Here we go. Summoning out Guilty of the Dragon Knight. And not tributing it for Millennium Shield, just setting instead. Alright, now for the giant rat to be gone, that's a whole other issue. Oh, except Feast of the Wild level 5, getting Guiltia from the graveyard. Skelengel drawing a card here. To the enraged Muka Muka. Okay. Means hypothetically that Millennium Shield can be ran over at some point. Excuse me. June choosing not to play that game and just dark holing. And the Solemn Wishes means we're going to start to see things really escalate for V here. Alright, well. Drawing 4 Battle Guards into Rhoda against Enraged Muka Muka. Just getting into Warrior Lady of the Wasteland. At least that'll provide some deck thinning. Discarding Pot of Greed to draw 3 cards. Avatar's still strong enough to take out the Warrior Lady. Okay, well, now the 3,200 Muka Muka. Yeah, this makes sense. You're at 3,000 attack, you don't care that much here if you're V. Now that your Dark Hole's gone, June you need. I mean, Feast of the Wild level 5 gets you, yeah, 2 monsters in defense mode. Does hold the board for a minute. Check how this is worded. Yeah, you would have needed to get 3 Lava Battle Guards on the board. Not getting in with Avatar of the Pot when there's no need. Okay. Here comes the long shot. Does V summon here? Nope. Going in. points than they started with. V takes game 1. June choosing to go second this time. That could be good for her. Alright. What's rotograbbing here? Lady Warrior? Guiltia. And then just normal summoning Swamp Battle Guard. Honestly, I kind of like it. The Cadet getting... Oof, 2 separate draws there. That's how that works, huh? The Battle Guard Cadet able to get... Never mind. The Parshath coming in. Giving V a huge boost, actually. So there would have been a really nice play there with the Battle Guard Cadet into the Feast. But you just, yeah, luckily that Dark Hole's there. Kind of had to do that. V going to be at almost 10,000 life points. Of course, with card draw comes answers. And getting to MST, June's MST. Yeah, V has kept very solid control. Over, you know, almost 11,000 life points now. Well, okay. We'll see if the Lava Battle Guard here helps. No, because there's a trap hole. Yeah, this just may not be June's game, unfortunately. Raged Muka Muka, that's going to be a total of 3,400. I'm seeing the giant rat, yeah. I actually would have liked the throwstone unit there. And just in defense mode, hope to not draw something, but yeah, June, I think you're cooked. Paying 2,000 to draw 2 cards into a Pot of Greed. Is this going to be game? Looks like it. 2-0 V. Unfortunate. V taking a very solid 2-0 there over June. Meaning we have Wallace the Goblin versus Aiden. Let's see it. Aiden here to give some support to the recruits, but Wallace is not going to roll over that easily. In my opinion, has a very, very interesting deck. And getting to go first. Yeah, Goblin Decoy Squad and good Goblin Housekeeping. I think we might actually see the Harpies here with the face down back row. Yep. And it got the TT. Good Goblin Housekeeping. Putting back Dust Tornado. Don't love that, but it's fine. Goblin Goblin Decoy Squad, drawing a Goblin Recon Squad. Not terrible, not terrible. Aiden has such low attack point, instead choosing to summon nothing. Has such low attack point monsters, it's not terrible. What's something in hand? A Polymerization. Alright. That means next turn the Decoy Squad and the other Recon Squad will be up. Going to Solemn the Goblin Black Ops, meaning actually Wallace wins this game on board. Getting rid of Polly, and there it is. Wallace pretty convincingly taking game 1. Is this going to be another quick 2-0, as we've seen a lot of? Aiden getting the first turn this time. So here's what's unfortunate, is that's probably an Ojama. Well, actually, these are all 0 defense point. No, nope, 400 defense point monster. This is like the only way an Ojama got beat over, because the rest of them tend to have 0 defense. Goblin Agreed, I guess, has 2,000. Which means it might be the good play here, if the AI recognizes it. Oh, only 1,800, not 2,000, but... Dark holing, okay. Just getting in with the Sleeping Lion for 700. Lots of goblins can deal with this situation. Now, can take advantage of the Ojama country here a little bit. Not currently. Actually, Aiden's just gonna get the 3rd Sleeping Lion. Good Goblin housekeeping. Putting away Solemn Judgment. Don't love that. I don't know why the AI is averse to putting away some of these monsters, but... ultimately, Wallace may still be able to pull this out, so... Okay, getting rid of an Ojama country. And MST gets to negate field spells like this. So actually, Aiden discarding for no reason. Setting up a Swords. Leave it. Oh, never mind. The Marauding couldn't change the last turn. So just going to continue to set up here, it looks like. Yeah, if Aiden kind of needs a miracle to pull this one out. Setting the Decoy Squad, okay. That's it. This might be game here for Wallace. It might be the next 2-0. Yep. Decoy. Decoy. Into the Goblin attack force. That's it. 2-0 Wallace. Yet another 2-0. I think as this tournament goes, we're going to see more 2 ones as the field kind of evens out. Because I don't think being 0 and 1 right now is necessarily a bad thing, just like being 1 and 0 isn't necessarily a good thing. But now we've got Layla versus Nina, which I think is going to be a fun one. We've got spaceships and dinosaurs. All sorts of fantastical things happening here. That is such an awful hand for Layla here. And Nina getting the free Gilosaurus on top of that. Oh, double Flint on the Gilosaurus. Okay. Here both, never mind. Just because she managed to draw that Flintlock, this is actually going to be not bad at all. Oh, can only be equipped with 1 Flint? Is that how the card reads? Yes. Well, time for the Flint to attach to the crawling dragon. It was all part of the trap. Comes the Brachioradius. And in for 22. Not too bad, not too bad. I think Nina's fine ultimately with a lot of the trades that have been happening here. Now she's just going to need to draw a big dinosaur. Okay. That's like a medium dinosaur. Okay, there we go. Jade Knight and Flintlock. Once again, Nina just needs a decently large dinosaur that'll hold the board. Jurassic World makes more dinosaurs well-sized. I actually would have liked the Jade Knight attack there. That does change the math. I assume we can see the Dust Tornado here. Oh, the MST. Whatever works. Trading Uraby for Flintlock. Layla, anything? Yep, Shining Angel. Can Nina get something to stabilize here? The answer is no, because that Shining Angel is going to be willing to trade. Or Flintlock will just run it over. Okay, looks like game 1 is going to Layla. And then 14 direct from the Shining Angel. Such a fast, aggressive start for Nina. Ultimately didn't work out. However, this is only game 2. I always have faith that Nina can win games, just from how aggressive her deck really is. Choosing to go first, however. Once again, a good play with the Gilosaurus there. No Flints to go with the Flintlock this time. Now multiple ways to deal with things that come down. Yeah, just trap holding Uraby. The one unfortunate part here is defense is going to lack Baby Ceratosaurus. Now next turn we might see Cyber Raider, Launcher Spider. We're gonna see Cyber Raider, looks like. Oh. Yeah, I could see what you were going for there, but... And wisely choosing not to play anything into the Flint. then just taking the Flint immediately with the Cyber Raider. That's alright, the Flint will now attach to the Uraby. It's doing its job. Flying around, weakening all the monsters, while Flintlock keeps things set up. Turn that into a trade. Yep, all she can do is set Oil Man here. And the Mad Sword Beast with 1,000 piercing. Alright, so this is where, depending on what Layla's draw is here, Nina could start to stabilize. Time Machine would have been good last turn, but this is a whole new board state now. Especially after Jurassic World. Flint will help some. Will really affect... Yeah, when you can't get aggressive with an aggressive deck, it's not very good for you. Like the Oil Man. Put that on the heavy mech support platform. Now, as long as it doesn't die this turn. Well, it did. I was about to say we could see a launcher spider here, but looks like, oh. Gradius getting over. Time Machine bringing back King of the Swamp on the other side. No. Clearing the field of everything but Gradius here, thanks to the protection from the heavy mech support platform. And then the option and Gradius gonna be more damage than Launcher Spider. And then the Launcher Spider just to hold the field down. Reborn the Uraby. Alright. Well, despite everything, Layla taking the 2-0 over Nina. Something I was not expecting at all. The very interesting 2-0 here. Layla taking it over Nina. Not something I expect. If you would have told me round 2 there was a 2-0 of Layla versus Nina, this is not the way I would have imagined it for sure. But next we're going to move on to two people who I wouldn't really consider duelists, so this should be an interesting game of Samir versus North. Someone here to teach history, someone here to make interviews. Getting each other in round 2. So not exactly who North would want, but that's alright. Maybe Samir can get a write-up on, you know, history. He's gonna need to do well here as well. Unfortunately, just a grip full of stuff. Pharaoh's Gift going in. And just getting widespread. If Samir could just get a monster here. There's just enough in the grip happening. No, just gonna... Okay, yeah. Definitely a good Waboku here from North. Just gonna get out the Element Magician. Yeah, Element Magician protected with widespread. Not bad, not bad. Might mean something coming up on the next turn here. Oh, seeing the Dark Hole. Alright, once again the board is clear. Weather getting in for 1,000 for the first damage of the game on turn 7. Alright, holding arms 1,200 might actually be a good enough defense against specifically North. That didn't even matter. Not even going into Millennium Shield. However, Dark Coffin likes to be popped, so North loses Fissure and sets a monster. What was this? Windstorm of Quats? Windstorm. I'm gonna make sure I'm saying this right. Itaqua. There we go. Oh, Violent Rain. Okay. North in control of the board with a 1550. Holding arms. Yep. Gonna stop the Violent Rain here. Just handcuffing a cloud like you normally do. Ooh, very unfortunate here that the back row was another Dark Coffin. Hitting the last card in North's hand, the Lala Leoon. Alright, if Samir can just get another monster to stay on board, Sengenjin can do a lot. Yeah, the Giant Germ might actually do it. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Giant Germ with the 500 burn. Another Violent Rain. Now, depending on what the AI decides to tribute here, that was the best possible option. Sengenjin taking out the wrong Violent Rain. But it shouldn't matter too much, as now Samir should start to get a better presence here. What's the Mother Grizzly go into? Just another Mother Grizzly. Not bad, not bad. North, have you got something for this? Not just choosing to trade with the tomato. Tomato and tomato. Mother Grizzly into Weather. So ultimately, not a great trade here for North. Take 100 off attacking the weather report, and then just setting the Millennium Seeker. Alright. Again, a very slow-paced game here. So again, you're going to clear up the weather report. Mystic Tomato over the Hurricane. Looks like Samir will get there eventually. May just take a couple more turns. Ooh, Millennium Seeker getting Trap Hold. There goes the Hurricane. There goes the third Hurricane. Alright. North, have you got the Dark Hole? No, you just gotta face down. Oh, going to get very aggressive here. Because that was exact game. I missed that little bit of math. The holding legs 800 attack ended up mattering. Meaning we are going into game 2. North going first. Alright, well, goodbye Violent Rain. Holding legs, just getting in for 800. Okay. You take what you can get, right? Especially when you've got the widespread ruin. Gonna widespread ruin a Hurricane. Not great. You don't love that. Did get the Dark Hole. Okay. And the swords. Now this also gives Samir time to get some things figured out, though. He's gonna set the holding legs. Gonna set the holding arms after, I assume. Nope, just gonna bounce the face down and set Millennium Seeker. At least he didn't bounce the swords. That would have been very awkward. Losing the board to TT, playing his own swords. Just in time for North's to go down. Means we're going to see some more defensive play from North here. Samir just needs to get one of his larger monsters. Okay, well, Sengenjin next turn. That should help a ton. I don't blame North here for thinking the Violent Rain's going to be helpful, but he's awoken after a millennium. That's 1200 damage. Sengenja can't attack, and then gets destroyed by Fissure anyway. I love how the AI sequences sometimes. And then Weather aggro again. Harpies. Cleaning up the weather here. Alright. Millennium Shield's definitely not going to get attacked. Gonna Dust Tornado the Dust Tornado? Yeah. North, what you got? Nothing. Alright. Once again, this feels like it's on Samir to get figured out. Alright, there's Sengenjin. Just figure out how to get a monster past this Violent Rain. Oh, someone's playing very loud music outside. Oh, there we go. Oh, that... Oh, okay, well, it's gonna bounce the back row. Okay, I get it. I see the vision. I see the vision there. And gets to reset the Dark Coffin first, in case that is an MST or something. Now, could really use any number of things, really. We're just gonna lock down the back row. Unfortunately, North just has so many monsters up now. Gonna continue to keep that back row locked down, but, I mean, with nothing else on board, it's not gonna help that much. North just setting. Okay, Mystic Tomato. Would have been really, really... Oh, no, it is going to be really, really nice. Actually, I think that's worth the Solemn here to keep something going on this board. Tomato has 1,400 attacks, so... Sengenjin gonna clear up weather here. Drop down to 30-50. North, what do you have? Just another set? So this is potentially going to start wearing down North's defenses. Losing the Lala Leon. And there goes weather report. Feather Duster, alright. Gets the Solemn. What you got, Flying Kamakiri? Another one of itself. Have exactly half life points left. Summoning the Millennium Shield into attack position. North choosing not to fall for any bait here. Drew the Pharaoh's Treasure to get back the Fissure. North might lose via deck out here before losing via battle. He doesn't have... It just feels like he doesn't have the options at this point. Giant Germ running over the Hurricane. Sengenjin running over... Yep. Gonna hit the Dark Coffin. Destroys a monster. Runs over the Millennium Shield. It was a valiant effort, but this is actually going to be a 2-0 Samir here. Took a lot of effort. But Sengenjin finally getting in. And finally taking it. Okay. Samir with the long fought 2-0. Meaning our last match of round 2 is going to be Tanya versus Barry. We've got Rocks versus Burn. Let's see what we got going on. Four set. Oh, outstanding. Getting a full grit back off of that. Except 2,000 healing. It's actually going to make it even harder for Barry to get through. Despite getting a full new hand herself. Dark Roof Nightmare, Ukazi. Alright, well that cleared the board and Boganian gets in. I mean, not going to stay cleared, but that worked out decently well. super aggressive. I mean, unfortunately, that is a giant soldier of stone. Meaning there's going to be some time here for Tanya to regroup. Actually, very, very good play here. You give up 400 life points, but the Golem Sentry is going to bounce that Rock Spirit back to your own hand. Rock Spirit, Elephant Statue. Barry, after that strong start, may not be able to close this game out. And that's it. The Ahsoka Pillar. No need for that, as Tanya turns it around quickly. Barry really, really pushed there. That was so close to that burn that Morphing Jar would have been outstanding if not for the extra 2,000 healing. And maybe if one of those Smashing Grounds had been more burn. I'm gonna do some searching here. Cha-Cha Archer for another 500. But Elephant Statue, 1,500. And going back face down with the Moai. Are we looking at another 2-0 here? Actually very good to get that elephant out of the grave. Keeps Tanya off Rock Spirit for just a little longer. And into the swords. Okay. Back face down. Unfortunately, that Golem Sentry is about to start causing huge problems here, as Barry's not going to have the ability to start cleaning up this field. The first Elephant Statue is going to go back to Tanya's side of the field, or hand, I assume. Yep. And yeah, this may just be it for Barry again. She's been doing a little more work, but she needs to find a brand new way to get this burn done, I suppose. Okay. TT for the cleanup. One Rock Spirit, significantly easier to deal with than that full board. I don't know, maybe I'm calling it too early on Barry's end. TTing the Cha-Cha Archer. Just nothing from Barry there at all. Gonna see another elephant statue? Yep. Double the elephants. It's gonna be Barry's last chance to draw into something helpful here. And just passing. Unfortunately, that is going to be another 2-0. Tanya getting her own Rock Spirit. And the Moai Interceptor Cannons. And that's that. 2-0 Tanya. So, with the 2-0, that is going to put us 1/3 of the way through this tournament. As you can see, there's a long way to go. It's going to be a long day for them, but it's going to be the end of this episode for all of you today. We're going to be doing these 2 rounds at a time, so you don't get completely overwhelmed. I really hope you had fun. I really hope you continue having fun. We're going to see where this goes, who continues to do well, who continues to do poorly, if somebody can make a big comeback. I'm super excited to find out. Let's see who can make worlds in the next 2 videos. We'll see you in the next one for round 3 and 4. As always, leave a comment, hang out. We'll have plenty to go.